Chapter 630, How to Treat Your Guest. Chapter 630, How to Treat Your Guest. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As for how the lady did the translation, Zhang had no idea about it. After all the talk, it only meant one thing: let's go. The three of them walked out of the room. Zhang followed the two of them through a few twists and turns. There were really many buildings, halls, and chambers within the vicinity of the castle. The three of them walked all the way from the east side of the castle to its west side. Then, they entered a small building that reminded him of ancient palaces. There were 4 bodyguards standing by the entrance of the building. They wore black suits with earphones over their ears. They looked like those FBI and CIA officers in the movies. After walking through the entrance, Zhang could also see several other large men wearing black suits lined up by the walls. It seemed that the place was heavily guarded. So, who could this owner be? Why would he need so many bodyguards then? Zhang was haunted by questions as he followed the old butler and the lady through the corridor. He went up to the 4th floor. The old butler escorted him to the front of a room. Then, he knocked on the door gently. After 3 to 4 seconds, he opened up the door and let Zhang in. Finally, Zhang was about to meet the mysterious owner of this castle. The old butler made a gesture, beckoning Zhang into the room. Zhang walked right in without any hesitation. Bam! A powerful blow landed on the back of his head all of a sudden. Zhang could not react in time. He let his guard down just for 1 second, and he got a knock right on the back of his skull. Even though he tried to react, it seemed that the person who sneaked an attack on him was a professional. One hit was all it took to send Zhang into unconsciousness. Zhang could only feel his vision blurring as he began to lose consciousnness. He did not know how long he was knocked out. The moment Zhang regained his consciousness, he realized that he was tied up to a wooden chair. Holy sh*T. Did he just get kidnapped? He struggled in the chair and attempted to get free, and the chair was shaken about by him pretty violently. Stop struggling. It's futile. A woman's voice was heard in his ear. It was Chinese, but layered with a thick accent. He knew that it was a foreign woman speaking. Zhang looked towards where the voice came from. However, there was only a small lamp in the entire room. The room was dim. A faint, single source of light was all that barely lit the place up. Most of the room was dark, so Zhang could not see the face of the woman standing in the dark corner. So, is this how you treat your guest? Zhang smiled weakly, as he was not expecting the owner to be a woman. Furthermore, the voice sounded vibrant and youthful. Humph! The woman began to walk up to him. Slowly, her features started showing themselves in the dim light. Although her face still remained hidden in the shadows, Zhang could already vaguely make out the perfect curves of the woman's body that were tightly wrapped in that tight dress. That body figure was heavenly. The black dress was short. Her fair and long legs stood bare in front of Zhang. Her skin was so fair that the color resembled the color of snow. The thin cloth material was wrapped tightly around her small little buttocks. They stood out like the rear end of a peach, able to get men to drool all day long, but... Zhang. I told you before that I will never forgive you, and that I'll get you someday. The woman continued speaking in that weird accent through gritted teeth. So, who could this be? Although Zhang was not considered to be a morally abiding player, he had never toyed with a woman before in the game. So how could he suddenly get a woman to hate him so much? Furthermore, this was a foreign girl. Wait a minute, speaking of foreign girls, he did make one of them extremely angry. Besides, it was not just a one-time thing. Dusk Phoenix. It would not be a surprise at all if it was her. She did ask all players that reached beyond level 100 from the Europe region to aid her in completing her Class A inheritance quest. Then, she also used up 2 forbidden scrolls, without any hesitation. That was not something that one could do just by using a lot of money. She must have come from a very impressive background. So it would not be a surprise at all if she is the owner of this castle. Dusk Phoenix? Zhang guessed. Yes. It's me. Dusk Phoenix, the woman in the shadow, was trying to act mysterious at first. However, her anger took over her the moment she heard Zhang saying out her in-game name. She stomped up, revealing herself under the light. There she is. She finally revealed her face to Zhang. It was an elegant, beautiful lady that seemed to hail from a Western country. She had perfectly proportioned facial features which made her look naturally elegant in her own way. That elegance on her could really bring people down to their knees to worship her. Her beauty resembled a different kind of beauty compared to Eastern beauties. However, her beautiful appearance was just as breathtaking as any other beautiful angel in the entire world. Her appearance was definitely on the same standards with Sun Xinu and Haning Shui. Well, she was one hell of a kind in her own way. Hey! Zhang Yang smiled. Hey, your head. Dusk Phoenix was on the verge of losing her own temper. Even now, he's still as aloof as ever. Was he trying to treat her like a friend? Had it not been the palace aristocracy which had brought her up to be elegant and polite, she would have been cursing at Zhang Yang in a foul language. She continued to stare at Zhang Yang, still fuming. She recalled suffering so many times at the hands of this man. She had dreamed many times that she would torture this man to retaliate. Even now, with this man in her hands, she had almost fainted in rage, because this man was still trying to ridicule her. Zhang Yang, today is the day I return all the humiliation that you put me through in the past. Dusk Phoenix could not help but slap her own butt as she recalled all those angry moments with Zhang Yang. It was quite a unique way of expressing her anger. She revealed a pinkish blush on her face as she reached for something behind her. Zhang Yang was wondering what she was up to. The next moment was the moment when he realized that he was truly in danger. She unfurled a long whip right in front of Zhang Yang. Holy Mother of God! This B***TCH was serious. A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. Zhang Yang quickly laughed and said, "You don't have to get so serious over it. It's just a game. Just forget about it." Just forget about it? Did he just said, just forget about it? Dusk Phoenix tightened her teeth as she proceeded. The game has been made too realistic. Although everything in there was virtual, the characters, the buildings, the trees and many more, but the sensations were as real as they could be. Every single morning when she wakes up, she would remember how Zhang Yang had spanked her, but in front of everyone. The worst part of it was that every time she dreams about it, she would wet herself. Zhang Yang was now her inner demon. If she did not purge all these negative thoughts from her mind, she would have lost her mind, sooner or later. Piak. The whip stretched across the room like a dragon, and she began to whip Zhang Yang up. The first stroke went across his body. Zhang Yang could not take the pain of the first stroke, and he bit down intensely. After all, he was just a mortal of flesh and blood. You crazy B***TCH. Have you forgotten the human rights bestowed upon mankind? Zhang Yang struggled even harder to get free as he started running his mouth at her. Ha ha. Don't you even think about using that mouth of yours to distract. I'll never forgive you. Dusk Phoenix continued to stroke the whip on Zhang Yang repeatedly like a maniac. I have used up all my connections for this moment. It was me who suggested that they switch the venue of the championships all the way here. No wonder the venue of the World League Championship was suddenly changed from Los Angeles to Luxembourg. So it was her who did all that. So, who was her true identity? She's even capable of deciding the location of organizing the championship. That's some serious influence. So you are one of those spoiled rich whelps. Zhang Yang bit the pain down by thinking about something else. Dusk Phoenix stopped her labors for a brief moment and spoke up haughtily, I am Louisette Bavaria Adokmunder, the daughter of the Grand Duke Henri, the future Grand Duchess of the Grand Luxembourg. You should call me my princess. OSH*T. Zhang Yang felt his breath escaping his body. He had actually provoked a real-life princess. You jerk. You jerk. Jerk. Dusk Phoenix began to blush again as her cheeks were becoming redder at every passing second. Why exactly was she getting red? Was she tired after whipping Zhang Yang? Or was she just excited at the prospect of revenge? Her eyes were glaring at Zhang Yang as if there was a fire ignited in her pupils. It was like she was on drugs, or something. She was obviously overjoyed. Help! Someone! Help me! Zhang Yang suddenly screamed for help as he began to lose himself in panic. Ha ha! Scream all you want. No one is going to hear you. Dusk Phoenix was obviously satisfied with how things were going according to plan, and she said, I've sent all the men away. Even if you scream through the rooftops, no one will come and rescue you. Just give up and stay down. Don't worry. As long as your brain functions, you can still join the championship later. As she watched Zhang Yang writhing about in pain, Dusk Phoenix could not help but to stick her tongue out from her mouth and swept it across her lips. She could no longer hold the heat that was rushing up to her chest. Beg me, and I might give you some mercy, she said proudly. Ha ha. Are you trying to tickle me or what? That's all you got? Zhang Yang did not plan to give in to her at all, as he continued to agitate Dusk Phoenix with his mouth. He continued working to free himself. He could feel that there was a slight chance for him to set himself loose if he could just keep struggling. He could also deduce that although the person who had knocked him out cold was a professional, the person who tied him to the chair was not. Let's see how long can you keep that mouth of yours open. Piak. 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 Dusk Phoenix continued to whip Zhang Yang. His shirt started to get shredded up by the whip. Torn fabric was beginning to fall off his body. Lo and behold, the firm and muscular upper body of Zhang Yang was revealed. His eight-pack stood out, proud and noble. The blood stains and the traces of the whip made him look even more masculine. She started to get attracted by the appealing sight, but did not show any sign of slowing down with her whipping on Zhang Yang at all. The unruly appearance of this man gradually coincided with that of the mighty and domineering figure in her dreams. However, Zhang Yang did not show any sign that he was willing to give in, like an untamed beast. Dusk Phoenix could not help but recall the mighty shadow of the Zhang Yang who had kept tormenting her in her dreams. In her dreams, Dusk Phoenix had given in to that mighty shadow of Zhang Yang countless of times. The scene of her being spanked in the *SS had been repeated over and over again in her dream. Every time when she woke up from those dreams, she would find herself wet between her legs. She would feel the unexplained void inside her heart. She would feel ashamed of herself every time she looked at the wet bed sheets. Suddenly, Zhang Yang got his right hand free. He continued to move his left hand around in an attempt to loosen his left hand as well. After just a brief moment, he freed his left hand as well. At that very moment, Dusk Phoenix was in the middle of lashing the whip at him once again. As the whip came flying towards him, Zhang Yang reacted swiftly and caught its end. Before Dusk Phoenix could even react to the situation, he quickly tugged on the whip with all his might. With his mighty strength, he pulled Dusk Phoenix straight into his arms. Zhang Yang wrapped his left arm around Dusk Phoenix's neck while trying to loosen up the ropes around his legs with his right hand. He managed to get himself out of the chair in just a brief moment. Dusk Phoenix swung her hands around as she was attempting to break loose from Zhang Yang's chokehold. However, how would she be able to overcome Zhang Yang's mighty strength? She could only widen her eyes as she let Zhang Yang took control of the situation. Zhang Yang stood up, wincing. Although he was acting all tough back there, he was also overwhelmed by the excruciating pain caused by the whippings. As Dusk Phoenix wriggled in his chokehold, Zhang Yang felt the fury burning up in his heart. He heaved her over to the sofa and pressed her down there, on her face. With a big swing, he lay the smackdown on that piece of royal *SS. Thus, commenced the royal spanking session. Since she had taken things this far, it would take more than simple begging to convince Zhang Yang to let her off the hook. She had awoken dark Zhang Yang, and dark indeed was his power. She now had to experience the power of the dark force. Piak. 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 Such is the quality of a royal pair of *SS. They were so bouncy that Zhang Yang's very palms resonated with the harmony of her plushness. He started to get lost in a whole new world of royalty. Some dark thoughts started rising up in his mind. Arg! Arg! The miserable screams of Dusk Phoenix continued on as she was spanked into submission and despair. As she had sent all of her bodyguards away, no one would hear her screams, and no one would definitely be coming to rescue her. *TCH. Apologize. Now. As he gazed upon all the whip marks on his chest and his waist, Zhang Yang went deeper into the dark force as he lost himself over in spanking Dusk Phoenix. You jerk! You want me, a princess, to give to you? Impossible. Dusk Phoenix was acting tough on the outside, even though she was in an unfavorable position at the moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 631, Reverse Play. Chapter 631, Reverse Play. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. So, she's not willing to give in. Then, I shall bring you round a tour in Smacktown. Spanking a pair of jelly mountains would not cause lasting injury to a person, so Zhang Yang gathered his might and continued directing his spanks on her pom-poms with all his might. As the spankings got harder and harder, Dusk Phoenix suddenly let out a strange utterance, as if she had given in to her fate. This scene that she was in had happened before, in her dreams, countless times over countless nights. This man who was spanking her royal *SS hard had inadvertently turned into her inner demon long ago, even without his own knowledge. If such is her fate, so be it. It was not their first time doing it, anyway, not in real life at least. She was ready to give in as long as Zhang Yang does not start bashing her face in. Dusk Phoenix had completely surrendered herself to despair. The same situation had visited her dreams every night, again and again, until she no longer could feel anything about it. Now that these prophetic visions have come true, she was far more relieved. It brought a closure to those fantasies. It's really happening now. However, another terrifying sensation started creeping up her body. Dusk Phoenix could feel a mysterious heat spreading across her body, coming from the core of something very tender and sensitive. The pain in her buttocks wasn't the only sensation bombarding her at the moment. Things were getting heated up, and her shame was being engulfed in waves of excitement. Please stop. No. Stop. Dusk Phoenix tried to hold it in, as she whimpered for him to stop. However, her will had long been lost to her body, as her dreams had left her sopping wet and heated up, night after night. This session was no different. The heat burst out through the most forbidden crevice between her legs as something gushed straight out, squirting through her dress and down on the sofa. This mysterious pleasure was beginning to zap through every single branch of her nerves like an unstoppable tidal wave. Dusk Phoenix could not hold it in anymore and she screamed out in excitement. Fortunately for her, Zhang mistook the scream of ecstasy as a scream of pain. Nobody would have imagined that this royal, dignified woman was actually getting off, being spanked like that. In the beginning, Dusk Phoenix was still able to hold in her moans. However, as Zhang continued to spank her harder and harder, the sensations got too intense and started taking over her body. It was an unmistakable, distinct cry, very different from what Zhang recognized as a scream of pain. It seemed to turn the very air around them pink and blurry. Zhang got a shock upon hearing such an erotic melody. He turned his eyes upon her face as he saw that her face was as red as a rose. Her eyes were glazed over, and lost in ecstasy. It was the expression of a girl shrouded with lust as if she was on fire. Holy sh*t. Zhang had spanked a woman into falling for him. He had a great shock as he slowly put his hand down. As she no longer felt the sensation from being spanked in her royal *SS, Dusk Phoenix regained her consciousness. When she realized that Zhang was extremely shocked, she was overwhelmed with shame. She could swear that she wanted to bang her head against the wall at that moment. However, her shame over the matter had been obliterated by the repeated dreams that she had. The lust of her body went beyond her pride. She looked at Zhang with her misty eyes as she began to speak in a weak voice. Zhang. I surrender. Zhang stood up and said, "Call for your men and get me out of here." Before he could walk away from the sofa, Zhang could feel a pair of arms wrapping around his legs. Something had anchored him to the ground. At first, he thought that Dusk Phoenix was just attempting to fight back. However, when he looked down, he saw that the royal lady was hugging his legs as tightly as she could. She was obviously deeply obsessed with Zhang, as her face revealed her true emotions. Her eyes were peachy as she left her sexy tongue lolling out of her half-open mouth. She began to lick his leg with her small, fragrant tongue like a little horny slut. "Main god, you horny thing! Get off me!" Zhang felt a chill up his spine. It was not because Dusk Phoenix was not pretty or sexy enough. It was because he already had two super tigresses by his sides. He did not intend to lure more women to his side. Furthermore, this woman was the type who would not budge once he sticks his D***ck up her. Although Luxembourg is operated based on constitutional monarchy, the so-called Grand Duke or Princess were basically placeholder names. But, only God knows how influential and wealthy they had to be. So, this woman was not a woman that he could just toy with and toss aside. Furthermore, Zhang had lovers. He could even have multiple wives if he wanted to. There was no need for him to restock on his harem palace. After all, Zhang only had one D***ck. Zhang. Conquer me please. Let me be your woman. I want you. I want to give birth to your child. Children. I will make you the future king. Dusk Phoenix was caught up in her lost thoughts as she wrapped herself around Zhang leg without any intentions of letting go. She looked at Zhang with her watery eyes, filled with passion. What the f***ck? Are you kidding me? If he had only known that this would happen, he would not have spanked her *SS at all. Zhang quickly pushed the royal woman away, as the woman had reached her evil claws around his pants, trying to take his pants off. I have wife. Stop this, you black bird. So what? Divorce her and come be with me. I don't care. Dusk Phoenix had once again grabbed onto his legs. Stop being so full of yourself. When did I ever say that I wanted you? Besides, you're far behind, compared to my two wives. Zhang attempted to break her interest by purpose. Then, I shall be your secret mistress. Dusk Phoenix narrowed her eyes as she spoke. She had been completely conquered in both her body and her will. In the past, she had been bestowed with the highest education that she could get in her country. Furthermore, her identity was royal. Therefore, it would make sense that she would turn out to be such a girl with such a twisted personality. In her eyes, she only had Zhang Yang as the only man who could conquer her. You must be joking, right? Wait, you're not joking? My king. Conquer me now. Dusk Phoenix moaned erotically. Stop, stop, stop. I hate slutty women the most. Stop with all this nonsense. Zhang Yang was forced to simply throw a reason at the royal woman to stop her from scratching at his pants. Dusk Phoenix quickly pulled herself together. Zhang Yang was impressed by her sudden change of attitude. She got rid of the sluttiness in an instant and behaved like an elegant lady, as if nothing had ever happened. She just sat gracefully in front of Zhang Yang. Without looking her in her misty eyes and her beautiful cheeks, Zhang Yang would have thought her as a completely different person. This royal woman could potentially be the finest specimen of an elegant wife and a slutty partner in bed. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang had no intentions of hunting for more women for his own pleasure. If you allow me to be your mistress, you shall have the wealth, the resources, and the connections that far beyond your imagination. Dusk Phoenix looked at Zhang Yang sincerely, as if she was trying to market herself to him. Our children will become the new Duke and Duchess. All I want in return is to have you conquer me as hard as you can, as rough, as brutal as you possibly can. Zhang Yang had never been so frozen in fear before. He knew that this woman was not joking with him at all. She was dead serious. This woman must have gone mad. He should have just accepted the offer, as the conditions that she laid out were extremely appealing. Such women do not exist in every dynasty. But why did he not feel anything for her? Wait, you're a princess, and you're just going to make yourself this easy? When one has found true love, wouldn't it make perfect sense to see money, fame, status as nothing less but a passing cloud? Dusk Phoenix shot back a question of her own. Zhang Yang thought of rejecting her directly again. However, he realized that it was not nice to hurt her just like that. So he said, stop joking around. You've just met me in person for the first time today. It would not be real love if you can just say you love me after meeting me like this, with a king whip. The woman only blushed deeper. Although she had never once met Zhang Yang in the real world, she had been conquered many times over by the shadow of this man in all the dreams that she had all this while. She had already raised her little white flag high up to show that she was willing to submit to him. Furthermore, Zhang Yang had brought up her desire to become his personal slut by spanking her so hard in her peachy butts. It was the act of stirring her memories from her dreams which had gotten her so wet. However, it would not be wise for her to tell Zhang Yang about all her wet dreams involving Zhang Yang. How would a man react if a woman tells him that she had been having wet dreams about him? I want to be your woman no matter the cost. Dusk Phoenix hardened her tone. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes at her and said, all right. Only if you can convince my two girlfriends, I won't mind having you as well. Okay. Dusk Phoenix thumped her chest, apparently very confident that she could seal the deal. After hearing that conditional agreement from Zhang Yang, this Black Phoenix was finally willing to let Zhang Yang go. What the hell just happened back there? A woman from a royal family was willing to give him so much just to be with him. It was not like the other women who only looked at his money. This was a real princess in real life, a true descendant of a royal family. Zhang Yang could not help but wonder, was his appearance so charming that he could get a woman's heart just by spanking her *SS? His thoughts were scrambled as he made his way back to his own hotel room. That night, he did not even log into the game. He just went straight to bed and slept it off. On the next morning, everyone was asking him about why he suddenly went offline. Zhang Yang did not waste his breath in front of everyone to spare himself the trouble. He only mumbled some vague excuses. Later on, he called Sun Xianyu and Han Shui aside and told both of them about the incident. Sun Xianyu and Han Shui were both shocked to hear about it. Han Shui even placed her hands on Zhang Yang's forehead and said, "Huh? Do you have a fever or what? What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" Zhang Yang could only smile bitterly and said, "Just stick to the gang and try not to get yourself alone from the gang. We will never know what that crazy B*TCH would do to the two of you if she ever finds the opportunity. I bet that she would not dare to do anything in the crowd. After all, these Duke and Princess thingies are only being supported by their names. Alright, cut it out. You can stop garbling about. Why would a real princess in real life want to be your third woman then? My silly you, are you becoming silly for real?" Han Shui shook her head again and again. Although Sun Xianyu did not say a single word about it, her eyes spoke out everything that was on her mind. She doubted his words as much as the other woman. Zhang Yang was actually amazed as the two ladies were. However, he was completely sure that he was not being delusional about last night. He had proof all over his body. The whip marks. He brought his 2 ladies over to his room and he started undressing. You horny dog. You were just talking about a princess was trying to become your mistress and now want to go, right now? Although Han Shui was complaining, she had automatically lain on her back opening her legs up. So who's horny now? Zhang Yang shook his head and took off his shirt completely. Then he pointed at the whip marks on his body and said, "Do these look delusional to you?" Han Shui instantly stared at Zhang Yang with her eyebrows raised and eyes distended with fury. Then she said, "You. Which B***tch did you sleep with, last night?" Zhang Yang sighed and said, "What kind of woman do you think could have done such a splendid job on my body? Look at the wounds. Even nails would not be able to do all these." That being said, the incident with that Louisa princess was for real? Sun Xin frowned as she asked. "I rather believe that silly you met an insane one." Pooey. Han Shui put her hands on the wound on Zhang Yang's chest. Then she whispered gently, "These should hurt a lot." Her soft and gentle hands were touching his soul. Zhang Yang could not help but flirt with her. Then he said, "It won't be if you rub them for me with your gentle hands." "Silly you, I can rub them for you, but why are you pushing my hands down into your pants?" The top 8 had been decided through the matches on the night before. However, the battle teams that were eliminated last night were invited back to have a rematch among themselves as a token of goodwill from the organizer. In other words, these matches would be one of the entertainments before the finals. It was 7 p.m. and it was time for the semi-finals of the championship. Even though everyone had made it this far to prove that they were very capable in the game, there were still differences in their capabilities and levels. After yesterday night's elimination rounds, the 8 battle teams were even more capable in terms of their gaming skills. Therefore, classes became one of the most important deciding factors on the winners. After a series of fierce battles, the final 4 battle teams that made it into the semifinals were Silky Soft Battle Team, Crimson Rage Battle Team, Hell Battle Team and Steely Dang's Battle Team. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 632, Semifinal. Chapter 632, Semifinal. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. For the semifinals, Silky Soft Battle Team would be going up against the Hell Battle Team. Meanwhile, Crimson Rage Battle Team would be going up against the Steely Dang's Battle Team. The battle teams from China region were performing at an outstanding level as 2 of their battle teams had managed to proceed into the semifinals. Everyone was impressed and shocked at the same time. It was not a surprise to Zhang Yang at all. The Crimson Rage Battle Team was the runner-up for the World League Championships in Zhang Yang's previous life. Meanwhile, Silky Soft Battle Team had Zhang Yang, Sun Xianyu and Han Shui. The 3 of them had acquired their very own Class S inheritances. Of course, they stood heads and shoulders above other players, for now. Every single player from China region were lifting their heads up expectantly. They hoped to see the 2 battle teams from China region meet up at the finals and provide the world a spectacular battle of the century. Of course, there were numerous players from other regions wishing for the 2 battle teams to fail in such regards. China battle teams should just kneel before the semifinals and get themselves eliminated from the competition. The Hell Battle Team that Zhang Yang and his gang were going up against for that night was Dusk Phoenix's battle team. That woman had participated in the quarter-final in the previous night. She relied on the power-up from her Class A inheritance to oppress her opponents, scoring 2 critical points for her own battle team. The Hell Battle Team scored 2-4 on the first round and 3-4 on the second round. Therefore, they succeeded in proceeding into the team battle. That was where Dusk Phoenix managed to team up with her teammates and turn the table around. Before semifinals, Dusk Phoenix came up quietly to the room of Han Shui and Sun Xianyu. She asked the 2 of them out and had a small chat with Sun Xianyu and Han Shui. When the 2 ladies confirmed that she was indeed the princess, the future Duchess of Luxembourg, their faces were filled with silly looks as they were in shock. Who would have thought that everything that Zhang Yang had told them panned out to be true? Who would have thought that this princess was not only into BDSM, but was also willing to make sacrifices just to be with Zhang Yang? The fabric of reality itself must be collapsing. The 3 women had their chat for over an hour. Finally, Black Phoenix left with a satisfied smile on her face. Zhang Yang could sense something sinister in that smile. Something bad must have come out of this. So he went into the room and asked, "Did you 2 save me or did you sell me over to that crazy woman?" But ha ha. The princess must be blind to actually fall for you. It's such a rare case, you know. You're not that handsome yourself, and yet, you are capable of hooking the princess's heart by just standing there like an idiot. Han Yingshui pinched Zhang Yang's cheek as she spoke. Hey! Watch your mouth. I will replace you with the princess. I dare do it. Ha! Let us tell you one piece of good news. Me and this cold-blooded woman have recruited you a princess as your mistress. Zhang Yang stared at the two ladies with his eyes wide open, and then he said, I told her to talk to you two because I was hoping that you two would reject her for me. What the hell? You two actually turned around and sold me out. Han Yingshui rolled her eyes backward at Zhang Yang and said, we made her a promise. She can only come to China once a year. The promise will be effective starting from next year. When she comes, you'll be hers alone. Other than that, you're still ours. Isn't that great? Zhang Yang spun his eyes around. He pointed his finger at the two ladies as he was shivering out of anger. You two are really evil. That Black Phoenix was no ordinary woman. She was the heir to the throne of the Duke. She would really stand out when traveling across countries. After all, she represented her entire nation. Under those circumstances, her actions would be under strict limitations. She would be escorted by members of the parliament, her bodyguards, mostly. She would have a difficult time just traveling over to China. Even if she could travel over to China as a representative of Luxembourg, there would be a bunch of people tagging along. Furthermore, the press, the reporters would be swarming around her. So how would she be able to have some alone time to have a date with Zhang Yang, then? Well, maybe this ridiculous storm would blow past after 2 to 3 years. Sooner or later, this princess would need to marry someone. Zhang Yang sighed heavily as he knew that women are much better at handling this kind of crap. That royal woman was obviously unshakable in her own determination that carried the weight of a steelyard. Since there was no way of getting through to her, so the two ladies decided to agree to her terms. However, they did not lose anything in the process of negotiating with her. Oh, right. Before I forget, the princess wanted us to pass her words to you. Even though she is already yours, she will not be holding back at all for the match tonight. Han Yingshui laughed her butt off. With or without her holding back, it made no difference at all. With the current strength of his team, no opponent should really pose a great threat to them, not yet. However, his worst problem had been solved. Zhang Yang felt a lot more relieved as for now. So, he pulled each of the ladies into each of his arm and grinned lavishly. Then, he hugged the two ladies as the three of them made their way to the bed. That Black Phoenix came at the wrong time, let's carry on then. Oh, right. Who was on the bottom and who was on top? Time waits for no man. It was already 7 p.m. The first round of the semi-finals had begun. It was the Crimson Rage battle team versus the Steely Dang's battle team. It was beyond Zhang Yang's expectation that the Steely Dang's battle team could be this strong. Hourglass Figure had acquired the Hunter's Class S Inheritance Shadow Striker Inheritance. Zhang Yang had no prior knowledge of what kind of skills the inheritance provides to the player who owns it. However, Hourglass Figure had revealed some information about the attributes of her inheritance while battling the Crimson Rage battle team during her 2 matches. Firstly, a much longer range of attack. She could begin to launch her attack 40 meters away from her target. In her first match, she kite Snowseeker around the arena and took her own sweet time at ending her. Secondly, she had no blind spots. As mentioned in earlier chapters, hunters feared being approached by their opponents most of all. Letting their enemies approach them would cause them to lose 99% of their attacks. However, Hourglass Figure performed the unexpected in her second match. Even though Thorny Rose managed to approach her, whenever she did, Hourglass Figure would fire into the sky. Those arrows would just turn back towards Thorny Rose and make a hedgehog out of her. Furthermore, Class S Inheritance increases a player's damage by 50%. The attack power of Hourglass Figure was terrifyingly high. It did not take long before she killed her opponent and claimed victory over the match. In the first round of their matches, Crimson Rage Battle Team were quite lucky. They had the advantage in classes over a few of their opponents. Therefore, they managed to score 3-4 in the first round. Even though they were losing, but they managed to prolong the round by participating in the team battle. However, the team battle ended with the score of 3-5 with Crimson Rage Battle Team narrowly losing the battle. However, the Lady Army were not as lucky in their second round of the match. This time, their opponents were lucky enough to send their players in the sequence where their players had the advantage in classes over the players of Crimson Rage Battle Team. So, Crimson Rage Battle Team lost with the score of 2-5. They did not even manage to participate in a team battle. By the end of it, Steely Dang's battle team had eliminated Crimson Rage Battle Team with a final score of 2-0. They became the first team that would be proceeding to the finals. Zhang Yang and his team members did not even have the time to feel impressed over the performance of the Steely Dang battle team as it was their turn to go into the arena. They were going up against the Hell Battle Team to earn their ticket to the finals. Hell Battle Team had been holding a grudge over Zhang and his team for quite a long time. If they did not exist, Han Yngshue's Class S could have been theirs to claim. Ironically, the first match was Han Yngshue versus Hell Priest. When enemies come face to face, their eyes blaze with hatred. The moment the match begun, Hell Priest launched a series of aggressive assaults toward Han Yngshui. She attacked like a pro, moved around like a pro, maintained a distance from her opponent like a pro. Everything she did on the arena exhibited her sharp and precise PvP skills. However, Han Yngshui just ignored her. She only threw her putrefying poison onto Hell Priest as she began to heal herself. Her HP bar never got below 90%. She would activate her punishment ray once in a while when the time was right to attack her opponent. The battle between the super healers was obviously going to be long-lasting. No matter how interesting a battle starts out to be, it would eventually get boring. Furthermore, Han Yngshui was showing no signs of effort in attempting to fight like a professional player. The only thing she did was to keep healing herself until her DOT skill effect eventually kills her opponent. Moreover, Hell Priest was deemed to be one of the top players in the entire Europe region. She managed to complete a Rank S profession quest all by herself when she was level 30. Upon that, she acquired the Divine Soul that reduced 75% of her MP consumption when using her healing skills. Thus, she was also capable of fighting a long battle. Even though the in-game time was going much faster than the real time, the battle between the two of them took up approximately 4 hours of real time. It took Han Yngshui that long to completely deplete the MP bar of Hell Priest and end the tormentingly long battle. There was statistic chat to show how tormenting a battle was to the players. When the battle began, there were 1.1 billion players watching the match. However, when the match was over, the number of players watching the match had dropped down to only 12 million. The spectators were exhausted watching the match. Zhang Yang and his team members almost ran out of their patience, watching how that which prolonged the battle unnecessarily. Even the commentators had run out of things to say and let the battle play along. All Han Yngshui did was to heal herself. There was nothing much to talk about either. Well, at least there was one person of all people was extremely happy after the match had ended. Han Yngshui had tortured her opponent for over 12 in-game hours. Of course, she would be happy about it. Fortunately for the spectacles and the other contestants, there was only one healer on Zhang Yang's team, Han Yngshui. Hence, the remaining battles were smooth and brief. Zhang Yang encountered Hell Knight in his first match. It did not take much of his effort to defeat Hell Knight. He was lucky that he did not have to face Dusk Phoenix in the arena. He was worried that if they did encounter each other in the arena, that woman might put up her *SS and beg Zhang Yang to spank her in front of the public. The Silky Soft battle team had scored 5-2, getting their first point for the final score of the round. After Zhang Yang had submitted to the lineup of his team, the organizer invited him over as they requested him and the captain of Hell Team to reorganize the lineups of their team. The reason was due to the fact that Han Yngshui was going up against Hell Priest once again. Obviously, the organizers were not looking forward for another long and tormenting battle in the upcoming round. After changing the order of lineups of their respective teams 4 times, Han Yngshui was finally no longer going up against Hell Priest. The second round of the matches had finally commenced. This time, the lineup of Zhang Yang's team had put them into an unfavorable situation. Lost Dream, 100 Shots and Daffodil Daydream were going up against players who had an absolute advantage over their classes. Furthermore, their opponents were all the same standard as Dusk Phoenix. Therefore, the 3 of them lost by the end of their own matches. So the result of the 1 vs 1 became 4:3. Zhang Yang's team had to join the team battle because they scored lower. Truth to be told, it would not matter if the score was 4-3 or the other way around. As long as Zhang Yang and his team could score 2 more points, they would win the round. However, players would still focus on only one opponent in 1 vs 1 matches. However, during the team battle, there were 3 players with Class S inheritance, 1 player with Class A inheritance and 1 player with Class B inheritance. Even though Lost Dream was a little weaker compared to the other 4 members of his team, his inheritance was still Class B nonetheless. On the other side, Hell Battle Team only had 2 players with Class A inheritance, being Hell Priest and Dusk Phoenix. Meanwhile, the other 3 of their members only had Class B inheritance. The level power of 2 battle teams differed too much. It was like an elephant and a tiger in an arm wrestling contest. Although a tiger is also extremely ferocious, how could a tiger beat an elephant in strength? By the end of it, Silky Soft Battle Team scored a final score of 2 o'clock and eliminated Hell Battle Team with ease. So, they would be facing Steely Dang Battle Team in the final for the crown of the champion. Our opponents are not weak at all. Look at them. Before the final battle, Zhang Yang and all his team members were discussing the strengths and weaknesses of their opponents as they were attempting to exploit their weaknesses. They looked at the name list of the Steely Dan battle team as they dug further for more information about them. Although it was not possible for them to investigate so deep to know every one of their inheritances, they could still know the names of their inheritance. There were 2 players with Class A inheritance, 4 players with Class B inheritance, 3 players without any inheritance and 1 player with Class S inheritance. That player with the Class S inheritance was Hourglass Figure, of course. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and said, Hourglass Figure is a top-tier hunter who has the Class S inheritance Shadow Striker inheritance. I have no idea what kind of inheritance skill she might have, but we do know that she has no blind spots or minimal range of any kind while we were watching her match. Furthermore, her range of attack is beyond 30 meters. Take note of that. We cannot assume that we can get 3 points to get ourselves into the team battle match even during the 1vs1 matches. 100 shots made the worst case scenario. We do have the advantage if we look at all of our levels combined. However, if 2 of us with Class S inheritances ever encounter their players with Class B inheritance, and 1 of us with a Class S inheritance loses to Hourglass Figure, we might not even win the other 4 1vs1 matches. Everyone who had made it this far into the finals must be very skillful and capable. Even if there was an obvious gap between the power level of 2 players, the battle between them would not become one-sided. The outcome of the battles between these capable players would be unpredictable. Those who had lower class inheritances would still stand a chance at defeating those who had higher class inheritances. Things would rather get more interesting during the matches for the championship and the runner-up. However, if the inheritance classes of the players are far lower than the inheritance classes of the other player, then the player with the advantage over the class of other player would become far more advantageous than before. If Zhang Yang and his team would be so unlucky to face players who would have an advantage over their classes, Zhang Yang and his team might even lose all matches. Even if they have 3 players with Class S inheritance on their team, there would not be a guarantee for all 3 of them to win. However, everything that was being discussed mostly applied to the 1vs1 battles. It would become a different story when it all comes down to team battles. Having 3 players with Class S inheritances on the same team would make the team undoubtedly invincible. Therefore, Zhang Yang and his team just had to make sure they make it into the team battles if they could not wrap it up before that. Zhang Yang smiled and said, let's hope that Witchy Snow doesn't have to go up against Hourglass Figure. As the lineup order was being randomly picked and submitted before the matches were even started, there was no way for anyone to arrange their lineup order accordingly. This was all pure luck. If one encounters an opponent that has a class inherently weak against his or her class, then it would be like hitting a jackpot. Don't worry, I've never lost before. Wei Yenair tapped her flat chest and said, just count on me. I'll give anyone 3 continuous slashes regardless of whether they are Class S, Class A. Pooey. So the best case scenario is having Sister Sun encounter Hourglass Figure. Just give her a soul cleansing and go into stealth. It can be a guaranteed win in 3 minutes. Daffodil Daydream said. The threat that a player with Class S inheritance could pose was just too great to most of the players. Excluding Hanning Shui, who is a healer with a Class S healing inheritance, just look at the attack power of Zhang Yang and Sun Xingyu. They had become so much more powerful after acquiring their own Class S inheritances. Therefore, it would be wise to assume that this hunter, a hunter without a blind spot or a minimum range, her DPS must be insane. Therefore, only Zhang Yang and Sun Xanyu could go up against a powerful hunter like Hourglass Figure, no one else, but... More importantly, Hourglass Figure could now attack 40 meters away from her target. Therefore, most of the melee combatants would have no way of approaching her without having only 50% of their HP left. So, other than Hourglass Figure, there are still 2 players with Class S inheritances. Everyone needs to be extra careful about this. Beware of them. Zhang Yang tried his best to recall his past life memories. Although he was not really familiar with the 2 inheritances, he knew more about them at least, compared to the others. Savage Lord, Class A Twin Blade inheritance. He can wield 2 swords at the same time, thus the name Twin Blade. He can just switch his secondary weapon slot to a shield whenever he needs to block attacks. He also can just switch his secondary weapon slot to equipping a one-handed sword whenever he decides to go all out on causing pain to his enemies. He should be fighting like a battle-type assassin. However, the amount of rage points and MP he can earn during a battle should differ a lot. In other words, he will become more powerful as he receives more damage. Zhang Yang pointed at a player named Savage Lord as he said. Judging merely by the skills of a guardian, Savage Lord should not have must boost on his attack even after he equips a secondary weapon. The main thing here is that he will definitely have some skills up his sleeves that would involve him using his secondary weapon in his hand. After all, things are always aren't they seem. His twin blade inheritance must be capable of more than just allowing him to carry a secondary weapon. Just keep that in mind. Zhang Yang gave it some thought, then he cautiously said, other than Little Brat and myself, anyone who encounters him later should keep a distance between him and yourselves. He is potentially a nuclear-level threat thanks to his Class A inheritance. His power level should be terrifying. Do not underestimate him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 633, Let the Finals Begin. Chapter 633, Let the Finals Begin. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Other than that, Bloodbath Apocalypse, the other player with a Class A inheritance known as the Swampy Inheritance. I only know one of the inheritance skill called Swamp. The skill could turn a radius of 30 meters into a swamp. It will reduce 50% movement speed of all non-flying units. Zhang Yang moved his finger and pointed at the other name on the list. That sounds troublesome. Lost Dream frowned. Bloodbath Apocalypse was a spellcaster. Although a spellcaster would not have a blind spot or a minimum range, they were disliked being approached by their opponents. Because their opponents could interrupt their spells or stun them. They basically worked like how a hunter would. They would need space and time before they can launch an assault. If they get interrupted while chanting their spells, they would not be able to attack or heal their comrades. Now that Bloodbath Apocalypse had acquired a skill which could slow down all his enemies within the effective range of his skill, he could toy around with melee combatants in the game. Fortunately, Sun Xinu had an ultimate skill called Soul Cleansing. It would not matter what type of enemy she goes up against. As long as she wished to win, it would not be hard at all for her to play hide and seek with her opponent for 3 minutes until the effect of Soul Cleansing kicks in. After all, she was the number one in stealth. The bigger question is, would this Pride woman win a battle with such a shabby tactic? As he did not know much about the skills of the other 4 inheritances, Zhang Yang only roughly briefed his team members about them. However, he was very impressed with the standard of the opponents. Lone Desert Smoke could become so great and powerful, mostly because Zhang Yang had lived 2 lives. However, the Steely Dang Holdings could build up such a powerful battle team mainly because they were quite rich. They must have invested quite a large sum of money in order to prepare for the championship. Just look at the amount that Hourglass Figure tried to offer Zhang Yang and his gang. She could flippantly promise Zhang Yang and his gang a yearly salary of $30 million, $50 million, and even $100 million. How many people in the world could resist the temptation of such amount of money if they were ever offered with this sum of money? So, what they say about money is true. Money is the root of all evil. It's alright to be careful about them, but remember, don't fear them. We're stronger than them. We're better than them. I believe that they are having a bigger problem in figuring out the order of their lineup. They must be dying to know about the order of our lineup as well. Zhang Yang concluded their tense discussion and made everyone smile. He guessed it right though. The Steely Dang battle team were indeed squeezing their brains out trying to figure out how Zhang Yang would arrange the lineup order for his team. Although they were really strong and powerful, the players from Silky Soft battle team seemed to be more well-equipped than them. 3 players with Class S inheritance, 1 player with Class A inheritance and 2 players with Class B inheritance were really a little too much for them to take in. After all, the skills that a player had on them mattered the most. A player with Class D inheritance would not necessarily be able to defeat a player with Class E inheritance. As mentioned earlier on, players who have made it this far into the finals would definitely be very skillful and powerful. Even if there is only a 5% difference in the attack of a player between a Class S inheritance and a player with Class A inheritance, anything could happen by the end of the battle. Even a 1% difference in the attack power on both sides could be a deadly number. As the 2 sides were preparing for their final clash for the crown of the World League Championship, the 2 battle teams that were eliminated earlier on in the semifinals were ready to battle for the title of being the 3rd place and the 4th place in the competition. Crimson Rage battle team managed to break out of their shell as they struggled on to survive. They managed to score 5-2 on the first round and 5-4 in the second round of the matches. They turned the table over and claimed the 3rd place in the competition. In that sense, even if Silky Soft battle team could only claim the runner-up, it would already prove that the power of the China region is outstanding. Of course, every player from the China region would want to see their favorite Silky Soft battle team claim the crown and be the champions of this competition. That would be the only ideal ending everyone is hoping to see. It was almost 9 p.m. The final round of the matches were about to begin. On the list of Silky Soft battle team's lineup list, Zhang Yang had put Daffodil Daydream as the last on the list. Meanwhile, the others were told to roll in order to decide who goes first. Zhang Yang would be speechless if the Steely Dang battle team could still predict the lineup order of his team and act accordingly. The first round was Wei Yin Air vs King Arcane. Well, King Arcane was the battle-type thief of the Steely Dang battle team. He had a Class B inheritance called Blood Wolf Inheritance. Although it was not a Class A inheritance or a Class S inheritance, the power it provided to the player must not be underestimated. After all, the difference between the attack of each class of the inheritance would only be 5%. Of course, the inheritance skills had their own differences as well. The Blood Wolf inheritance was a very flashy package. Every time when King Arcane launched his attacks, there was a certain rate of triggering a Blood Wolf shadow that would snap at the target and cause quite a certain amount of damage to the target. Furthermore, the Blood Wolf shadow would appear to be much larger than its usual size. Not only could it deal a lot more damage than it could when it is smaller, the Blood Wolf shadow could even stun the target. Fortunately, the rate of Blood Wolf shadow triggering the stun effect was extremely low. Furthermore, the control style for a battle-type thief was not the same as the control style of an agility-type thief. Battle-type thieves were dealing more damage and killing their enemies before their enemies killed them. Their style is all about DPS. On the other hand, berserkers lack status restriction skills. They would also try to kill their enemies before getting killed. They are a class born to bring destruction to their enemies. Therefore, these two would have to compete and see who deals more damage in the end. In terms of normal attacks, King Arcane had the upper hand as he was equipped with two one-handed swords. However, in terms of the skill attacks, the attack of a two-handed weapon would be much higher compared to the attacks of a one-handed weapon. The little brat seemed to have finally used supporting attacks in the battle. As she was swinging her large battle axe around, trying to slash her opponent up, she would also throw a punch or two at King Arcane whenever she saw an opening. On the other hand, King Arcane had super high agility. Since it was not possible for him to go head-to-head against a berserker without getting himself crushed to death, he attempted to dodge the attacks coming from the little brat as swiftly as he could. He was reacting really fast. The little brat could not land her quite a number of her attacks. However, that was also when a Class A inheritance started to shine. The Darkness inheritance had a passive damage increment of 45%. On the other hand, the Wold Blood inheritance only had 40% passive damage increase. Furthermore, the Darkness inheritance provided the little brat a 10% passive damage immunity while the Blood Wolf inheritance did not provide any to King Arcane. As the little advantage accumulated its value over time, it became the one factor that would decide who wins by the end of the battle. By the end of the battle, Wei Yan'er still had over 17% HP while King Arcane collapsed onto the ground with an empty HP bar and died. The little brat had earned the team a good start by scoring the first point for the team. Waha! Upon claiming victory over her first match, Wei Yan'er came back with an exaggerated laugh. She put her hands on her waist as she raised her nose up high towards the sky with pride. Sigh, no matter what happens, you'll still be a flat-chest little girl. Han Shui sighed as she gave a spank on the little brat's bum, but the sensation of giving your *SS a slap is really addictive. Arg! You're so mean. Wei Yan'er pressed her hands on her but as she tried to avoid being spanked in the *SS again. The second round of the match would be Zhang versus Savage Lord, but the battle was a showdown between two guardians. It would also be a good comparison between the God of War inheritance and the Twin Blade inheritance. The moment each of them set foot onto the arena, Savage Lord glared at Zhang with his angry eyes and said, "Zhang, you have defeated the four of us with the aid of the Class S inheritance that you acquired. Now, I have an inheritance as well. It's time for me to get my revenge." Zhang laughed and said, "Well, many have claimed that they would beat me. But unfortunately, not a single one has managed it. You will be no exception to that claim. Just wait and see." 1 minute had passed and the two of them were ready to engage. Let the match begin. Savage Lord had a healer-type battle companion to back him up. The battle companion had thick metal plates covered him up from head to toe. He seemed more like a knight than a priest. As the battle had begun, Savage Lord charged out at Zhang swiftly while his battle companion stayed behind to support him. The two of them maintained a distance of 30 meters, the furthest healing range of a healer. Zhang laughed out loud and commanded Felice to act. "Felice, go get that knight. I'll handle this Indian boy. Let's see which one of us takes out our enemy first." "Alright, big brother." After accepting Zhang challenge, Felice transformed into her Dragonhawk form and glided straight towards Savage Lord's battle companion. Charge! Charge! Zhang and Savage Lord activated their charge almost at the same instant as they clashed into each other like two trucks clashing head-on. Both of them were stunned for 1 second. However, Savage Lord had a look of dismay on his face because Zhang had activated his charge a little later than him. It was not because Zhang had reacted slower. On the contrary, it was because Zhang knew the game too well. He performed like an outstanding player by showing Savage Lord his excellent in-game coordination. The player who activates charge slightly slower than the others would recover from the stun effect quicker than the others. Even though it was just a difference of 0.01 second, that little amount of time would be sufficient for an excellent player like Zhang to activate another status restriction skill on Savage Lord to be in control of the battle. It was proven by so many other players that such a stunt is extremely difficult to be executed. The range distance of charge was only 10 meters far. The moment the skill is activated, the player would charge towards the target at high speed. That entire process would only require 0.1 seconds. Even the top-tier players would find it hard to create the opportunity to activate their charge so precisely. One brief moment of delay would result in being knocked into stun effect by the opponent instead. Once players with excellent skill sets approach each other, it would become extremely hard for any of them to get away from each other. So, any of them would have an extremely rare second chance to activate their charge again. Savage Lord knew that he suffered a tremendous setback the moment he realized that he had activated charge slightly earlier Zhang. He did it because he was too worried that he might lose the gap to activate his charge on Zhang. Though Savage Lord was speaking confidently, he was in fact overwhelmed by the fear of being defeated by Zhang again. He had seen Zhang's excellent performance previously, after all. Zhang smiled vaguely as he swung his sword of purging devourer at Savage Lord right after he recovered from being stunned. 34-332. His rage bar got filled up straight away in that instant. Meanwhile, Savage Lord had also recovered from being stunned as well. Blast Wave. 9204. Just as Savage Lord was beginning to swing his sword at Zhang, he was knocked into another stun effect which would last for 4 seconds long. Without wanting to suffer the disadvantage of being stunned for 4 seconds, Savage Lord activated his Warrior's Will to lift off the effect. He would probably lose half of his HP if he does not do that. Brutal Smash. By the time when he activated his Warrior's Will, Zhang had moved to the back of Savage Lord as he launched another skill to stun Savage Lord for another 4 seconds. Savage Lord could not react in time at all as he had to accept the fate of being stunned again. The hand with his sword that was lifted up was once again laid down. Basically, warrior skills would require the player to face their target before the skills can be activated. Therefore, Savage Lord would need to face Zhang first before he can activate all his status restriction skills such as Brutal Smash and Blast Wave. Damn! He cursed right before he activated his accessory, which would give him a brief period of invincibility. In a PvP match, the most important thing would actually be the ability to get rid of the status restriction effect on oneself. The ability to restrict your opponent's movement with your status restriction skills or your ability to deal damage would not matter as much. Once a player is afflicted with status restriction effects of any kind, the player would not be able to attack or even move. By then, everything would become futile even if the player had tons of status restriction skills on him or her. Therefore, top-tier players would always equip 1 or 2 accessories that could provide them invincibility over a brief period of time. That is also one of many reasons that Zhang encouraged all his team members to acquire that gray-silver tier accessory back in the days. However, it would not do good for the players if they were to equip too many accessories at the same time. While a player is in battle mode, the player could just switch their equipment or accessory with a click in their mind. However, it would also mean that they would be required to unequip the current equipment or accessories that they are equipped with, before equipping their desired item. That was a full 2-step procedure which would require some time. During a battle, it could be a fatal mistake if a player wastes that 1 or 2 seconds on switching their equipment or accessories. The players could have been killed several times over in that period of time. On the other hand, switching weapons during a battle would be more convenient in such regard. A golden light surged across the entire body of Savage Lord as he began to radiate in light. He had waited so long for this moment. He turned around swiftly as he faced himself at Zhang. Then he swung his weapon as hard as he could towards Zhang. Zhang engaged by raising up his shield. He activated Block to shield himself from the first attack by Savage Lord. Then, he activated his shield wall without any hesitation. Well, it would be a waste to not use it since he was still pretty free at the moment. 0. Savage Lord swung another attack at Zhang. However, the attack was so pathetic that it did not even penetrate through Zhang's defense. It did not even deal any damage to Zhang. It was actually a natural occurrence. Zhang had a 20% damage immunity passive ability. However, the 75% damage immunity that his shield wall provided does not stack with the 20%. The percentages do not stack up by method of addition. Instead, it was a percentage over a percentage. The end result would be 0.25% * 0.8% equals 20.2%. Even if Savage Lord's basic attack reaches up to 30,000, but it would still be extremely difficult for him to deal damage to Zhang Yang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 634, Full Recovery Potion. Chapter 634, Full Recovery Potion. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Destructive Smash. Savage Lord did not slow down at all. He swung another skill attack that could potentially damage Zhang Yang. Destructive Smash only has 8 seconds of cooldown. On the other hand, Shield Wall could last for 10 seconds. Therefore, his Destructive Smash would be ready for dispatching again when Zhang Yang's Shield Wall fades. 167. That attack of his had finally dealt some damage to Zhang Yang. However, Zhang Yang had over 350,000 HP. It was like a mosquito bite. Truth be told, Savage Lord still had a skill called Double Slash, which could potentially deal much higher damage than any attack he launched at Zhang Yang up to this point. Upon equipping his secondary weapon with a similarly powerful weapon as his primary weapon, he could deal an additional 200% of his initial damage with each of his weapons in each of his hands. Furthermore, the skill would ignore all defense as well. It would totally pack a punch in the gut. However, the cooldown of this skill was 1 minute long. It would be a waste if he uses it on Zhang Yang while his Shield Wall is active. Savage Lord was still in a state of invincibility. So, he switched his shield off from his secondary slot and equipped it with another battle sword. Then he began to launch a flurry of attacks on Zhang Yang. Slash. Cut. Savage Lord threw Crippled Defense on Zhang Yang like any guardian would. It would not be a waste when he is encountering a tanker with super high defense. Also, because Savage Lord was using one-handed swords to attack, the defense of his target affected him significantly in this battle. It was actually a wise move to reduce the defense of his target before attacking. Upon throwing 5 layers of Crippled Defense onto Zhang Yang, he managed to reduce Zhang Yang's defense down to 2,820. That brought down the minimum amount of damage he needed to deal before he could begin causing effective damage to his target. It was quite a remarkable achievement for him. The powerful skill, Twin Blade Devastation, could last for 8 seconds. Right before the flashing strikes came to an end, Savage Lord struck out with his Blast Wave and stunned Zhang Yang. Warrior's Will. Zhang Yang immediately broke out of the stun effect and took down a Beginner Mobility Potion almost at the same instant. Brutal Smash. Immune. Savage Lord repeated what Zhang Yang did to him earlier on. However, he did not expect Zhang Yang to be so swift in taking out a potion from his inventory and gulping it down. Therefore, every strike that could potentially cause a status restriction effect on Zhang Yang went to waste just like that. He could still hit Zhang Yang with his Heroic Leap in an attempt of stunning Zhang Yang. However, he knew that it would go to waste as well, as the effect of the potion was still alive and kicking. Big brother. Felice has reduced half of his HP bar. You're falling far behind. Ha ha. Felice spoke from the other side of the arena. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and said, "Don't worry. I'll be able to end the battle very soon." Zhan Yu. You little shit. Savage Lord let out a raging roar. Of course he would get mad. Zhang Yang was actually treating him as a means of winning a wager that Zhang Yang had with his battle companion. Was he treating him as an entertainment instead of an opponent? Does Zhang Yang think that Savage Lord is that easy to defeat? Did he not take him seriously? Who could have endured such an insult? Zhang Yang swung his sword swiftly as he continued to deal damage on Savage Lord while Savage Lord did the same. After all, he was competing with Felice. He had no intention of using any of his status restriction skills, as using them would slow his assaults down. He only wanted to take out his target as soon as he is able to. God of War Devastation. 156, 314. A terrifyingly high damage was dealt upon Savage Lord, and that hit almost took him out. He only had approximately 3,000 HP left on him. Savage Lord frowned intensely. After throwing 2 quick slashes at Zhang Yang, he quickly switched back to his shield and gulped down a bottle of potion. His HP bar was miraculously restored back to full. 45, 234. 13, 815. That 2 consecutive slashes were actually the ultimate skill of the Twin Blade Inheritance. It was known as Double Slash. The damage this skill could deal supreme damage to the target. That 2 slashes had taken out more than 60,000 HP of Zhang Yang. Furthermore, Zhang Yang realized that Savage Lord had used a potion called Full Recovery Potion. He frowned. A full recovery potion could restore a player's HP, health point, MP, mana point, RP, rage point, EP, energy point, and FP, focus point. All of it. Thus the name of it. This should be the most powerful potion there is in the entire game. However, this potion could not be made or crafted by alchemists. There was a rate of this potion dropping from a super boss on an open world map. Other than that, the bosses from hardcore modes of dungeons would also potentially drop the potion as part of the rewards for clearing the bosses. However, that rate would be extremely low. After all, the effects of this potion were a little too powerful. If Savage Lord could have this sort of potion, how about his other teammates, then? These opponents were really keeping their cards well hidden up in their sleeves. They did not even use this sort of potion during their previous matches even when they were losing. Of course, there were not much of a challenge for them in the previous matches, to begin with. So, they reserved this sort of potion for the finals to create an element of surprise for their opponents. However, it would be illogical for them to reserve the potion so badly if they had plenty of it. King Arcane would have used it right before he was defeated by Wei Yin Air. After all, a normal, level 5 healing potion could only recover 30,000 HP. The effect of a full recovery potion was far more advanced than the effect of a level 5 healing potion. If King Arcane had this sort of potion and he did use it back then, Wei Yin Air would have been the one losing the match. Well, the Steely Dang battle team was really unlucky this time around. No matter what potions Savage Lord takes, he would still be defeated by Zhang by the end of this match. His fate has been locked in. It would just be a matter of time. It would only be a waste, taking a full recovery potion while engaging Zhang. However, no one would have known who they would be going up against in the arena. All could only blame Savage Lord for being reckless. He could have kept the potion and let his other team members have it. After all, the potions were not bound upon picking up. Zhang could not help but feel pity for Savage Lord for being so unlucky. If the standard between the two opponents were almost on the same par, this potion would have worked marvelously in affecting the outcome of the match. Furthermore, the better the equipment on the players are, the more the potion could heal. Although Zhang had the alchemist's intuition, and he already made quite a number of level 5 healing potions, grade 10 transmutation, but one level 10 healing potion, grade 10 transmutation, could only heal as much as 60,000 HP. It would not even be nearly enough if this potion was used to heal a player who has over 150,000 HP. Ha. I bet you have never expected this. Savage Lord laughed out loud. As he was not afflicted with the effect of destructive smash at the moment, he had managed to fully heal from it. He let out a roar and continued to launch his assaults on Zhang. However, the effect of mobility potion on Zhang had not faded just yet. So any status restriction effect that Savage Lord attempted to put on him would not be effective. Stop struggling. It's futile to attempt avoiding the inevitable. Zhang smiled down at Savage Lord. He still had over 300,000 HP while Savage Lord only had about 220,000 HP on him. Comparing the weapons they wielded, Savage Lord was using two one-handed weapons while Zhang was using a two-handed weapon. It was obvious that who would come out on top in terms of attack. If they were to compare their defense attributes, both of them were holding shields. However, Zhang was much higher, because he had two pieces of ethereal tier equipment on him to boost his defense up by a notch. Zhang did not push his opponent too hard. He commanded Felice to slow down her attack speed a little. He allowed Savage Lord to hold on for a little while longer. He was thinking of forcing Savage Lord to use another full recovery potion if he still had more with him. As Savage Lord realized that Zhang had tuned down his attack a little, he switched his shield out and his defense was increased greatly. He laughed with pride and began to go all out on Zhang. However, generally, for matters under heaven, those closely involved cannot see as clearly as those outside. Hourglass Figure immediately saw Zhang's intention. However, she could only stare at the match from aside. When a match begins, no outsider would be able to interrupt the match. Public channels, private channels, and even phone calls would be completely blocked off from the players inside the arena. Hourglass Figure could only stare at the match as she was overwhelmed by anxiety. Well, Savage Lord did still have one more full recovery potion with him. Honestly speaking, Hourglass Figure, Savage Lord, and Bloodbath Apocalypse had 2 bottles of full recovery potions each. They meant to win 2 matches out of 3. Even if they were falling behind in the 1vs1 matches, they could still continue on in the team battle and turn the tables over on their opposing battle team. However, Zhang was evil. He could have won the match easily. But he was trying to prolong the match. It was obvious that he was trying to dig deep into the sleeves of Savage Lord, trying to find out what else he had up his sleeves. After giving it some thought, Hourglass Figure started to smile faintly. There were two sides on doing this. Because Zhang Yang had no idea how many bottles of full recovery potion Savage Lord had on him. If Savage Lord were to really take another bottle of potion, Zhang Yang would definitely drag the match on for another minute to see if Savage Lord has a third bottle of full recovery potion. But if Savage Lord still could not take out Zhang Yang in 2 minutes' time, that would only prove him to be weak. Why isn't Noob Tank defeating that dark charcoal? Shouldn't he be winning the match by now? Wei Yenair could not understand why Zhang Yang was trying to drag the match. As long as Savage Lord does not activate Shield Wall or any kind of accessory that may grant him invincibility, Zhang Yang could have taken him out cold within 10 seconds. That's really strange. I wonder what is going on with Zhang Yang right now. Lost Dream and the others were expressing their concerns as well. Potion. Sun Xianyu was being as concise and comprehensive on her choice of words as always. Lost Dreams and the others were looking at each other as they did not get what Sun Xianyu was trying to tell them. However, the person who would understand you most would actually be your enemy. Hanning Shui immediately got it, then she said, "You're saying that Indian guy took a potion?" He did take a bottle of potion and his HP bar went back to full. There were too many life-saving skills in the game. It was as if everyone already had their own life-saving skills on them. Therefore, when the HP bar of Savage Lord miraculously recovered back to full state, no one was paying attention to how he did it or what skill did he use. Now that Hanning Shui had pointed it out loud and clear, everyone had finally realized the secret behind it. So that potion can what? Heal you back to your full HP? That potion is much more powerful than Zhang Yang's level 5 healing potion, grade 10 transmutation. However, such powerful potions are usually extremely rare. Silly you is trying to drag the match so that he can trick that Indian guy into using all his potions up. Lost Dream and the others were not stupid either. They understood the real intention of Zhang Yang in just a brief moment. Now, the only one who had not realized the scheme behind Zhang Yang's mind was Savage Lord. 1 minute later, his HP had dropped below 20%. The match had entered a killing cleave stage. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang still had over 40% HP on him. Savage Lord suddenly activated his Warrior's Will to remove the negative effect that he had from Zhang Yang's destructive smash. Then he also took another full recovery potion to restore his HP bar. Zhan Yu, your time has come. Savage Lord laughed. He activated a brutal smash and stunned Zhang Yang. Then he took some time to switch his sword out onto his secondary weapon slot. He slid over to the rear of Zhang Yang before he launched his assaults. He did that to avoid Zhang Yang's shield from getting in the way. As expected, there was a second bottle of full recovery potion. However, would there be a third bottle then? Zhang Yang revealed a vague smile that no one would spot easily. Then, he activated his Warrior's Will and rid himself of the stun effect. Then he stomped his legs on the ground and activated his Thunder Strike. With that strike, he afflicted Savage Lord with a negative effect that reduced 90% of his movement speed. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang took the opportunity to run from Savage Lord. Zhang Yang intended to delay this match for another minute to see if Savage Lord had a third bottle of the potion. Damn! Savage Lord had just taken the full recovery potion. So all his other potions were on global shared cooldown for the moment. So he was forced to walk very slowly. Zhang Yang took the opportunity to recover as he began to patch himself up with bandages. Plus 10,000. Plus 10,000. During the 10-second patching session, Zhang Yang recovered over 100,000 HP, all thanks to the double healing effect that was bestowed on him by his title of Physician's Friend. That being said, Zhang Yang now had approximately 230,000 HP on him at the moment. He managed to heal back almost the same amount of HP that Savage Lord did. Savage Lord was so anxious that he was on the brink of crying. He was capable of restoring his HP back to full because he had taken a full recovery potion, which appeared to be an extremely rare item. Hourglass Figure had put up the honor of India and a substantial sum of money in order to get only 4 bottles of full recovery potions. With the 2 full recovery potions that they managed to keep in their guild's warehouse, they only had a total of 6 full recovery potions. However, knowing that the amount of HP he recovered by using 1 super rare, full recovery potion, was as much as the amount of HP Zhang Yang recovered by using 1 bandage, of course, he would feel like crying out loud. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 635, Absolute Slaughter. Chapter 635, Absolute Slaughter. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Truth to be told, Zhang Yang could have just taken another bottle of level 5 healing potion, grade 10 transmutation, after that. He could still recover another 60,000 HP if he does that. However, he would have recovered too much amount HP that he would have pushed Savage Lord into despair. When that happens, Savage Lord would have just given up hope and he might not use his third, full recovery potion, if he really had one with him. Therefore, Zhang had to maintain his HP bar at a certain amount to encourage Savage Lord that the match was not over yet. He could coax the other Guardian into giving his best and pulling out every other trump card. Hey, more effort is required in order for one to be the villain these days. Zhang had to keep Savage Lord occupied while making sure that he could still make Savage Lord believe that he still stood a chance at winning the match. It was much more difficult than taking out Savage Lord just like that. After all, Zhang must not let Savage Lord know that he was holding back. At least he managed to maintain the pace of the battle with his high standard of skill by utilizing his supporting attacks and his facial expressions. He could really need to prolong the battle as long as possible in order to lure Savage Lord into revealing his remaining tricks. It was wise of him to use his supporting attacks which would not cause a point of damage from time to create the illusion that he was trying his best to bring Savage Lord down to his knees. Well, not everyone was born with the gift to act. Zhang, you're destined to fall before me. Savage Lord began to laugh out loud as he was very content with his current performance. In his own eyes, he believed that he could equally match himself with the opponent that had kicked his *SS earlier on in the battle. Although he relied on some full recovery potions, while he was doing it, his opponent was a player with a Class S inheritance after all. So it was understandable that he would become a little arrogant over it. Zhang was being extremely cooperative with Savage Lord. He humped in annoyance and faked out a few fumbles and mistakes. He even purposely missed some of his attacks on Savage Lord. Furthermore, Savage Lord was also equipped with block. Therefore, Savage Lord managed to hang on for more than 50 seconds before his HP bar dropped below 20%. On the other hand, Zhang maintained his own HP at approximately 25%. He kept his HP bar slightly higher than Savage Lord in order to pressurize Savage Lord without causing despair to him. In the meanwhile, Savage Lord still believed that there was still hope for him to defeat Zhang as he saw that Zhang's remaining HP was barely higher than his. As expected. The moment the global cooldown for potions was over, Savage Lord immediately took out a bottle of level 5 healing potion and gulped it down. As the effect of the destructive smash was over at the moment, he managed to recover 30,000 HP. Zhang let out a breath of relief. At the same time, he was a little disappointed as well. So, he now knew that Savage Lord had no full recovery potions left on him. However, there should be more of this sort of potion with the other members of the Steely Dang battle team. It was really unfortunate for Zhang. If every single one of the full recovery potion was with Savage Lord, Zhang could have lured Savage Lord into finishing up all his potions and bring Silky Soft battle team one step closer to victory. Hey, have you finished up all your full recovery potions already? Zhang asked Savage Lord out of a sudden. How did you bastard? Savage Lord was not that dumb as well. He immediately understood the situation after he heard Zhang. Zhang laughed out loud. If that is the case, Zhang had no reason to hold back anymore. Destructive Smash. Block. Normal Attack. Rising Dragon Strike. Zhang felt a heat rush in his right hand. A dragon of the east suddenly emerged from his sword of purging devourer. The dragon lashed out with its outstretched fangs. Zhang intended to activate his killing cleave as he saw that the remaining HP bar of Savage Lord was lower than 20%. However, since that the Rising Dragon Strike was triggered, it could finish the job as well. 459-802. Savage Lord received an unbelievably high damage and lay dead. The dragon slammed its claw straight on Savage Lord's head and clawed his head open. Savage Lord let out a miserable scream towards the sky before he died. Zhang could not help but feel lucky. If his Rising Dragon Strike had triggered a little earlier when he was battling Savage Lord, he might not have made Savage Lord use up 2 of his full recovery potions. Meanwhile, the players who saw the Rising Dragon Strike dropped their jaws in shock. The situation was different compared to arena battles and the open world battles. The system would ensure that everyone in the game could see the numerical damage values that pop out on top of players whenever they receive damage. The battle logs would even specify the amount of damage reduced based on the defense, damage absorption, and damage immunity. This Rising Dragon Strike could actually cause up to 560,000 damage. More importantly, it was not a critical hit. Holy God! Would anyone be able to withstand such a powerful hit from Zhang and live after that? Engaging Zhang in a 1vs1 match would definitely be a waste of time. He could just score an instant win by triggering Rising Dragon Strike. However, that was merely wishful thinking. Zhang Yang had only managed to trigger the Rising Dragon Strike once throughout the entire time. The rate of triggering the effect was so low that Zhang Yang would just ignore the existence of it. Or else, he would have timed it right and swept out every single enemy that he goes up against. He could have easily scored 2 points for the round. Savage Lord finally made his way back to his teammates. He could not avoid being lectured by Hourglass Figure for the dumb things he did back in the arena. Now that he had the time and space to recall, he only realized that Zhang Yang was just having a good time toying with him. He could not help but feel shame as his anger towards Zhang Yang ignited brighter than ever. The competition continued on with the third match of the round. This match was like a comet crashing into Earth. It was Sun Xinu versus Hourglass Figure. It was going to be a spectacular match between two players with Class S inheritance. Truth to be told, Sun Xinu could win the match easily if she is willing to throw a soul cleansing onto the Hourglass and stealth kill her to claim victory over the match. With her current skills in the art of stealth, Sun Xinu could sneak up on top-tier players like Hourglass Figure herself. Even a hunter who excels in the arts of forcing out the stealthy ones would not be able to force Sun Xinu out from the shadows. However, the Ice Queen was too proud to win a match with such a despicable method. She would prefer to win the match by showing off her skill sets. Shoof. Hourglass Figure threw out a flare at the direction she was facing at and illuminated the surroundings. That was a hunter's skill for revealing all units that are hidden from plain sight in the game. The skill could reach out to a radius of 10 meters. Any thief or other hidden units within the effective range of it would be revealed straight away. Shove. Upon the 15-second cooldown of the skill, Hourglass Figure threw another flare to the opposite direction of the first flare. The moment when she threw it out, she felt a sense of danger. However, she only smiled coldly and did nothing. A blade emerged from the air and struck Hourglass Figure into a stunned state. A shadow faded right after the strike. However, right before the shadow could launch the next assault, she was frozen up in a box of ice immediately. That was the hunter's frost trap. The skill could freeze any non-boss type targets, including players, for 10 seconds. The target would not be able to move or do anything during the effective period of the skill. However, the effect would break if the target receives any attack or damage during the effective period of the skill. Stealth could stun the target for 4 seconds while Frost Trap could freeze the target for 10 seconds. Therefore, the thief would be the one who suffers. 6 seconds was more than enough for a hunter to keep a distance of 30 meters between themselves and their enemies. Meanwhile, thieves who are already forced out of their stealth mode would become very vulnerable as they could not withstand many hits. Ha! The joy that Hourglass Figure felt did not last more than half a second. Another shadow emerged out of the air and 2 blades slid across her back. The HP bar of Hourglass Figure was reduced steeply after that. At the same time, she received a negative effect of soul cleansing. If Hourglass Figure could not kill her enemy within 3 minutes, she would die, literally, but Zhang Yang could not help but clap and praise his girl for what just happened. The first shadow that struck Hourglass Figure appeared to be Sun Xinu's battle companion, Ankh the Assassin. As Ankh had stepped up to take the Yod Frost Trap, she allowed Sun Xinu to go all out, launching her assault on Hourglass Figure. This Ice Queen really had her own personality going. She still wanted to attack her opponent head-on even after she had cast the negative effect of soul cleansing. It was obvious that she did not want to win the match by taking the shortcut. She wanted to give Hourglass Figure a fair chance to strike back at her. Compel. Hourglass Figure's pet came out of the shadow as well. It was a wind shadow leopard that activated stealth, which knocked Sun Xinu into a stunned state. Ha! Zhang Yang widened his eyes and stared at Hourglass Figure. She was a ranged-type hunter. Compel could only be learned by the babies of beast masters, that. Obviously, it was the special gift that only the hunter's Class S inheritance could provide. That would really give Hourglass Figure the advantage of learning 2 different types of skills. The effects of Compel were similar to the effect of Stealth. However, the stun effect duration of Compel was 1 second longer than the stun effect duration of Stealth. A 5-second stun effect would be far more practical than a 4-second stun effect. In other words, Hourglass Figure would be recovering from the stun effect 1 second earlier than Sun Xinu. That would provide her enough time to get a distance away from Sun Xinu unruffled. That would prove to be unfavorable for Sun Xinu. Sun Xinu activated her accessory and triggered the invincibility effect. On the other hand, Hourglass Figure did the exact same thing and leaped 10 meters away from Sun Xinu. Both of them activated their accessories at the same instant. Therefore, Hourglass Figure did not launch her assaults towards Sun Xinu. Instead, she chose to get as far from Sun Xinu as possible. Although Hourglass figure no longer had any blind spots, a thief would triumph over her in melee combat. By creating a certain distance between herself and Sun Xinu would not be able to deal damage to her from a distance. Meanwhile, the skills that a thief could have were too unpredictable and various. The situation would become unfavorable for anyone who thinks about going head-on with a thief in a melee combat. Furthermore, Hourglass had just used one of two accessories that could grant her the ability to become invincible for a brief period of time. Although she could still activate another of her accessory pieces to grant her another brief moment of invincibility, it would not be a wise move as there would be too much of a risk for her to do so. After all, she had no idea how many more tricks were reserved under the sleeves of Sun Xinu. A moment before the effect of invincibility ended, Sun Xinu immediately activated her Shadow Step and appeared right behind Hourglass figure. With her two blades whirling across the air, she unleashed a series of flurry attacks on Hourglass figure. Blood was spilled across the arena as she started slicing Hourglass figure up. Breaking shot. Hourglass figure suddenly shot Sun Xinu into a 4-second stun as she took the opportunity to pull herself away. She ran 30 meters across the arena before she began to shoot her arrows at Sun Xinu. Sprint. As she was running towards Hourglass figure, Sun Xinu accelerated, all of a sudden. She ran straight up to Hourglass figure as swiftly as the wind and continued to launch her assaults as aggressively as she could. The two ladies were exhibiting their best skills to everyone watching their match. The way they move, the way they used their status restriction skills, the way they removed the status restriction effects on themselves. Everything they did on the arena was immensely satisfying for the people to enjoy. It was a marvelous performance that the two ladies were putting up in the arena. Many hunters and thieves were astonished and ashamed of themselves. They had no idea that they could actually play the game in so many other ways. The battle was at the peak of its climax. The two ladies would also use any opportunity that they could grab to patch themselves up with bandages, especially when they were throwing their status restricting skills at each other. They were basically spamming the potions the moment the global cooldown for their potion was over. They kept throwing their status restriction skills at each other while dodging attacks from each other. However, the amount of HP that they could recover by taking potions and bandages could not make up for the damage they received from each other. In about 2.5 minutes later, both of their HP bars were reduced down to approximately 10%. The potion's global cooldown for both ladies were over at the same instant. However, Hourglass took a bottle of full recovery potion instead of a level 5 healing potion, grade 10 transmutation. Her HP was restored back to full in just a brief moment. Her focus points were restored back to 100 points as well. Vanish. Upon taking her potion, Sun Xinu vanished into thin air with her skill, without any hesitation. Then, there was no then anymore. She went completely silent. Zhang was shocked, then he laughed out loud. Although Sun Xinu was proud and competitive, she was not a fool, but if Hourglass figure wanted to compete with her fair and square, she would not have taken a bottle of full recovery potion, which broke the status quo of the match. Without that, Sun Xinu would not have hidden and let her soul cleansing to finish the job. However, since that Hourglass figure had decided not to duel with Sun Xinu in a fair manner, there was no reason for Sun Xinu to go head-on with her like a fool. It was just matter of seconds before 3 minutes comes to pass. There was no sign of Sun Xinu at all. Hourglass figure was so badly infuriated that her eyes almost popped out from her eye sockets. After all, she had just taken a bottle of full recovery potion, an extremely expensive and rare potion that they had spent a fortune on in order to get a few bottles. However, the effect of soul cleansing would not be affected by the amount of HP on the target. It would not matter if the target has only 1% or 100% HP. The target would have to die when the time is up. Therefore, it became a total waste for Hourglass figure when Sun Xinu decided to vanish into thin air and wait out for the effect of soul cleansing to kick in. Are you kidding me? What the F***ck? Hourglass figure was on the verge of losing her sanity. If Sun Xinu had just thrown the soul cleansing onto her and stayed quiet for the rest of the match, she would have given up and played along with it. She could have reserved the potion so that her other teammates could use it in the upcoming matches. However, Sun Xinu had given her some false hope. That had really tricked her into using one of her full recovery potion. That was really. Were all the members of Lone Desert Smoke so cunning? 3 minutes had passed. Hourglass figure collapsed onto the ground with great grievance and died instantly. The Steely Dang battle team had been tricked into using 3 bottles of full recovery potions in 2 battles. That was a great win for Zhang and his team. Furthermore, Silky Soft battle team was leading the matches with the score of 3 o'clock. They could win the first round by winning another 2 of the 1vs1 matches. The fourth match was Han Yingshue's turn. She took down Galavan with ease, just like how she did with her previous opponents. By doing so, the Silky Soft battle team scored 4 o'clock. However, 100 Shots lost the fifth match to Almodo. Therefore, the Steely Dang battle team managed to score one victory for themselves. On the following match, Lost Dream won the sixth match with an outstanding performance as he scored the last point for his team to claim victory over the first round with a score of 5-1. After a short break, the organizers carried on with the second round of the matches without any delay. This round, Zhang and his team were not that lucky. Although Sun Xanu and Zhang Yang won with ease, both of them managed to do that because their opponents were only players with Class B inheritance. Meanwhile, Han Yingxue was so unlucky that she actually had to battle against Hourglass Figure. Hourglass Figure won the match at the cost of one bottle of full recovery potion. Lost Dream and 100 Shots had to go up against players with Class A inheritance. They waged an arduous struggle before they lost. As for Daffodil Daydream, who was the weakest among the entire team, even though she outdid herself this time, she had not yet acquired her inheritance. It was logical that she would lose to another player who already had an inheritance. Fortunately, Wei Yenair performed superbly for her match. She won by whirling her huge battle axe around without giving space for her opponent to even flinch, securing the crucial point for Silky Soft battle team to stay in the game. Although Zhang Yang and his team were falling behind by scoring only 3-4, they managed to participate in the team battle. Everyone, including the members from two teams that were competing against each other, the players that were watching the competition and the commentator were extremely nervous about the outcome of the team battle. After all, it would be the final match of the World League Championship. Ding! The team battle had begun. Zhang Yang charged at the front as he led his teammates into battle. He activated his charge towards King Kong Wrath, followed by sweep with his Sword of Purging Devourer, without any hesitation. After causing a damage of 58,000 on King Kong Wrath, Zhang Yang suddenly felt a heat rush throughout his right arm. A dragon of the east emerged out from the sword and struck out towards his enemies. It was unbelievably lucky that Zhang Yang could trigger his Rising Dragon Strike with one single hit. Not to mention that it was only his first solid hit on his target. In just one instant, Zhang Yang caused a damage of 580,000 to every single member of the Steely Dang battle teams, every single battle companion, and every single pet of the opposition team. It was an instant kill for everyone on the Steely Dang battle team. The world became calm in an instant. Everyone had their jaws dropped in silence. That included the commentators as well. Even Zhang Yang and his team members, and every member of the Steely Dang battle team were stunned over what had just happened. Did the match just end? It was. The match was ended in just an instant. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 636, Duran's Thumb Ring. Chapter 636, Duran's Thumb Ring. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Perhaps, there was no way that anyone could beat the record set by Zhang Yang and his battle team. The entire arena remained quiet for a long time before the usual rowdiness returned. It took several players quite some time for them to accept the fact that Zhang Yang had single-handedly eliminated all 5 enemies with a single strike. Steely Dang's battle team did not even have time to react. It could not be helped, Rising Dragon Strike was only activated by luck and luck alone. It was not something that Zhang Yang could control. It would be extremely nice to have the skill proc at the crucial moment. In the end, despite the audience still left dumbfounded, the champion of the World Championship Professional League was Silky Soft Battle Team. Zhang Yang and his band of merry friends had become the first world champions ever. They held the pride and honor of China. While everyone was happy that China was able to hold the first place in the championship, Humbly Gentleman, Lu Wei, and other players that had a grudge on him were pissed off, albeit still happy for their nation. After everyone was sent out of the arena, the 2 battle teams were teleported away. China had produced 2 teams that had obtained the champion and the second runner-up. That alone had proved that China was a force to be reckoned with. The prize money was sent out almost immediately after the results were out. Even though Zhang Yang was smiling from ear to ear as he holds the large check made out of a large cardboard with several zeros on it, the prize money was already in his saving account. As to how the division of the prize money goes, the organizers of the event would not bother to interfere. It was up to the leader of the battle team to decide. The second prize was the inheritance fragments. All 3 battle team leaders were sent up a stage to draw from loot box. Snowseeker obtained a C-Class Mammoth inheritance, Hourglass Figure obtained a B-Class Silverwing Angel inheritance, and Zhang Yang obtained an A-Class Soulbreaker inheritance. Due to the lack of information about the inheritances, no one had any clue on their details. It could be a physical attack type, or a magic type, it could be a melee type, or a ranged type. All of the questions will be answered only when the players themselves obtain the inheritance keepsakes. Even so, if Daffodil Daydream accepted the Darkness inheritance back then, she would still benefit from several of its buffs. Sadly, it would still be wastage, such as the 250% attack boost, Dark Vengeance, for it requires a melee weapon. Hence, some inheritances were meant for specific wielders. It could be so precise to the class type down to its branch job, such as a Beastmaster or a Sniper, a Pyromancer, or a Cryomancer. Zhang Yang passed the Soulbreaker inheritance fragment to Daffodil Daydream and had her search for all 6 remaining fragments. If the keepsake's description reveals the inheritance to be directed towards magic, Zhang Yang would have her take on the inheritance quest. If it is the other way around, she will be greatly compensated for her futile effort. Zhang Yang would never send someone on a random goose chase without a proper reward in hand. After the event ended, the organizers of the event threw a grand closing ceremony and invited all participants to visit Luxembourg for a holiday. Naturally, all expenses would be covered. Sadly, China's Lunar Year celebration was about to arrive. Hence, Zhang Yang and the rest of the China players had chosen to fly back to China to resume their activity there. Once the teams arrived back at the mainland, Daffodil Daydream started her adventure to search for the inheritance fragments. Like other inheritances, collecting all the pieces of the fragment was not a difficult task. It was just time-consuming. After 5 to 6 days, she found the second piece. The journey of collecting all 7 pieces of fragment would definitely be a far road ahead. With the emergence of players that had surpassed the level 120 threshold, Zhang Yang felt that it was time to move forward with his plans. He had Mountain Mover and Endless Starlight to take charge of exploring the Red Garnet Palace dungeon. The second dungeon was the target of all players in the world. Even though the importance of obtaining the first clear achievement of the second world-class dungeon could not be compared to the Dragon Throat Fortress, it was still a priority to everyone since it had skill points as a reward. On the side note, the haul from a dungeon was constant. Even though the equipment farm there are not as strong as an open-world boss, the dungeon does have tons of bosses to kill and equipment for battle companion to loot. All in all, it was still worth raiding. Since the progress of players in the game was so rapid, due to Zhang Yang interfering with the timeline, and the existence of battle companion, also Zhang Yang's fault, the difficulty of the Red Garnet Palace was not too difficult for players to raid. Both the normal and hard modes of the dungeon were conquered in just half a day's time. All big guilds from around the world had funded their exploration parties and had started the raid on the hardcore mode. Similar to the Dragon Throat Palace, the Red Garnet Palace had many bosses. Up to 13 of them. Compared to the previous dungeon, the first 5 bosses were conquered in just 3 days. The middle 5 bosses were slightly stronger and lasted for a while. Most of the Super Guild's exploration team only took close to 7 days to clear the middle stage. Zhang Yang believed that the last 3 bosses would end up being cleared in no time at all. After working for half a month, Daffodil Daydream had managed to find all the inheritance fragments of the Soulbreaker inheritance and had formed the keepsake. Turns out, it was an inheritance that can be acquired only by priests, spellcasters, and knights. It was a class-specific inheritance. A good red envelope for the new year. 1. With the new year coming closer and closer, every family in China was busy getting ready to celebrate the festive holiday. Many needed to travel far to visit their family from all corners of China. There were many things that needed to be done, hence, the time spent on playing games was greatly reduced. Some days, a member would be asking for a 3 days leave, the next day, another would want a 4-day leave. One by one, members of the exploration team had requested for leaves, leaving the party incomplete. Eventually, after a serious discussion between 100 Shots, Endless Starlight, and Mountain Mover, the guild decided to hold off the exploration of the dungeon and allow everyone to do as they please till the 15th of the month. With Lone Desert Smoke out of the picture, the fight for the first clear achievement was going on strongly. In just a few days' time, the guild Paragon had managed to kill their way to the 11th boss. Nihilum was following closely behind and defeated the 12th boss, surpassing Paragon. However, the one who had the last laugh was Hourglass Figure, as she had led a team of elite players from her guild, the Land of Savages, and killed the last boss. The first clear achievement had fallen into the hands of the India region. For the first time ever, Zhang Yang had missed out on obtaining a first clear achievement. It was all due to the special occasion of China, Korean, and even Japan celebrating the new year. Due to the celebration, almost all guilds had stopped their pursuits of the dungeon raid. Perhaps it was greed, or pride, when Land of Savages obtained the first clear achievement, they used the momentary attention to voice out their dismay of their losses during the World Championship. Still, a win was a win. At the very least, they still managed to obtain the world's second world-class dungeon first clear achievement. However, the shame of losing to Lone Desert Smoke still lingered around. Hence, Land of Savages had accused Lone Desert Smoke of only depending on luck to win the championship. If it was not for Zhang Yang's weird skill, they would have won the Group 5v5 fight. Land of Savages was, in truth, stronger than Lone Desert Smoke in every way. Or so they claimed. In response to their sudden accusations, Han Yingshui, Wei Yinair, and many other hot-headed players of Lone Desert Smoke were enraged. Han Yingshui had even suggested starting a national war to show the Indians their rightful place amongst the trash of the world. It was merely a suggestion. Whether or not Zhang Yang takes action is another thing. As such, after the short period of time since the Red Garnet Palace's first clear achievement was taken, players had yet again indulged themselves in a race of grinding levels. There was a large gap till the next dungeon, hence, everyone placed their attention on getting their level as high as possible. After all, levels dictates the character's strength in all MMORPG, but in the middle of the second month of the year, the Professional League had started a new seasonal championship. In the previous seasonal Professional League, the last two battle team in the S-Class Professional League had to fight the champion and the runner-up battle team of the A-Class Professional League. In the end, the S-Class battle teams lost title defense match, allowing the A-Class battle teams to enter the S-Class Professional League fight ring. The two new fresh blood were strong. In the first match, they defeated Sunset Amber Guild and Rolling Stones with a massive gap, giving them a promising prospect. The next few matches they were assigned to were easily won. However, when everyone was about to cheer for the Greenhorns, the two battle teams had cold water poured over their head by Lone Desert Smoke and Imperial Sky. As such, the new battle teams had learned their lesson after finally tasting what real pros were like. In other news, the so-called undefeatable guild, the Myth, was defeated. After a series of prerequisite quests were completed by Daffodil Daydream, Zhang Yang had assembled a small team to help Daffodil Daydream kill the Soulbreaker Inheritance quest boss. Right then, the team consists of 3 S-Class Inheritance holders, 1 A-Class Inheritance holder, and 4 B-Class Inheritance holders. The formation was extremely strong and could easily topple any boss at their level. If that was not impressive enough, the players had also reached level 120 and equipped an array of equipment to further increase their overall DPS. Zhang Yang even had level 150 ethereal equipment, lowered to level 130 due to the special skill. Attack, defense, skills, power, all of those requirements were fulfilled by Zhang Yang little battle team. To save time and effort, everyone activated their inheritance transformation skill and only took less than 1 hour to kill the boss. The boss dropped 2 ethereal tier equipment. One of them was a shield which was immediately given to Endless Starlight to increase his defensive power for a change. On the other hand, Zhang Yang had taken the liberty of hauling the other ethereal equipment for himself. Buran's Thumb Ring, Ethereal, Ring. Vitality, plus 1667. Strength, plus 566. Dexterity, plus 556. Equip, increases 3330 maximum HP. Equip, increases 8% damage dealt and healing rate. Equip, absorbs 485 damage when attacked. Equip, increases frost damage dealt with a weapon by 50%. Level requirement, 150. The good news did not last long. Right after Daffodil Daydream defeated the Inheritance quest boss, the Japan-Korea region players had issued a war, a territorial conquest war, but like the previous attempt, the enemy had used 2, territorial conquest order, to strike both Winst Castle and Morningtown at the same time. With the level 4 guild upgrade order available then, Zhang Yang, or rather China, was facing 80,000 strongest players of Japan-Korea region. The situation was rather disadvantageous for China since the Empire Expedition Army had left a long time ago. The castle was practically defenseless. Even the mechanical servants placed in the castle were no match to them as they were now far behind on levels. Worst of all, Zhang Yang and his team had just used their transformation skill. He had no forbidden scrolls in hand to counter the enemy powerful attacking force. If Zhang Yang still decides to fight them, it would be a suicide mission. And they are the Suicide Squad. Then again, it has been 6 months since Zhang Yang had conquered the territory. 6 months of constantly traveling was enough to make anyone as grumpy as a mad pig. It would not hurt much for Zhang Yang to allow Winst Castle to be taken over. After all, Zhang Yang had not planned to occupy the territory for long. As such, Zhang Yang had mobilized all his forces to protect Morningtown, leaving Winst Castle in the hands of the NPCs inside to put up a little resistance. The two wars started with a bang. Without a doubt, even without his transformation skill, Zhang Yang is still able to lead Lone Desert Smoke to stampede over the invading players. However, Winst Castle was successfully taken over by the enemy. As such, after taking back their land that had been occupied by the enemy for 6 months, Japan and Korea cheered happily. However, they might have won the war, but they still lost one of the fights. The shame for having the enemy occupying their land for 6 months was not something anyone could wash off with just one war. Translator note. 1. Red envelope. It's Chinese culture to present a red envelope packed with money inside to someone else as a means to pass on the prosperity. It was a practice that existed in most Asian countries with Chinese population. Japan and Korea have similar practices, but the envelope do not necessarily have to be red in color. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 637, The Soul Breaker. Chapter 637, The Soul Breaker. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After a few days of boredom, Daffodil Daydream had managed to obtain the Soul Breaker inheritance that she had been eagerly waiting for. Despite being an A-class inheritance, the inheritance was Lone Desert Smoke's one and only Magic Class-specific Type A-class inheritance. Hence, Daffodil Daydream became the center of attention for a short period of time, and everyone was interested to know of her abilities. The young woman happily obliged. Understanding of the soul permanently increases your damage by 45%. Soul Pierce directly attacks the soul of the target. Deals 300% magic shadow attack. Stuns the target for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Soul Breaker Transformation transforms into the Breaker of Souls. Increases HP by 3000%, attack by 400%, defense by 400%. Gains a chance to nullify magic attack by 30%. Gains 1 Soul Breaker energy point every second. Lasts for 2 hours. Cooldown, 72 hours. Soul Rupture ruptures the souls of all target within an area of 100 meters x 100 meters. Deals shadow damage based on the value of intelligence of the caster, multiplied by 8. Costs 3 energy point. Soul Substitute creates a soul substitute that shares the same appearance of the caster. The substitute would not deal any damage. When the substitute receives damage, the damage will be converted into HP and heals the caster. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Soul Manipulation takes control of the soul of a target. The inflicted target cannot control its character. Requires 10 energy points to activate. Lasts for 5 seconds. Every 2 additional energy points will increase the skill duration by 1 second. Cooldown, 30 minutes. With Daffodil Daydream obtaining her inheritance, all his core members of the party, except for Fantasy Sweetheart, had obtained their inheritances, with none of them being lower than B class. If Zhang Yang is to lead the team to another nation to start a war, they would be capable of inciting massive chaos. That would be even without the use of transformation skill. If they did, their attack would be depicted as the Valkyries of the heavens. A few days later, DreamTech loyally obeyed their customers. They went ahead and created the individual ranking system. Unlike the other PvP system, the individual ranking systems do not include any rewards but the title itself. Still, having the title of being the best player will definitely be cool. The patch was extremely well accepted by the mass and induced a momentarily heated fever. The rules of a 1v1 individual match was that there are no rules. Besides the limitation of only 2 players in the arena, all players could use anything and everything to defeat their enemy. All skills, all potion, all scrolls, all tools of any cooldown will be refreshed immediately upon entering the arena. The winner of the match will be awarded a few points while the loser will have their points deducted. As such, for balancing, all competitor will only be fighting players who have roughly the same points. It is to prevent cases where strong players will only target weak ones. Despite being an individual competition, the match had 3 different categories. The Regional All-Rounder rank. The Regional Class rank. The Regional Subclass rank. The All-Rounder ranking system judged players by their strength from all regions of all classes. The class ranking system had 6 different ranking boards based on the player's class type. There were a total of 6 boards, that is the Warrior, Knight, Hunter, Thief, Spellcaster, and Priest. Lastly, the subclass ranking board was a more specific ranking system. It would be divided into Guardian, Berserker, Sacred Knight, Templar, Beastmaster, Sniper, Pyromancer, Cryomancer, Priest, Assassin, and Bandit. The rules of being listed on the board were simple. Every 10 alternate days, players who have participated in 10 matches will have their scores calculated and ranked. If players have joined less than 10 matches, the score they had collected would be voided. The ranking system refreshes every 10 days, hence, players would have to repeatedly battle to maintain their rank. If players do not continue their streak, they would have all their points reset to 0. All players can check their own ranking on all the boards. However, each board public display would only display the top 100 players while players below rank 100 would be omitted. Naturally, players that would be enlisted in the ranking boards would the regional pros. If any of the players that were enlisted on the board were not in a guild or perhaps not in a strong guild, they would automatically be a large bait for hungry sharks, big guilds like Imperial Sky or the Myth. Right then, the system had brought a massive positive change to the gaming community. Instead of asking for their equipment, they would ask for your ranking. Players would not care about equipment since they could be bought or farmed easily. The real deal was the ranking system, since it all depended on your own capabilities. As such, guilds started using this method to set a minimum requirement for recruitment. Besides the regional ranking boards, there was another ranking system. It was called the World Ranking Board. In this golden board, only the top 20 regional players could register themselves to fight. The world ranking system shared the same rule and regulation as any other ranking system. Again, they would have to fight 10 matches in 10 days to have their name enlisted on the global ranking board. Since there were 8 regions in the entire world, only 160 players could participate in the global ranking board. There are limited by how many players from a single region could be enlisted in the global ranking. Hence, there would be cases such as the top 40 ranks being dominated by only one region. If that is to happen, it would bring glory and pride to the nation. Hence, countless players would be willing to walk through the valley of shadow and death just to be enlisted in the global ranking board. It was the ultimate certification a man can accept. Zhang had no intention of joining the ranking board since he felt like it was fictitious. Even if he takes the number 1 position in the global ranking system, what good would it be for him? Right then, he was the guild master of the world's strongest guild, while also being the leader of the world's strongest battle team. He owns 2 territories. Money, fame, equipment, even babes, all that he could ask for are already his. So why bother with the trouble? After 10 days, all ranking boards would be refreshed to display the first few pioneers. However, most of the real players shared the same view with Zhang and did not participate in the fight. Hence, when the first ranking board was put up, there were plenty of random players. All of them were still familiar names and had appeared once or twice in the forums. Still, the top 10 players in the list were still the usual strong such as One Sword Stroke, Sword of Light, Death Arbiter, and even the little brat, but Wei Yan did well. She had fought hard and was enlisted in the China's regional subclass Berserker ranking list as rank 1. She was also ranked 1 in the regional warrior ranking list, and China's all-rounder rank 1. The only reason she could be in the first place was because players like Zhang and Sun Xinu had not participated in the ranking competition. Another reason was that there were no restrictions to skills. She had literally used her transformation skill at the beginning of every fight. Every battle started with all skills, item cooldown reset to 0. Everyone would have the same equal chance to fight with all their skills ready to be used. However, when the player ends the fight, the skill's original cooldown will be set back to before they had entered the arena. The complete skill cooldown reset was made purposely by the officials to allow players to be at their best to fight for the best. 10 days after the regional ranking board had been up, all top 20 players from each region had joined the fight in the global ranking board. As such, after 10 days, the first ranking list was published. The result was unexpected but not shocking. A large portion of the ranking board was dominated by the European players. Not only they had claimed the top 19 positions in all ranks, they had taken the top 4 positions. Unexpectedly, Sexy Wild Pussy had claimed the number 1 all-rounder rank. As such, it could be said that the European has the upper hand in the world while the Indian region had the best rating team. On the far end of the scale, the Japan-Korea region had performed the poorest. Amongst the top 100 ranks, they had only managed to secure the last 5 positions. Their poor performance was understandable, since Zhang had taken their territory for as long as 6 months. With the further level deduction penalty during the Ancient Creature War, all the players in the Japan-Korea region were on average 10 levels behind other players from all other regions. When the new global ranking list was published, the entire globe was shaken. Players of Europe and India were celebrating with their great achievements and had been posting slanderous and provoking posts in the forum to incite disdain. As the war of words went on between regional players, the ranking system which was used to judge the level of a player had become a marker of regional strength. Since the situation had morphed into a global problem, Zhang, Sun Xinu, and the other true professionals had to enter the ranking competition or they might be deemed as traitors of the nation. With great power comes great responsibility. Hence, almost all strong players from all region who did not wish to enter the useless squabble were forced to join in. As such, the previous ranking list was refreshed, removing all the normies from the list and replacing them with the real deal. The 10 matches required was just the lowest requirement. Stronger players could keep on going if they wanted to. Since consecutive wins will accumulate more points and as the points accumulate, the challengers will be harder and harder. As such, the more points the opponent has, the more points you will obtain when you win the match. However, there is a limit to it. 3,000 points would be the limit. After a player has obtained points surpassing the 3,000 threshold, they will not obtain any bonus points even if the opponent has more points than you. All in all, the beginning journey will be slow, while the speed will increase in the middle ranks, and will be slowed down immensely when you reach the top ranks. Everyone will have 1,000 points at the start. Wei Yan'er, who was ranked at the first place in China, had accumulated a total of 4,208 points. At that point, if she fights and wins a round against China's second best player, she will only gain 4 or 5 points. On the other hand, if she loses the match, she will lose more than 20 points. That was why Wei Yan'er had only insisted on playing 10 matches in 10 days. Zhang Yang, Sun Xinu, and Han Shui had spent a day to fight a total of 13 rounds. They had accumulated more than 2,500 points in one shot. It was rather fast and easy for them. Each time they entered the arena, they would nonchalantly use their transformation skill and kill the opponent with relative ease. If the player is a C-class inheritance holder, defeating them would be a matter of seconds. After 2 days, everyone had accumulated more than 3,000 points. From there on, the points accumulation speed had started to grow slower. However, Zhang Yang had no intention of snagging the first position. Let the little brat have the glory. Zhang Yang only wanted to obtain the top 20 rankings to allow himself to enter the global ranking board. After the 30th days, all ranking boards were refreshed and Zhang Yang, Sun Xinu, Han Shui, and other S-class inheritance players had easily positioned themselves in the China regional all-rounder top 20 positions. Zhang Yang was ranked 18th, Sun Xinu was ranked 11th, and Han Shui was ranked 15th. All three of them had gained the qualifications to enter the global ranking all-rounder competition. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 638, War of Nations. Chapter 638, War of Nations. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There were many strong players who had participated in the global ranking competition. However, strong or weak was an abstract value. Even during the first ladder climbing phase, the enemies that Zhang Yang faced were B-class inheritance players. When a B-class inheritance player meets an S-class player, the result would be likely one-sided. An intense battle is unavoidable when two sides use their transformation skills. However, Zhang Yang stood undefeated. After several more fights, Zhang Yang collected enough points and met Sun Xinu in the random role player assignment. It was inevitable since she too was climbing up the ladder. Sun Xinu smirked when she saw that Zhang Yang was her opponent. Being a hard-headed woman, she would not let Zhang Yang defeat her easily. The two burst out with their transformation skills and eloped to another world in an intense fight. Unlike normal PvP arenas where players could join the room to spectate the fight, ranking battles are held in private arenas. The most intense battle between the two strongest players in the world could not be seen. In the end, Zhang Yang won the battle, even though there were several times when he almost got his head lopped off. Sun Xinu took the defeat proudly and bade Zhang Yang farewell. Zhang Yang had admitted to himself that perhaps the only player that could defeat him was Sun Xinu. That would place Sun Xinu as the second best player in the world. Thus, Sun Xinu's true rival was only Zhang Yang and Zhang Yang alone. The other players around were nothing but scrap that sullied the ground before her. After several more rounds, Zhang Yang and Sun Xinu were matched with each other again. Zhang Yang nodded his head with satisfaction. Only by improving herself intensely would she be gaining ranks to fight him again. There were only 160 players that could fight in the global ranking battle. With that number, it was hard to fight a matched rank. There were times that Zhang Yang would have to wait for more than 30 minutes just to be matched with someone. As the rank goes higher, it would take a longer time to find a match. Hence, the speed of Zhang Yang collecting more points had become extremely slow. However, unlike many other matchmaking games, God's Miracle allows players to roam around the world to fight monsters while waiting for the system to find a match. When the system finds an opponent, the system will teleport both players to the battle arena. Once the match ends, the player will be sent back to where they were before. Hence, it was a good time to train. Naturally, no one in their right mind would apply for a match and fight a boss. When the system forcefully teleports the player away in the middle of a boss fight, it would be extremely inconvenient for the player's teammates. However, after several matchmaking sessions, players themselves would get the hang of it. They would know how long would the system take to find a match. By then, if a player knows that they have enough time, they would go ahead and fight a boss, depending on the situation. 5 days after Zhang Yang joined the global ranking battle, he had reached the top 20 ranks. From there on, the players he was matched with were all A-class inheritance holders. Naturally, the fight's intensity was tweaked up by a notch. However, it was not much trouble for Zhang. If he felt a possibility of him losing, he would just activate the Phoenix's transformation skill and own the player. The combination of both Zhang and the Phoenix was the firepower of an S-class and B-class inheritance in a single character. In a 1v1 fight, perhaps no one could fight him. A few more days later, Zhang Yang's undefeated killing streak had players dubbed him as the Inhuman, or even Devil's Incarnate. On the other hand, Fatty Han had been relying on the Phoenix's strength to defeat his foes. However, the Phoenix itself was not overtly strong. Its strength could only be used to a certain extent when Fatty Han has no PvP skills. As a result, Fatty Han had only managed to hug the Phoenix's legs up till the top 60 ranks. Any higher in Fatty Han would face a little too much trouble. He might have the firepower of a cannon when he and the Phoenix used their transformation skills, but his skills were so bad that even though he was steering the cannons, the man could not aim properly to save his own life. Although the system had written the words fair and equal in the patch notes when the officials launched the individual ranking system, it was, in fact, unfair and broken in many ways. The most prominent fact was the cooldown reset for all skills. Players could buy themselves a ton of powerful skills and use them in the fight since cooldown was not a concern for them. It was not fair in a way that poor player or players without proper support could not properly gauge their skills. It was not a good way of gauging a player's ability. Despite the bold fact, many players did not care about it. In their own opinion, it would be a thrilling fight when all skills could be used immediately. 10 days after the first rank match, Zhang Yang had successfully planted his feet in the first place in the global all-rounder ranking board. Almost everyone, especially those who were not from China, felt it extremely odd when the global all-rounder champion is ranked 17th in China's all-rounder rank, 6th in the China Warrior rank, and 3rd in the China Guardian rank. Usually, when a player is a global champion, he should be the champion for all the other ranks, including his own region. However, Zhang Yang had purposely kept himself lower in all of the regional ranks. If others wanted to challenge him, they would have to start from the 18th rank. Everyone in China understood that Zhang Yang does not want to fight for fame in his own nation. However, understanding and looking at the results are two different things. How could a person be a global champion when he is only ranked 17th in his own nation? Once the ranking board was released to the public, nobody could say a word. When the ranking boards were refreshed, Zhang Yang, Sun Xinu, and Han Shui, the real professional players, had been enlisted, replacing all the previous winners. This time, it was China who dominated the global ranking list. The first and second places were taken by Zhang Yang and Sun Xinu respectively. All in all, there were a total of 18 players from China who had been enlisted in the top 100 global players. The previous dominators, the Europeans, had been pushed down to only 15 players. On the other hand, the boastful India region was being pushed to the third. Their pride was completely extinguished. Hourglass Figure was pushed down to the third place, lacking only 14 points to the second place. Perhaps even Han Shui, who was ranked 4th, could defeat her in the next global ranking list. Naturally, the Japan-Korea region was still the weakest amongst all other regions. They had 5 players in the global ranking list. After the second refresh, they were shortened down by 4 players. Out of the 4, their best player was ranked at 46th. With Zhang Yang emerging in the global ranks, the Japanese and Korean player had reminisced about the cruel past and were enraged. Just like that, they started a nation war, with the intention of sacking Morningtown and entering China region via the 10 Baron Sea portal and kill their way in. The officials had revamped the nation war system and added a reward and penalty. The attacker can issue a declaration of war and attack any major city. As such, the attacker's victory will be rewarded with all players level +1, while the loser will receive a level -1 penalty. The penalty for destroying one city will the same as destroying all 8 sites. However, the more cities destroyed, the more honor points will be awarded to the attackers. Honor points can be used to exchange non-tradable equipment and items. It was not a good way to earn a fortune via honor points. A nation war can be declared once every 30 real-time days. During the cooldown period, any city raiding would not be registered as a nation war. No rewards will be given even if the attackers manage to kill all 8 major cities in the entire region. The nation war system was a little rigged. The defender would not receive any rewards for a successful defense. On the other hand, the attacker's side, the one that calls for the nation war, will not receive any penalty for losing. The system was made that way to encourage players to start a world war as frequent as possible. Staying passive in the shadow would do no good. Ever since Japan-Korea region players had successfully retaken their own territory in the Chaos Realm, they were at great enmity between the China players. One thinks that the world belongs to them, while the other thinks that the universe belongs to everyone. It could be said that players were extremely emotional and they were not thinking straight when they started the war. There were conflicts between China and Japan-Korea region before, but the intensity of those wars was not too great. The most intense war that ever occurred was when Japan-Korea region players had charged into the China's Ten-Barren Sea. It was not considered to be an all-out war since the number of participating players were less than level 100 and were not up to the required number. However, the most recent nation war had more than 50 million level 100 plus players. It was more than enough to meet the requirements of a nationwide war. On the 10th day of spring of the month of March, Japan-Korea region player had initiated God's Miracle's first ever nation war. With 40 million players, they took down Morningtown easily, destroying the town's portal with ease, which caused many players to unable to teleport to the place. After Morningtown was destroyed, Japan-Korea had positioned 10 million players to block the entrance to the Ten-Barren Sea, in case reinforcements from Chaos Realm came to help. The remaining 30 million players then rushed into the China region in formation to destroy cities to wipe their slate clean of shame. The news of the war spread like wildfire to all China's players' ears. No matter what they were doing, be it training, raiding a dungeon, or banging someone's brain out in bed, all players took the news to heart and vowed for revenge. Zhang, Snowseeker, One Sword Stroke, and other guild masters that were on amicable terms with each other sat down to have a serious discussion. After a quick meeting, everyone decided to dispatch a large portion of their guild member to attack Morningtown and retake the territory. All players with flying mounts were summoned back, not to provide reinforcements, but to attack Winst Castle and attack Japan-Korea region directly at their major city. By then, even though Japan-Korea region had more than 40 million players attacking China, only 1% of them had flying mounts. Their progress was slow. On the hand, they had also sorted their higher-level players to attack as well, leaving most of their major cities empty and exposed to invaders. Even though there were many players lingering around the place, they were all but lower-level players who were crushed instantly. Zhang assembled his troops, taking all players with flying mounts with him, and left the remaining forces on the ground to meet the oncoming players. By the looks of it, before the Japan-Korea could reach their major city, Zhang would have reached their major city first. 10 of China's elites of the elite guilds had grouped up together in a hidden valley between mountains, 30 kilometers outside of Winst Castle. All of them had flying mounts, hence, the defenses of Winst Castle had little to no effect on them. On the other hand, they were all flying at the highest altitude possible for them, where not a single player in Japan-Korea region could spot them. It was possible to spot them in the sky, but that requires a player to look into the sky with clear intent and squint their eyes hard. The other way of spotting them was if other flying players happened to bump into them. However, literally, all players with flying mounts were sorted to attack China. Since the nation war was started without warning, there was no strategy to properly counter their attack. There were only around 3,500 players, although they were the strongest of the strongest around China, and as many as 1,500 C-class inheritance holders. Not everyone had their transformation ready to be used. How do we fight when there are only so few of us? Asked many guild masters. Zhang took the commander position and explained, there's no need to kill players to win a city raid. As long as we can kill the high ruler of the city, it's our victory. During a city raid, the ruler's level is not fixed at a certain level. The level of the ruler will be the average level of all players within the city, plus 30 levels. From my calculations, I think the boss should be level 145. It should be a mythical tier with around 500 million HP. We'll gather 20 players with the strongest class inheritances and attack the main target. On average, each of our DPS should be 100,000, 20 of us should be 2 million DPS. Everyone listened with their full concentration while Zhang continued. It's really that simple. All we have to do is to attack the palace. 20 of us will take 5 minutes to fight the boss while the rest of us will guard the entrance. After the boss is dead, we will retreat. Any questions? Everyone could not believe what Zhang had just explained. It was too simple. The truth? They were more than capable to complete the task. Flying mounts granted them the ability to skip most of the defensive formation and directly attack the palace. However, there was one more threat. The dragon riders in the major cities. They would require luck to ambush the palace from the sky. After all, the elite tier dragon riders do not behave like their level. In fact, their difficulty could be greater than the ruler in the palace. If everyone is preoccupied by the dragon riders, it would be a complete waste of time that might lead to failure. There's only over 3,000 of us. There's no way in but to ambush. Sword of Light agreed with Zhang. Time waits for no man. Let's get going. All guild masters nodded and informed their own guilds about the strategy. With Zhang taking the lead, all players soared to the sky and hastily went over Winst Castle, undetected, and entered the portal that led to the Japan-Korea region. Go go go! Don't stop! Zhang Yang cried. With great speed and silence, everyone made sure their mounts made no noise as they entered the first major city of the Japan-Korea region, Hansung Castle. On the other side of the world, news was relayed to Zhang Yang about the enemy who were making their way towards the level 80 maps. Their target was Emerald City. In truth, they wanted to target White Jade Castle because of their hatred for Lone Desert Smoke and Zhang Yang. White Jade Castle was the main city of Lone Desert Smoke. However, they had changed their target because they knew about Queen Serena, the godlike entity resides within the castle. It would be suicidal to launch an attack. Unlike the incoming enemies, Zhang Yang assault party had flying mounts. They were much faster than the enemy. In just 4 hours, they had entered the airspace of Hansung Castle and dived straight into the castle. One by one, the assault party dove past the magic cannon's attack range and entered the interior sector, and into the royal palace. Right then, the defensive squadron of the Hansung Castle started to retaliate against Zhang Yang. As Zhang Yang feared, the defensive force were the powerful 3,000 dragon riders. Zhang Yang no choice but to implement their last resort plan. With 1,000 players deducted from the assault party, the remaining 2,000 players swept past dragon riders and headed straight into the royal chamber. In reality, a ruler would be hidden from sight. However, in the game, unless there are specific events that require the king to be at some places, the ruler of the will definitely be in the royal chamber, waiting to be killed. While the dragon riders were preoccupied, the ground forces were left to deal with Zhang Yang's assault team. However, no one could match the speed of the flying mounts. With little trouble, Zhang Yang's assault party managed to make their way into the royal chamber. 20 strongest players activated their transformation skills and entered the chamber while the remaining forces stayed behind to prevent anyone, players or NPCs, to intrude upon the battle. Assassin! Protect the king! Behind the 24 giant pillars, a total of 48 fully armored elite-tier soldiers, with ridiculously high levels, came out and attacked Zhang Yang's party. Take down the guards first! A small part of the 20-man party split off and drew the attention of the guards, allowing the remaining players to directly attack the king. Even though they were China's strongest attacking squad, the number of players were just too little. 3,500 players were not enough to fight against an army of NPC soldiers of a major city. However, all players had placed their unrelenting faith in Zhang Yang's plan. Rush in, attack, and run. With no seconds to spare. Mounts were disabled in an interior environment, hence all flying mounts were forcefully disembarked from their masters. Players like Zhang Yang, Sun Xanu, and Wei Yin Air still possessed flight capabilities for their inheritance transformations granted them wings. Shush! Shush! All unoccupied players rushed towards the boss and attacked with all their might. 20 players are not exactly a crowd, but they were still the best among the best. Besides Zhang Yang, Sun Xanu, and Han Shui, the rest of the 10 players were all A-class inheritance holders, and 7 players were B-class inheritance holders. Fatty Han and Zhang Yang had the Phoenix pets, dealing particular high damage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 639, Game of Thrones. Chapter 639, Game of Thrones. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. McLaren Artelos, the King of Hansung Kingdom, mythical, humanoid. Level, 144. HP, 1 billion. Defense, 9,410. Melee attack, 70, 092, 90,092. Skills. Great Destructor, lays down a powerful strike to destroy the land. Deals 100% melee attack to all targets attacking the caster. Heavy Bash, bashes a target and deals 150% melee physical attack. Knocks a target back and reduces the aggro value held by the target. Constitution, restore 2% HP every 30 seconds. Cannot be affected by any effect. Wrath of a King, if the battle was prolonged to 10 minutes. McLaren will be enraged and summons all his guards to destroy all enemies. Note, the ruler of Hansung Kingdom. Despite his age, the man is powerful. He was a war general when he was younger and carried the skills of war to his old age. Zhan Yu. WTF dude. You said 400 million. The boss has 1 billion HP. Sort of like gasped. Zhang Yang merely laughed. In that case, let's just try to make it within 10 minutes. Zhang Yang had already activated both his and the Phoenix's transformation skill. The combination of the two godlike entity was not something a regular player could comprehend. Zhang Yang led the assault party towards the king. As they approached the Royal Highness, the older man merely raised his head and glared at Zhang Yang. When he noticed the White Jade Empire emblem on their character's uniform, the king bellowed. White Jade Empire? Which backwater country did you come from? How dare you call yourself an empire, Zhang Yang could not care less about the boss, for time was not a luxury he possessed. He jumped towards the boss and threw out the first attack. Pesky rodent! You dare lay a hand on me! McLaren roared. Being as old as rock, the king moved as fast as an athlete on steroids. With quick movements of his hand, the king grabbed hold of the blade between his fingers. Although he had still taken the damage from the sword, he now prevented Zhang Yang from moving. Zhang Yang grunted in annoyance. With the weight of the world, Zhang Yang tugged his sword out and managed to pull his sword out. However, it was not because of Zhang Yang's own strength. The king had purposely loosened his grip on the blade. With a free hand, the king hurled a large battle hammer towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang saw the attack coming instinctively and raised his shield up. Wham! With a powerful clank, Zhang Yang was able to negate the damage. However, the attack did not stop there. Instead, Zhang Yang was sent flying like a cannonball. His entire character flew into a wall, making a large hole in it. It was not a normal attack. It was heavy bash. Puny warrior. Humph. The king scorned and turned to his next target, Sun Xinu. Unfortunately for her, Sun Xinu did not possess any damage blocking skills. With another quick swing of the hammer, Sun Xinu was sent flying and landed next to Zhang Yang on the same wall. However, unlike Zhang Yang, who stood back up more or less unscathed, Sun Xinu coughed out a pool of blood. Zhang Yang helped Sun Xinu back to her feet and quickly made his way towards the boss. From the previous attack, Zhang Yang understood that the skill only has a cooldown of 5 seconds. Its effect is to prevent a tank from maintaining a solid aggro on the boss, allowing him to deal equal, devastating damage to all players around. If Zhang Yang had not requested for everyone to activate their transformation skills, one normal attack and one heavy bash would be enough to kill any player. At then, among the 20 players, the lowest HP among them was already at 4 million. In such circumstances, it was almost impossible for the boss to instant-kill a player that easily. The battle continued on and Zhang Yang had been paying attention to the boss skill cycle. By the time the boss lost more than 8 million HP, Zhang Yang's assault party had begun to show casualties. However, the boss had only managed to kill someone when Han Shui was not healing. At that rate, the boss DPS would be at most 80,000. In 10 minutes he could only deal half of the party's overall HP before he falls. In theory, it sounds simple. However, the skill, constitution, and the Yi Great Destructor would be a hassle to deal with. Die! Outlander! McLaren roared and lifted his hammer up high. A glimmer of dark aura gathered at the tip of the hammer. After half a second, McLaren struck the ground hard with the hammer and created a blast wave that spread all around. Marble tiles were peeled off the ground and the shockwave continued on, unhindered. All players who were within 100 meters around the boss had taken close to 70,000 to 90,000 damage. Luckily, the palace was huge. Most of the players who were guarding the entrance were not affected by it. Only the 20 strongest players in China had taken the skill damage. Die in the ashes of despair, regret the day you were born. McLaren laughed maniacally and stuck another Great Destructor. The blast wave spread further outward and broke the pillar that was supporting the royal chambers. The grand chamber of the king was destroyed and turned into rubble. Several broken water pipes started gushing, causing a minor flooding in the chamber. As everyone took a great deal of damage constantly, Han Shui's superior healing powers was greatly brought to light. After activating the Milkmaid deity's transformation skill, she was now the epitome of healing. Even though 20 players were taking some serious damage, Han Shui had no problem squirting all her milk, restoring everyone's HP back up to the green zone. Everyone had more than 4 million HP. It was a level where the boss could not cause serious harm. It was also a good buffer for Han Shui to heal everyone overtime with just the percentage-based regeneration. In a situation where the boss is an AoE attack berserker type, players with low HP would only be committing suicide. Hence, not a single battle companion had been summoned, fearing that they will immediately die after being summoned. Only Zhang Yang and Fatty Han could summon their pets to do individual damage. With 22 attackers, the overall DPS was extremely powerful. Zhang Yang was far stronger than anyone else in the party. After gaining more than 200,000 DPS in his God of War transformation, Zhang Yang attacks had generated a massive amount of aggro on the boss. Even after taking several hits of Heavy Bash, which was supposed to have deleted all of Zhang Yang's aggro, the boss would still aim his attacks at Zhang Yang. We have to be quicker now. More NPCs and Japanese and Korean players are coming at us. We have already lost many players, and if the situation gets any worse, we might lose this war. Snowseeker shouted in the public channel. Due to the limitations of the party size, guild master who leads a large party had to rely on the public channel to communicate with their members. No problem. 5 more minutes, and we'll be done with the boss. Zhang Yang replied. Ha! What makes you think you could kill the boss in 5 minutes? Zhang Yang pretended to not hear her reply. Instead, he cast a God of War Devastation and dealt -603,922. That was his reply. I will crush you to smithereens. Just as Zhang Yang was about to lose the aggro hold on the boss, the powerful 600,000 damage had forced the boss to turn back towards Zhang Yang in the nick of time. Zhang Yang continued his normal attacks on the boss and felt a sudden glowing heat in his right palm. Rising Dragon Strike. -2028970. Gra. It was the only attack that was able to make the boss groan in pain. The skill was powerful and vast enough that even several surviving elite tier soldiers in the chamber had taken the same amount of damage. However, because the elite tier guards had levels that were too high for Zhang Yang to even see, the damage they took was slightly affected. D***MNUL. McLaren bellowed. He used Heavy Bash on Zhang Yang again. Even after he was sent flying away, the boss still chased after him instead of changing targets. The skill was supposed to prevent that very thing from happening. Under normal circumstances, the boss would automatically switch to a new target in the aggro list after using the skill. Zhang Yang had generated so much aggro that even after the skill is used, Zhang Yang still remained first on the boss aggro list. Strong. Snowseeker muttered. No one in the field then was a greenhorn in battle. Even though they could not observe the damage Zhang Yang dealt on the boss, they could gauge out the total damage dealt by him was far superior to anyone present in the battle. Everyone knew about Zhang Yang owning an S-class inheritance. However, the fact that the Phoenix could transform was supposedly still a secret. Since Zhang Yang had been fighting in the ranking battles for quite some time, many would have already found out about the Phoenix's ability. Although the information about the Phoenix was not spread, there was still the loudmouth Fatty Han who would boast his skills and the Phoenix pet to the world. Still, even if they knew about the Phoenix's power, what could they do surpass Zhang Yang? One Sword Stroke, Greensleeves Prince, and many other guildmasters felt immense grievance, for it was almost impossible for them to compete with Zhang Yang. The battle continued on. Even though the boss had a powerful HP regeneration skill, the boss could not recover as much HP as it lost. In no time at all, the boss was left with 20% HP. It was time for Killing Cleave. Every warrior present in the field activated their attack boosting skills and laid down the final waves of attack. Zhang Yang and Wei Yenair had activated Indiscriminate and struck the boss using Killing Cleave at full rage. -1 668 840. Although the damage dealt was not as powerful as Rising Dragon Strike, it was still powerful enough, as all attacks during the activation of Indiscriminate will be a critical hit. If a Rising Dragon Strike was procced, then the damage dealt would reach as high as 4 million. Lowly peasants. Die. McLaren was losing his kingly composure. Zhang Yang laughed. If a king wants his legions dead, his legions would have to comply. But you are not my king. Ha ha. If you call for my death, I'll have your head instead. With a quick flick of his fingers, Zhang Yang cast Glare of the Death God. Dark clouds formed on the boss character and assembled into a large grinning skull. -10,000,000. -10,000,000. -10,000,000. 1% of the boss's 1 billion HP was 10 million. All hits that were required to proc the damage was quickly triggered, with all 22 attackers present. No! No! This cannot be! The king screamed and shouted disgruntledly. It only took 4 seconds to proc all hits of the Glare of the Death God. As such, the boss had less than 4% HP left. Everyone's eyes glinted with intense focus. They knew that it was almost time to loot the rewards. A mythical tier boss such as McLaren would surely drop a few mythical tier equipment. That's not all, this boss was considered as an open world boss. They would only respawn once every month. Hence, the number of mythical tier equipment circling around the market was extremely scarce. 3%, 2%, 1%. Everyone made preparation and slowed down on their attacks. Right then, everyone had their own parties even though they were all under the command of Zhang Yang. Each of them had already laid an attack on the boss, hence, everyone had the right to loot. 0%. McLaren groaned in great pain before dropping to the ground, dead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 640, The Curtains Fall Perfectly. Chapter 640, The Curtains Fall Perfectly. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The moment the boss fell, all China players received a system notification. The king of Hansung Kingdom has been killed and everyone has gained a level for free. On the other hand, the players of Japan-Korea Region 2 had received a notification, for their king has been slain, everyone would have 1 level deducted. Zhang snickered. WTF was probably the phrase that every player in Japan-Korea region had blasted out in unison. They had been planning this for a few days and had even sorted all the strongest players of guilds, big and small from all over Japan and Korea. Only then were they capable of sending more than 40 million players to conquer all major cities in China, but how could they have known that the Chinese players would send only 3,000 players to take down a kingdom before they could? Right then, the only thing they could do to make things even would be to take down a kingdom. Things have taken a turn for the worse, yet the army of Japan-Korea players was still unable to see the silhouette of Emerald Kingdom. It was the worst situation they had been in since the ancient creature invasion. When the sudden negativity struck everyone, their morale started to waver. It was not clear to what extent would the players work together. When McLaren fell, Zhang, Greensleeve Prince, One Sword Stroke, Snowseeker, and many other pairs of hands had swooped in to grab whatever there is to grab. McLaren would have an array of luxurious drops such as skill books, mythical or even ethereal tier equipment. Even though the number of drops would definitely be plenty for a party, it was not enough to share amongst a party of 20 players. Within a microsecond, all of the loot was gone. Zhang checked his inventory and found out that he had only picked up a skill book. The man giggled awkwardly as he was impressed by the speed of the other guild masters. Little did he know that the other guild masters were thinking the same thing. After all, the item he obtained was a skill book. Even the best equipment then would eventually be discarded soon after, but a skill will be carried until the end of the game. Now that the boss was killed and the loot was distributed, everyone turned to Zhang. Well, time to skip town, then, said Zhang with a grin. If they had continued to stay there, the angry NPC and players of Japan and Korea would swarm them by the 100 of millions. Everyone laughed at his nonchalant joke and flew towards the exit of the palace. All of the players' transformation skills were still active, hence, after they exited the royal chamber, they killed a good number of players along the way. With Zhang spearheading the exodus route, 19 players followed him behind, leaving a stretch of dead bodies in their wake. Although everyone had flying mounts, it was not as mobile as flying with their own 2 wings. After 10 minutes of running, Zhang and his assault party managed to escape the place with NPCs turning around to return to their original posts. The remaining players could not do anything without the NPCs' help and turned tail and run as well. A large portion of the high-leveled players had been sorted to attack Emerald Kingdom, hence, the number of strong players remaining in their own region were too scarce to fight Zhang assault party. They could at least put up a resistance against the incoming China players with the help of the Dragon Knights. However, when the NPCs returned to their original posts, the players themselves would not stand a chance. Even though Zhang and the main attack force had left the region, there were still more than 1,000 players remaining in the region. They were stuck there since they had not means of reviving themselves. The graveyard was guarded closely and their bodies in the main cities were guarded by players. They had no choice but to wait until the heat dies down when people start to lose their interest in guarding and the coast is clear. Still, Zhang needed to fix Morningtown up. Because none of them had bound their teleportation scrolls to any town or city, they had traveled on their own. As they flew through the airspace, players had taken the chance to review the items they had looted. Previously, all they cared about was to get their hands on any item there is and escape as soon as possible. Zhang himself included, 5 Lone Desert Smoke members had participated in the boss fight. However, only Zhang and Sun Xianyu had managed to haul an item each. Still, right then, gaining a level was more important than anything else. To be able to gain a level as a reward is worth all the hassle. However, the level rewards was still pending. If they failed to guard Emerald Kingdom from being taken over, it would be for naught. Sun Xianyu had obtained a shield that was as black as charcoal. Its shape was triangular with pointy edges. Zhang was overjoyed. It was made clear that the current hottest item on sale in the market were tank items. As long as a party's tank is strong, the party would not have much trouble in hunting strong bosses. A shield was, after all, a tank's most powerful and core equipment. Dragon Scale Refined Iron Shield, Ethereal, Shield. Defense, plus 7,560. Vitality, plus 7,260. Equip, increases maximum HP by 14,520. Equip, absorbs 1,923 damage on attack. Equip, with every successful block, deals holy damage to the target equivalent to 70% of the user's defense value. Unidentified. Level requirement, 140. Special, level requirement reduced by 20 levels. Note, a mighty shield that was made with the Black Dragon's scale. Its integrity is nothing like you have ever seen. The most sought-after shield for Guardian and Defender. The shield had not yet been identified, yet the stats were already stronger than the one that Zhang Yang was wearing. As expected of an ethereal level 140 shield. Without saying anything, Sun Xian tossed the shield to Zhang Yang to get some lovey-dovey points. Zhang Yang did not even care to identify the shield and quickly equipped it. Naturally, the little brat was there to witness that unfairness. Hence, after being teased by the little girl, Zhang Yang took out the skill book that he had looted and showed it to her. Skill book, Summon Phantasm. Use, teaches you the skill, Summon Phantasm. Class requirement, Priest, Knight, Spellcaster. Level requirement, 100. No one, not even Zhang Yang, had heard of the skill before. To play it fair as the little girl demanded, Zhang Yang decided to give the skill book out via the roll the dice method. In the end, the skill book was won over by a spellcaster from the secondary raiding party called Ghostnose. Right after he obtained the skill book, the player immediately learned it and posted the skill with a grin on his face. Summon Phantasm, forms a binding covenant with the devils and summons a phantasm to aid you in battle. The Summon Phantasm is immune to all attacks and will survive for only 30 seconds per instance. After returning to the underworld, the phantasm will convert his power and restore your MP based on the total damage it had dealt. Cooldown, 30 minutes. With roughly a full set of level 120 ethereal tier equipment, a spellcaster should have more than 70,000 MP. In 30 seconds, 70,000 damage is something that a novice could do. The skill was practically a full MP restoration skill. It was an OP skill. If the phantasm could not deal higher damage in return, it could at least help increase the caster's DPS for a short time. Since the cooldown was only 30 minutes, the skill could be used in all boss fight. If the fight is dragged on any longer, it would be an extremely powerful support skill. It could be used in the battle team professional league fights as well. When they came with the sound of the shadow. But when they left with the vigor of a riot. Over 2,000 players, including Zhang Yang, had flown gallantly towards the Winst Castle and destroyed the castle's teleportation point to disrupt the travel of the Japan-Korea region players. Since they had already reduced Morningtown into ashes, Zhang Yang did not reserve his anger and unleashed might and fury upon Winst Castle. After destroying the castle, the assault party only returned to Morningtown, or what it once was. The battle was still going on at its peak. Even though the defending army, the China players, had the advantage of numbers, they had been dragging the battle for quite some time due to the strategic location of Morningtown. Right then, the China players were attacking to reclaim their territory while the Japan-Korea region players were defending the place. In such situation, the defending party would have the territorial advantage. Hence, the drag. Zhang Yang and his merry assault party had already timed out of their transformation skill. Even though they were top-tiered players from China, having 3,000 players against millions of players was not something that Zhang Yang would go for. If their transformation skills were still active, they could easily take down millions of players with no problem. Right then, they could only form a pincer attack and target the little guys and slowly work their way up to the stronger ones. Although it was safe, it was not very effective. On the enemy side, they had received words of Zhang Yang attacking strategy. As a result, they had split themselves apart from the war and gathered many players who possessed flying mounts. They had tried to mimic Zhang Yang's strategy and directly assault Emerald Kingdom's ruler. Since all 8 kingdoms were unified under the rule of Queen Serena, all castle and all major cities were occupied by a steward. The task at hand was to take back Morningtown from the defenders before they can reach Emerald Kingdom. If they succeed, they could transport a large number of players instantly via the teleportation point and defend against the enemy in Emerald Kingdom. Although Zhang Yang had already considered the party of 3,000 players that he was leading not all too overwhelming, they still managed to push forward the progress of taking back Morningtown. At most, in 20 minutes' time, Zhang Yang would have fully retaken Morningtown. By then, the assault party of Japan-Korea region player had just arrived at the castle of Emerald Kingdom and had started their assault on the steward in the castle. The assault party thought that they were 1 step ahead of China players, but in truth, China players were 7 steps ahead of them. Before the Japan-Korea players had even reached the outskirt of the castle walls, a large number of players had already positioned themselves in a defensive formation around the castle entrance. Even though there were large portions of players who could not care less about the war, some of them had returned to the castle to provide reinforcements. Right then, it's all about a contest of speed. The Japanese and Korean players who were still defending Morningtown had gone mental. With every bit of HP left, they stood resilient to the attacks of Zhang Yang and his party. Zhang Yang knew that they were buying time for their comrades in Emerald Kingdom and will do anything to extend their stay there. Zhang Yang had no choice but to switch his attack pattern to a full-on Suicide Squad style to forcefully take back the territory in order to reset the teleportation point and provide reinforcements to Emerald Kingdom. Guild Master, the Steward has 89% HP left. Guild Master, the Steward has 72% HP. As the players in Emerald Kingdom kept him updated, Zhang Yang and the assault party were getting agitated. They knew they have to pick up the speed if they wanted to defend Emerald Kingdom. At last, after several more minutes, all the players inside Morningtown were killed. The first thing Zhang Yang did was restore the fallen teleportation points without wasting any second. Right, the portal is set. Zhang Yang was the first to enter the magical transport and appear in Emerald Kingdom. With haste, all players around Morningtown started to teleport to Emerald Kingdom when the boss still had over 11% HP left. After a brief fight, all Japan-Korea region players in Emerald Kingdom were killed, thus ending the nation war with them successfully defending against the assault. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 641, Gagaro's Mist. Chapter 641, Gagaro's Mist. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Japanese and Koreans were not thinking straight when they declared a nation war. In the end, they had it coming. Instead of toppling another kingdom, they had their own kingdom toppled first. Worst yet, not only have they failed to kill the steward, their entire fleet of players were completely wiped out as well. Everything that happened was witnessed by the entire world. Though China may have won both defensive and offensive wars, the sudden attack of Japan and Korea was a good wake-up call for all the players. To prevent future attacks, they would have to increase their alertness in every territory. Truth be told, China was lucky. However, they might not be this lucky in the next attack. After the war ended and everyone had a good night's sleep, guilds from all over China proactively donated materials to Lone Desert Smoke to rebuild Morningtown. Zhang Yang gladly accepted the materials because he knew that the players were genuinely helpful in order to protect their own territory. Although the war was over, the enemy could still strike at any moment. Zhang Yang immediately restored Morningtown to the best that he could at that moment. At the same time, Lone Desert Smoke had initiated a patrol program. The patrol squads would consist of several players from different guilds from all over China. The squads were extremely large and were split into several teams, set to be stationed all over Tibanya Wasteland's main pathway. It was possible to miss out several scouts high in the sky, but at the very least, the patrol team could easily detect a large army of players coming towards their direction. Morningtown could prepare their defenses before any army arrives. Once the defenses around Morningtown was fortified, the teleportation point was now the main defense point. If the teleportation point is destroyed, all teleportation scrolls bound to the place would be ineffective. Players looking to travel to Morningtown would be greatly hindered. In the recent war, the enemy had destroyed the teleportation point, causing many players who were still training in the Chaos Realm to be unable to return to Morningtown. Their travel time would be lengthened greatly as they would have to travel back to the major city and use the long pathway in the Ten Barren Sea from Morningtown. After the world's first nation war, China players discovered many problems and loopholes that could be exploited by the enemy. Hence, each region had taken advantage of this knowledge and learned from their neighbor in order to strengthen their own regions. Zhang Yang went back to town and identified the newly acquired shield. Dragon Scale Refine Iron Shield, Ethereal Shield. Defense, plus 7,560. Vitality, plus 10,372. Equip, increases maximum HP by 20,740. Equip, absorbs 2,748 damage on attack. Equip, with every successful block, deals holy damage to the target equivalent to 100% of the user's defense value. Level requirement, 140. Special, level requirement reduced by 20 levels. Note, a mighty shield that was made with the Black Dragon's scale. Its integrity is nothing like you have ever seen. The most sought-after shield for Guardian and Defender. After identifying the shield stats had increased to the point where Zhang Yang was sure that it was among the top 5 shields in the game at the time. With the shield identified and equipped, Zhang Yang's stats rose to 448, 140 HP with the Vitality Aura boost, 8,520 defense, and 7,338 damage absorption. Any physical attack would have to be at least 20,000 to breach his defenses. Magic attacks would have to be at least 17,000 to cause him damage. A true turtle shell indeed. However, his sheer attack power should disqualify him from the turtle qualification, since his basic attack had reached as high as 56,268 to 61,504. Absolute defense or absolute offense are powerful traits. If either one of those traits exist in a player, he or she might be a little problem for the enemy. There will always be methods to countering those players. However, Zhang Yang was different. He had the best of both worlds. How could someone craft up a strategy to defeat him? Unless it was an unfair fight where he would have to face thousands of players at the same time. Zhang Yang continued his best to be the best. There was no reason for him to stop his progress. Even though he was the best in terms of level, equipment, skills, and other aspects of the game, other players would surpass him if he were to slack. It was a game after all. Losers have only one choice: to surpass the strong. The strong would have to constantly be on the edge, fearing that the weak would eventually surpass them at any moment. A short period of time after the First Nation War, the developers had launched a patch to introduce a new map. The name of the map was called Gagaro's Mist. On the map, monsters will provide 50% additional experience points. Boss monsters were spawning like mushrooms after a rain shower on the map. However, as a preemptive warning, developers had already warned players that the monsters in the map will be aggressive. Even the normal tier monsters will be difficult to kill. Hence, players with lower tier equipment were advised to not try the map. The important catch of the new map was that its location was kept hidden. The directional map can be found by killing level 120 monsters or higher to obtain pieces of the map. Assemble enough pieces to form a complete map to lead the player to the new map. Naturally, when the news was released, players were all hyped up to the search of the map. 50% experience points boost? That alone was enough to reduce 10 days of leveling duration to only 6 days. There were even high-level bosses. A boss was extremely difficult to hunt in the explored maps. Even then, guilds would be occupying their spawn points. Those that are unoccupied will be dead after 5 minutes of spawning. For example, the stone golem boss that Zhang Yang had made use of in the past in Morningtown was now food for random players. Since the spawn point was so close to Morningtown, players could easily find themselves a party and defeat it in just 2 to 3 minutes. Besides the bosses found in dungeons, open-world bosses will be extremely tough to find. The main draws of an open-world boss were the luxurious drops. Hardcore mode dungeon bosses would never drop an equipment imbued with the level reduction special effect. A level 90 player may only raid a level 90 dungeon at best, but wearing level 110 equipment acquired from an open-world boss would make a whole difference. Normal players were not the only ones that were agitated by the map release. Fatty Han, Wei Yin and many others were rushing Zhang Yang to start searching for the map. Little Young. I'm only wearing 2 pieces of ethereal tier equipment. It's so annoying to not have a set. I don't even have the nerve to set foot outside the city. Do me a favor and search for the Gagaro's Mist map thingy. I want to get more ethereal tier equips, cried Fatty Han as he wiped his snort off Zhang Yang's shirt. Zhang Yang winced and slapped Fatty Han in his face. F***ck off. Could you at least wipe your goo off with your own shirt? As for your ethereal equipment, I'll give you 1 hour. Stand by the door and snap a picture of anyone else wearing an ethereal equipment. If you can find 1 player in ethereal equipment, I'll hunt a full set of Hunter's ethereal equipment in 3 days. Zhang Yang gave his rump a good kick. He. Fatty Han rolled off and Wei Yin replaced his spot. At first, Zhang Yang was about to continue crafting potions when Wei Yin stood in front of him with a smile on her face. You know, somehow, you look exceptionally handsome today. Ha? What are you talking about? I'm exceptionally handsome any day. Zhang Yang rapped her skull. Go and do some work if you're that free. Those who don't work, don't eat. Nai he. Work? Look at my equipment. I've been wearing this for years now. It's time to replace them, yes? Let's hunt for the map pieces, said Wei Yin as she hugged Zhang Yang's arm, trying to play it cute. Zhang Yang stopped in his tracks and smiled at the little girl. If your armor is old, 99% of the world would have gladly accepted your equipment. Why don't you trade your old ones out? Wei Yin let go of his arms and sulked. Before she could pretend to do anything else, Zhang Yang closed his potion-making eye and said, Fine. Stop sulking about. Sai, when will you learn to be independent? Let's go. The map pieces were not that simple to hunt. Although Tibanya Wasteland was huge, the number of monsters spawning was not enough to handle that many players who shared the same goal. Once a monster appears in the field, countless of attacks would land on it instantly. Zhang Yang felt a little nostalgic. The scene of which monsters would be instantly killed was exactly like the scene in the beginner's village. Zhang brought his regular team to the land of the Flaming Rocks. It was a level 120 plus map where the lowest leveled monsters were level 120. In fact, most of the monsters here were mostly level 130 and above. Hence, due to numerous threats around, no players under level 120 would choose to grind there. The difference between a level 100 and level 120 map were the monsters. Even though they shared the same levels, their attacks were different. In level 100 maps, the highest level boss would be a mythical tier, so the normal monster's attack would be around a gray-silver tier. In level 120 maps, the highest boss tier would be an ethereal tier, so the normal monsters around would have attacks that are equivalent to yellow-gold tier. That was one of the general knowledge among players around. That was why normal players would not want to risk their lives venturing into a level 120 plus map. Zhang spread the team out far and wide and killed as many monsters as they could. However, after a long day of killing, the party had only managed to find 2 pieces of the map. The system had demanded for a total of 10 map pieces to form a complete map. If that was not enough to piss off players, the map pieces had numberings on them. They had to collect the first piece to the 10th piece. In 3 days, Zhang and his merry little band had collected 17 map pieces, but many of them were repetitive. They were only lacking the 2nd piece and the 7th piece to complete the map. Zhang then contacted Snowseeker to trade off several map pieces. In the end, Zhang managed to obtain the 2nd piece from her and the 7th piece from Sky Shaman. Navigation map, Gagaro's Mist, usable. Use, opens a dimensional portal and transports you and your fellow teammates to Gagaro's Mist. The portal can only open for 5 minutes and transports a total of 10 players. Level 100. TCH. What a cheapo crap. We farmed this thingy for 3 days but it can only be used once, said Fatty Han disgruntled. Zhang thought for a while and said, everyone, get your equipment all fixed up before we go. We must not let anything to hinder us from staying any longer. Understood. Everyone went back to town and had their equipment fixed to its full durability and stocked up on potions. After a few minutes, everyone gathered together. Zhang then used the map and casted a black swirly portal. Their party entered the portal one by one, and after all 10 of them pass through it, the portal disperses into countless fragments. Ding! You have entered Gagaro's Mist. You have 24 hours to stay in this map before you will be teleported out. Ding! You have received the effect, Clouded Mist. Unable to return Gagaro's Mist within 30 days. Ding! All monsters besides the boss shall have a 1-hour respawn duration. Everyone received the system notification right after they emerged out of the portal. What? Only 24 hours. This is absurd, cried Endless Starlight with dismay. What the hell? 30 days once? That's like 10 days in real life, . Zhang laughed and said, well, nothing to argue there. Let's not waste any more time and start killing. Roger. Everyone followed Zhang and ventured through the mysterious place. The entire space they were in was a large internal crater. From where they stood, the only visible object that they could see from afar was a large clock structure. There were long stone pathways on their left and right that all leads directly towards the central clock tower. The little girl went to the edge of the stone pathway and quickly stopped when she saw what was there. The stone pathway that the party was standing on was actually a bridge. There were a total of 12 bridges that led to the center, and boiling red-hot lava was right underneath them. They were quite well elevated from the lava, however, the party could still feel the intense heat radiating from below. Each bridge was at least 10 kilometers long and 20 meters wide. A few meters ahead of the party were all specters roaming alone. The entire bridge was completely filled with them. It was not clear where they were at, but the environment was extremely moist and steamy. The steam formed a thick smog that had blocked the sun's ray from penetrating the smog. The only light source was coming from beneath the bridge, where the glowing red lava flows. Zhang could summon the phoenix pet out, but it could not fly. At most, the fiery bird would glide a few meters before descending downward. There was no way for either of them to travel to the other stone bridges. Based on the direction of the clock tower, the party was in the 8 o'clock direction. The neighboring bridge were at least 5 kilometers apart, hence, it was not reachable. In the world map UI, there were 4 blinking dots at different positions. All of them were at least 10% away from the clock tower, and Zhang party was at 0%. Water Han Shui noticed the oddity and immediately realized what they were. There are 3 other parties in this place. There's 12 pathways but only one end, that means the treasure lies at the end of the road. And only one party can get it. Everyone braced themselves for a tough battle. The other three parties were located at the 1 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and the 11 o'clock direction. They were extremely far away and could not even be seen with the naked eye. There was no telling who they were. Zhang nodded and quickly took charge. Don't waste any more time. They sprinted towards the bridge. Not far from where they appeared stood two extremely big-sized abomination monsters. Their stomachs were ruptured and putrid-smelling green liquid was oozing out from their torn abdomens. Mist Abomination, Normal, Spectre. Level, 130. HP, 100,000. Defense, 2,280. Attack, 25,342 to 30,242. Skills. Decay Aura, deals 30,000 natural damage to all non-spectre beings every 3 seconds. Dismember, slices off a target's limbs and deals 150% melee physical attack. Target will be disarmed for 5 seconds. Note, the lowest and weakest monster in Gagaro's Mist. If you cannot fight them, you best turn back and leave. Wei Yen was a little too hot-headed. When she saw that the monster was only a normal tier monster, she had skimmed over the rest of the monster's stats and rushed over to attack one of them. 22, 334. The two of them shared the same aggro radius, hence, when one of them was attacked, the other abomination turned to the little brat and cleaved her with the butcher knives in its hands, dealing high damage. "Oh-ee!" The little brat screamed. "Are these really normal tier monsters? Cousin sis. Heal me." Zhang Yang sighed and felt that the little girl will never learn her lesson. Zhang Yang rushed ahead and cast Charge on one of the monsters. He then added a Provoke and landed one normal attack to grab all the aggro of the other. "Little brat. Can you at least read their properties before charging into battle?" Zhang Yang knocked her head with the shield. "Nishi shishi." The little girl said nothing but grinned with an innocent face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 642, Contest on the Bridge. Chapter 642, Contest on the Bridge. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Well d*mn. "The monsters here are strong," cried Lost Dream as he laid down a powerful barrage of damage on the abomination monster. Lost Dream was referring to its attack instead of its overall constitution. Despite having powerful skills in attack, the normal tier monster had only over 100,000 HP. It did not take long for the party to kill one and the other. Zhang Yang nodded. "You have to be careful. The monsters are powerful inside here. I suspect that the attack power of the monsters inside will be several times more than the regular monsters you fight in the normal map. Let me tank the monsters, you guys should be able to finish their low HP in no time." The two monsters had fallen and provided a total of 300,000 experience. It was 50% more than the monsters outside the Gagaro's Mist. "There's nothing to fear. I'll stand at the frontier and you guys form a line behind me. Together we can push these normal tier monsters at a higher efficiency." Zhang Yang steered the party into formation and allowed them to strike simultaneously, reaching more than 100,000 damage in one volley of attack. It would be a waste if they were all to target one monster at a time. Zhang Yang wanted the party to increase their killing speed, for there was a time limit in the place. Besides that, there were 3 other parties that were technically competing with them. Even if the last prize in the clock tower was unknown to him, there was no way he would give it up to other players. Besides Haning Shui and Fantasy Sweetheart, the rest of the player were lined up in a straight line. Even though the monsters' attacks were indeed stronger than the normal monsters, the party members were all mounted. With the increased HP limit, the 2 healers and 3 healer-type battle companions, there was no need for them to withdraw or fall back. The only direction was forward, without stopping. Zhang Yang took the lead and fully displayed the prowess of his thick skin. When a monster laid down their attack, all they could deal was less than 10,000 damage to his 700,000 HP. The party did not need to worry about being attacked at all, but the party moved 300 meters forward and had already accumulated enough experience points for them to smile like they were winning a jackpot. At that moment, at the 7 o'clock bridge, a blimp appeared, indicating that a new party had entered the field. 100 Shots was an engineer and had crafted binoculars for himself. The device worked just like the real thing in reality, which allows players to extend their sight. 100 Shots started surveying the new party. It's the Land of Savages Guild. I can see Hourglass Figure and a few other familiar faces. Poof. Zhang Yang scoffed. They are a little too late. Let's pick up the pace, guys. We must be the first to reach the end. Hee hee. That's right. That's because we are, asked endless starlight hoping for a roar. However. Huh? What? Awesome? The weirdest? The fattest? There were many replies, but neither one was the answer that endless starlight was looking for. The 10-man team of Land of Savages did not idle for long before they too started their raid to push forward. It seems that they too had found out the nature of the place. In general, since there were 12 bridges in this map, a total of 12 parties could enter at a time to compete with the others. With the help of the world map, it was possible to view the progress of the other parties. Since the instance was not created as a dungeon, there were no limits as to how many parties could join. As such, there were no rules to restrict only 12 parties in the map. By which, when the 13th party joins the map, there will be a bridge carrying 2 parties. As such, the parties that share the same bridge would have to come to an agreement. They could share the loot, or they would have to fight for it. It would be likely that the parties would have to kill one another for the right to obtain the loot. Since the bridge was small, there is not enough space to form a proper lineup formation. If 2 parties were to fight together, it would be extremely crowded, which will definitely slow down the pushing speed. Although it would still be faster than a party, it would never achieve the full potential of 2 parties. As a conclusion, if the 2 parties cooperated with each other, the pushing speed would be slightly faster than the others. However, due to their cooperation with each other, the party will have lesser experience points. There's always a trade-off. Since the monsters in the map were all normal tier, coupled with the map's special conditions, monsters that were killed will respawn after only 1 hour. If the entire party is killed in the middle of pushing through, they would have to restart from the beginning. Although the route was only 10 kilometers, the number of monsters on the bridge were uncountable. Since mounts were unable to fly in this map, the progression speed was extremely slow. Using 24 hours to make their way towards the clock tower would not be an easy task. Little Yang, I think we should use our transformation skill to push forward. Fatty Han suggested. Even though their progress speed was not as slow as a turtle, it was not fast enough to look promising. Zhang Yang shook his head. Not yet. I know it might be awesome to kill our way in with our transformation skill, but can you guarantee that we can push all the way to the end within the transformation duration? What happens if the last boss at the end requires all of us to use our transformation skills to defeat? That's right. I can see that the other party did not use their transformation skill to push either. They should share similar thoughts, said 100 Shots. But, what if there are just endless monsters on this bridge and no bosses, said Wei Yen Air playfully. Well. In that case, reserve the transformation skill until the last 22 hours. No matter where we are on the bridge, we will use our transformation skills. It would still be worth using our transformation skill to spam skill normal monsters. Zhang Yang rubbed his knuckles on the girl's head. In retaliation, the little girl jumped around and snarled at Zhang Yang like an enraged kitten. After a short period of time, a new party had appeared on the bridge at the 3 o'clock direction. Since the distance was too far for 100 Shots to scout, they had no idea who they were. Furthermore, the communication means in the map was limited to the party only. Even if Zhang Yang posts something in the guild channel, only his party could see it. No sooner after, more and more parties had joined in the map in the 2 o'clock and the 12 o'clock bridge. After they had pushed to the 1 kilometer mark, a new team had joined in the map and appeared right at the opposite bridge. It was a team of North America region players. The Blood Alliance Guild. Zhang Yang was not familiar with the guild, but he saw one particularly familiar name. It was Captain America. The man had possessed the God of War inheritance in Zhang Yang's previous life. Luckily, unlike Zhang Yang, Captain America did not know anything about that. If he does, he might summon some Norse mythology demigod to kill Zhang Yang for the thievery he had committed. In less than 1 hour, all Stonebridge was occupied by parties. From there on out, any more parties joining the map would occupy a bridge that already has a party. Be it cooperation or competition, the parties would have to come up with a solution fast or they will lose the race. After Zhang Yang's party had reached the 2nd kilometer mark, the monsters were upgraded from normal tier to elite tier. Instead of large, oversized abominations, the monsters were white skeletal soldiers that were roaming around. Due to the limited space and flooding of monsters, the skeletal soldiers would bump into each other, which gives out a loud, hollow sound of tuck. If it was just one tuck sound, the party would be fine. However, the tuck-tuck sounds were extremely frequent and rattling. It was not something that the light-hearted could take in. Mist Bloodthirsty Skeleton, Elite, Spectre. Level, 130. HP, 2,600,000. Defense, 2,280. Melee attack, 50,274 to 54,274. Skills. Death control, targets that have fallen to the monster will suffer from being controlled by the skeleton. Last for 5 minutes. Brutal smash, 30% chance to strike an additional attack after a successful attack. Note, from here on out, you're facing actual threat. Although skeletal soldiers are the weakest soldier in the Spectre ranks, their attacks will take your breath away. Literally. A rough. A total of 7 monsters rushed over to Zhang Yang and raised their swords to attack. Zhang Yang immediately ordered the team to fall back a little. Each of these skeletal soldiers possessed attack power that could rival a mythical boss. Even with the boosted HP via the mount, players could still be killed when they are surrounded by the monsters. Zhang Yang took charge and took all the damage dealt by the monsters. Endless Starlight followed closely behind and rode his Black Rhino mount. Zhang Yang and Endless Starlight tanked all 7 monsters to prevent any of them from attacking the DPSers. Despite being a tank class, Endless Starlight's HP dropped ever so rapidly that Han Xuan Fantasy Sweetheart had to immediately heal him. Zhang Yang was tanking 4 of the skeletal soldier and had a better situation than him. Worried for the poor fellow, Zhang Yang used Provoke and took 1 monster away from him and tanked a total of 5 skeletal soldiers. Zhang Yang leaped off the Phoenix and struck the ground with Thunderstrike, Gut. After slowing the monsters down a notch, Zhang Yang leaped on the Phoenix and kite them away. With his kiting ability, he was able to deal damage, move around, and last longer. Nee-hee-hee. Pervert Starlight could not be hoped after all, cried Wei Yin Air as she laughed. Whoa! Cut me some slack. I'm a defender. I'm stronger against magic attacks. This not my show, said Endless Starlight as he tried to justify himself. Everyone laughed at his retort and continued to attack. In truth, to be able to tank even 2 of the monsters was quite a feat in itself. The monster did have the attack power of a mythical tier boss. Even Zhang Yang would not dare to directly take the monster's attack. The proper strategy would be, Zhang Yang and Endless Starlight tanked 2 monsters each while the rest of the monster should be handled by the players. Skills like Frost Trap, Ambush, Pet skills or other immobilizing skills would come in handy at times like this. Similar to the previous Abomination monsters, the skeletal soldiers may have strong attack, but they had little HP. After several volleys of concentrated attack, the soldier would die in no time at all. As the number of monsters decreases, the time taken to kill each monster will be greatly shortened. In the end, the party had only took 1 minute to kill all 7 skeletal soldiers. Endless Starlight breathed a long sigh of relief and said, "Oh man, these few monsters were strong. I don't think 24 hours is enough to kill our way till the end. Relax. If our party does not have enough firepower, no other party could do the same." Zhang Yang laughed. He was not bragging, but merely stating the truth. There were 3 S-Class Inheritance players in their party. If they could not do it, no one could. Besides, they had half of the world's S-Class players. Technically, if you take the strongest players in the game and form a 10-man party, they would share roughly the same firepower as Zhang Yang's party. That may be true, but what if other teams have their own secondary parties joining in, said Daffodil Daydream worriedly. You're right. Their combined forces would definitely have better results. However, there is still a possibility that the new party would be an enemy. If that happened, it would be a chaotic session. It was but the obvious fact. If a party of Japan-Korea players joined their bridge, it would be chaos. There will no chance for them to talk it out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 643, Mist Skeleton King. Chapter 643, Mist Skeleton King. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Woohoo! I'm getting excited by the minute. I wonder what will we get in the end, said Fatty Han as he drooled all over the place. With the Phoenix pet in hand, Fatty Han's DPS had finally received an upgrade, allowing him to rise from the bottom to the middle tier. Anything is fine as long as there's some ethereal equipment for me. I only have 2 here. Hey! I only have 1. Everyone started to be chatty when it comes about ethereal tier equipment. Zhang Yang could not deny the fact that he too wanted more ethereal equipment, although he already possessed 4 of them. He. Look at you guys squeaking about equipment. Fatty Han points his fingers here and there as he making fun of the party member. You pig. You too want the ethereal equipment, don't you? If you deny it, give us all the equipment you have and switch them with a whitewood tier. Yeah. I'd say, I've been eyeing at your ethereal pants you have. Come on. Give it to me as a bro's gift. You have some really weird taste. Why would you even eyeing my crotch? What? That's not, Enough! Zhang Yang roared. We're not done yet. Fight now, talk later. The party continued pushing as far as they could, and after 10 minutes or so, they had finally spotted the 13th party joining the map. The newly joined party appeared at the 3 o'clock bridge. Since all party marked with a blinking, the 2 dots on the bridge began to approach each other. The one in the front started to withdraw while the newly joined party beginning to push on. However, little did Zhang Yang had expected, the 2 dots did not reduce in size. That only means that the 2 parties did not fight each other but chose to go with the cooperation route. Their sudden unexpected reaction had the other 11 parties startled. Right then, they knew that experience points do not really matter anymore, but reaching the final goal was. All 13 parties, including Zhang Yang, felt the stress building up on them. However, Han Yingshui's sudden report had eased the tension by a huge mile. We are only 300 meters away from the first party. Han Yingshui had her world map UI out since the beginning of the raid. She had been keeping track of each party's progress. Zhang Yang's party was the 4th party that had entered the map. When they had just set foot on the map, the fastest party was already 1 kilometer ahead of them. Right then, Zhang Yang had already managed to catch up. They had shortened their distance by a whole 700 meters despite starting out late. Don't stop now. Fight on. 200 meters. 100 meters. 30 meters. Wait. Something's not right there. We're not catching up. They've completely stopped in their tracks. Act dash. Han Yingshui's eyes were glued to the world map UI and did not see where she was going. She had walked into Zhang Yang and bumped her head against his metal armor. Life, the scent of life, meat, fresh meat. A deep, distorted voice could be heard emerging from afar. The bridge tremored as a large skeletal soldier walked towards them. It wore a full set of heavy silver, metallic armor and carried a long, rusted cleaver that was dripping with blood. Unlike the other skeleton monster, this one was overly large and had 3 long spikes protruding out of his spine. Han Yingshui then realized why the other party had stopped moving forward. Mist Skeleton King, Ethereal, Spectre. Level, 140. HP, 500 million. Defense, 9,950. Melee attack, 80,289 to 90,289. Skills. Constitution of the Afterlife, restores 1% HP every 30 seconds. Restoration amount cannot be affected any skills. Bony Pierce, fires a bone spike and deals 150% melee physical attack. Sanranzen, unleashes a barrage of sword attacks, dealing 100% melee physical damage with each strike. Decay Aura, deals 80,000 shadow damage to all targets every 5 seconds within a certain area. Summon Skeletal, summons 100 skeletal soldier to aid the king in battle. 5 seconds casting time. Note, the Mist Skeleton King was a mighty warrior who was famous for his brute strength. No one had heard of him after he had set foot in a mysterious land. No one knew about him, but the man who had sworn to protect the living and exterminate all Spectre had become the very entity that he had sworn to kill. Ah yes. An ethereal boss. Jackpot guys. Fatty Han laughed happily. Although they had fought ethereal bosses during a few inheritance quest lines, the bosses require a month, real time, to respawn. None of them could wait that long. If it had not been that way, everyone would already be having ethereal tier equipment on hand. Endless Starlight approached Zhang Yang and asked, "Boss, I think I should use my transformation skill first." Both of them were tanks, hence, it would be sensible for one of them to use their transformation skill at a time. Zhang Yang nodded. We have no choice here. We'll be in your care then. Endless Starlight smirked and activated his King Kong inheritance transformation skill. His character grew in size. Golden fur started to grow all over his body as his armor seeped underneath the coat of golden fur. His arms grew in length as well as the muscle mass around his chest and biceps. Oh. Endless Starlight beat his chest and roared like a true King Kong. Fatty Han laughed. Starlight boy. You may be big, but I bet that your little junk is still the size of a tiny worm. Fatty bro. No offense. You can take my junk and cut it into 10 pieces and I would still have a cock 3 times larger than yours. When it comes to a man's honor, no man, not even Endless Starlight, would allow himself to lose. Endless Starlight, in his gorilla form, stomped over to the boss, leaving a cloud of dust and tremor in his wake. Death, darkness, freezing void. The Skeleton King muttered something inaudible as he hacked at Endless Light. Endless Starlight raised his arms and blocked the incoming blade. Although in appearance, Endless Starlight was using his forearm to block the butcher knife, he was, in fact, using his shield to block. It was just invisible to the public. The two large characters crashed into each other and created tremors that sent pieces of the stone bridge to chip off. Zhang leaped off the Phoenix Pet, unequipped the shield and used Charge to glide towards the boss at light speed. Cripple defense. Cripple defense. Cripple defense. Right then, Zhang was not playing the tank role. If he continues to attack while mounted on the Phoenix, the damage the Phoenix causes will generate aggro value on Zhang. Zhang was not like others. Even if he dismounts, the Phoenix would not disappear, for he had the skill, beast taming, like a hunter. The reason Zhang had unequipped his shield was to disable the skill, Shield Oath, from generating too much aggro. Endless Starlight did not have the skill, Cripple Defense. Hence, he waited until Zhang attacked before he did. Wei Yin Air went up with Zhang and landed 1 or 2, Cripple Defense, to maximize the effect before attacking. Zhang had not had much opportunity of being an attacker. Hence, now that he was playing an attacker role, he moved behind the boss awkwardly and attacked from behind. Fatty Han laughed at Zhang sluggish movements and teased, "Little young. I think you have found a new fetish now. Do you really enjoy poking the boss's butt?" Zhang sighed heavily. "Fatty, if you could just keep quiet for a day, the world would thank you for it. Please. I'm knee for my random utterance. If you ask me to keep quiet, it would be when I bite the dust," said Fatty Han as he shot an arrow that was imbued with fire. It was a newly acquired skill called Incendiary Arrow, which deals 150% ranged damage as fire damage. Its power was strong, for it cost him more than 20,000 gold coins. Even Zhang felt that 20,000 gold coins for the skill book was a complete bargain, since the real value of the skill was more than 200,000 gold coins. Nonetheless, Fatty Han was being Fatty Han. He felt that spending that amount of money was extremely costly for him. Hence, whenever the skill was ready to use, he would not spare any idle second and use the skill whenever he could. He will make sure the skill will always be on cooldown to make full use of the 20,000 gold coins he spent. Little young. You best not poke the boss too hard. Or else the boss might lose control of his bowel movement and sh*t all over you. Ugh, everyone, including Zhang, sulked. Die, pathetic beings. The boss gritted its teeth, snarled with a heavy metal grinding noise. He rushed to Endless Starlight and jumped into a sword-drawing stance. Before Endless Starlight could react in time, the Skeleton King performed 3 quick consecutive slashes without moving an inch and dealt 3 strikes, dealing over 60,000 damage each. If Endless Starlight had not used his transformation skill, he would have lost 50% of his HP. Right then, Endless Starlight had more than 6 million HP. 200,000 damage was nothing but a tiny itch that could be ignored. "Wake up, my slaves. Serve me, your lord." The Skeleton King lowered his cleaver and stabbed his bony fingers into the ground. A black aura seeped out from his character and entered the ground. Countless of bony skeleton soldiers started to burst out of the stone bridge and filled the entire bridge. A progression bar appeared on top of the boss character. Zhang realized that it was the skill to summon soldiers out, which required 5 seconds, but even though a great deal of skeletons were summoned, they were all but normal tier monsters. It was not a problem for Zhang party to eliminate. Zhang instinctively re-equipped his shield and cast Thunderstrike in the middle of the swarm. That single attack had helped him capture more than 20 monsters at a time. Zhang mentally controlled the Phoenix to fire its flamethrower attack to gather more monsters to his side. Fatty Han controlled his Phoenix as well to aid Zhang. While Fatty Han and Zhang had already witnessed the power of the Phoenix, the party member around were witnessing the prowess of the fiery legendary beast's power for the first time. With Zhang taking the lead to attack the monster and Endless Starlight holding on the boss, the party had no trouble in eliminating all the summoned soldiers. In less than 3 minutes, the party had all killed more than 500 skeleton monsters. 1 million HP might be a little too hard for some player, but it was nothing but scrap for Zhang party. While they were busy fighting the mob, Han Yingshui was paying attention to the other side of the bridge. The other party lost 3 players during the boss fight. Han Yingshui reported. She was only able to divide her attention on the battlefield because Endless Starlight had used his transformation skill, allowing him to practically survive the entire ordeal with little to no healing. Zhang concluded that the summoned monsters were rather strong to be able to wipe out the players. Be careful. Do not let the summoned skeleton minions get close to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 644, Resurrection Monolith. Chapter 644, Resurrection Monolith. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The strongest aspect of the monster in the Gagaro's Mist was their attack. The normal tier monsters there would have attack values several times stronger than an elite tier monster in the outside world. Who could tank 500 elite monsters in one go without dying? It was possible, since the monsters' HP were low to start with. They could not even survive after moving a few meters. Zhang easily defeated them even without the help of his transformation skill. It was easy dealing with the summoned soldiers. It was as simple as keeping them in place and not allowing any single monster to roam around and flank the party. 100,000 HP could be easily killed with 2 volleys of AoE attacks. Fatty Han laughed manically as he boasted. He. Screw them. They had transformation skills but refused to use them. Who do they think they are? It was inevitable. Fatty Han could say such things and nobody could say anything else. For he had obtained the powerful legendary beast, Phoenix Pet. Its normal attack was already considered to be a powerful AoE attack. Please. Pervy bro, you are nothing without your Phoenix. Besides, you could only acquire the pet with newbie tank's help. You're lucky to be a hunter or Uncle 100 Shots would have been the master of that fire birdie. Wei Yen Air muttered disgruntledly. If Fatty Han's daily task is to spout some random pervert jokes, teasing Fatty Han was Wei Yen Air's daily task. Fatty Han puffed out a confident snort and said, "What are you saying? Zhang Yang is my bro. Everything he owns is mine. Everything I own is his. His wives are my wives. My wife is his wife. Both of us are practically brothers, oh we." Before he could finish his sentence, Haning Shui and Sun Xinu had already stomped over to him and smacked his butt hard. Then again, the 2 Phoenix pets are truly spectacular. 100 Shots could not hide his admiration for the pets. He was a hunter and a beastmaster specialized class. His specialized class prioritized pets. Hence, it was not odd for him to crave for strong pets. If Zhang Yang were to have his Phoenix fight with Fatty Han's Phoenix would win with all the buffs provided by the player's class specialization. Zhang Yang smiled. Based on the real timeline, it was almost high time for 100 Shots to obtain his Red Dragon pet soon. When he does, he will shake the world. He will indefinitely be the world's only dragon pet owner. All Zhang Yang could hope for was that he had not knocked 100 Shots off the path to his destiny. 100 Shots, you need not worry. I'm sure that you will get yourself an even stronger pet. No. I guarantee it. Asterisk cough asterisk haha. 100 Shots was not the kind of person who would hold a grudge against someone who was luckier than he. He held no sort of negativity towards Zhang Yang and Fatty Han for acquiring the Phoenix pet. He merely smiled back and said, "Now that you had said it that way, I might actually take it for real. Believe. My word is gold. Puny beings, live, die." The Skeleton King roared. While they were fighting for their lives, its opponents were merely chatting nonchalantly and paid no attention to the fight. For a king of the skeleton soldiers, it was an offense that had hurt his own dignity. The only AoE attack skill that the boss had was the Decay Aura. It was a permanent dot skill that did not require any activation. Hence, all it could do was to hack at Endless Starlight as much as it could. Hey. That asterisk MN. The boss is fighting like it's on steroids. Come on bro. I'm not the one who is poking your butthole. Fight Zhang Yang. Not me. I'm not at fault here, cried Endless Starlight. The guy was just like Fatty Han. If he had to keep quiet for a day, he would probably drop dead. Death, eternal death. The green flare in the boss' eyes burst violently as he struck his blade into the ground once more. Wake up, my servants. Heed my call and destroy my enemies. The blade created a huge crater and from the abyss of the void, out came 500 skeletal soldiers. Zhang Yang called for Fatty Han and organized their Phoenix pets to gather and killed all the skeleton soldiers. That's weird. After the first wave of skeletal soldiers, the other party had not lost any more members. Haning Shui pointed out. She had been paying attention to the actions of the other party and had calculated the time taken. Now that Zhang Yang's party was already facing the second wave of skeletal soldiers, the other party should roughly be at the same stage. Theoretically, the other party had lost 3 members when the boss had summoned the first wave of skeletal soldiers. Yet, with fewer members of the party, they had not lose any more players. It should not have been that way. Wei Yen Air shouted. Hey. I know why. He. Someone in their party had used their transformation skill. Everyone nodded and laughed awkwardly. It was too obvious. Zhang Yang had only stated that if they activate their inheritance transformation skills too soon, they would not be able to rely on the power-up to push all the way to the end. Everyone had no idea of what that awaited them at the end of the bridge. However, through experience, everyone in the map knew how to push forward while saving their trump cards for the last. The party lost 3 players during the first wave of summoned soldiers. They would have been completely wiped out if no one used their transformation skills. On the other hand, if they were to be wiped out, they would have to start from the beginning again. Right then, the monsters behind would already respawn. Still, even though fighting normal monster were fast and easy, in addition to the boosted experience points, there were bosses waiting for them in the end, who would want to spend their effort killing monsters. Then again, though the map had not provided any descriptions, it was clearly a race. The first to reach the end will attain something. Be it a treasure or a boss, no one would allow themselves to fail in the middle. They knew that it was wrong to use their inheritance transformation skill, but it was the only current solution that they had. We better hurry. There are 3 more parties starting their boss fights. Han Ing Shui reported. The King of Skeletons had allowed everyone to catch up, even though they had started at different times. Additionally, the boss is able to heal itself. Having only 10 players fighting it, the firepower was not sufficient enough to bring it down quickly. As such, the boss battle was dragged long and every party on the bridge was held back at that point. Han Ing Shui continued her report and stated that all parties in all bridges were stuck at the same position. That alone determined the strength of the boss. With the Blood Alliance and the Land of Savages competing in the same race, the distance between the bridges was shortened as the party moved closer towards the center. By then, the distance should be at least 4 kilometers apart, yet players seemed to have gained a huge boost to their sight. Zhang Yang could somewhat make out the silhouette of the regular players on the other bridge. On the other hand, Zhang Yang could clearly see 2 players who have activated their transformation skills. Like endless starlight, the players towered over everything else. It was so big that Zhang Yang could spot them at a glance. Since they encountered the boss at approximately 20% of the journey, there should be 4 to 5 more bosses appearing before they reach the final point. To put it mildly, it was best to have 2 players activate their transformation skill at every boss fight to survive until the end. Zhang Yang's party had no need to activate anyone's transformation skill, or their original attack power was already top-tiered. B-class inheritance transformation skill will only provide 300% attack boost and HP boost. They just intended to play it safe. Among the 12 parties in the map, the 2 parties were making extremely quick progress. In the beginning, they had started out at the 9th place. After joining hands and pushing forward, they had made it to the 4th rank in no time at all. The advantage of numbers were particularly handy during the boss fight. Faster. Everyone present was racing to be the first to end the boss fight to proceed. Zhang Yang's party had strong attack power. With the additional top-class potions that Zhang Yang provided them, their total cumulative attack power could rival a party of 100 players. Tac-tac CUK. Arrows, blades, spells, and other attack landed on the bony character of the boss. Although it did not bleed, the attack had still managed to create visible cracks in the bones of the boss. Enraged from the violent attacks it received, the boss roared wildly and shot out the spikes that grew on its back. It was no problem for him to do so since the spikes will regrow almost instantly. It was a little problem to Zhang Yang party since the player with the lowest HP was Fantasy Sweetheart who had just slightly over 250,000 HP, mounted. It was impossible to kill the healer in a single strike. Hence, the problem was so little that it could not be considered to be a problem at all. It was merely an annoyance. As time passed on quickly, the team managed to bring down the HP of the boss to 20%. Starlight Boy, get ready. I'm going to go all out. Make sure you have enough aggro on you, said Zhang Yang. Endless Starlight nodded. Zhang Yang immediately consumed a bottle of Tier 10 power potion and activated Indiscriminate. All the skills that he had reserved for this moment were unleashed. -519-870. Killing Cleave, critical. -379-536. God of War Crushing Devastation, critical. -257-890. Destructive Smash, critical. Endless Starlight had been wondering why did Zhang Yang unequip his shield. His intrigue was answered when Zhang Yang's deadly combo attack had not made the boss turn its head to him. Even though Endless Starlight had gained an enormous damage boost after transforming, the damage he dealt was through a one-handed weapon. Hence, it was not all that high. There was no way that his damage would compete with Zhang Yang, but even without his transformation skill activated, Zhang Yang's DPS power was higher than Endless Starlight's. Luckily, tank class character had skills to generation extra aggro value when they attack. That was the reason why Zhang Yang had removed his shield. That, or the boss would have targeted Zhang Yang the moment he attacked. Naturally, there was still a possibility that he will OT the tank. Hence, he had the skill, Shadow of the Void, ready to prevent that. 10 seconds of the indiscriminate skill duration, Zhang Yang's non-stop critical damage had nearly caused his aggro value to exceed Endless Starlight. Endless Starlight was so terrified of that happening that he placed his utmost focus on to attacking the boss with all skills he had, to prevent anyone from taking the spotlight. At the same time, he had been calling Zhang Yang a godlike being for able to take away the aggro control despite not being in his transformation form. Then again, the big boss does own one of the only 6 S-class inheritance in the world. On the other hand, Sun Xinyu's attack was almost the same level as Zhang Yang. However, unlike Zhang Yang, she would not allow her aggro gain to reach a dangerous level to scare Endless Starlight. When her aggro value reaches a certain point, she would use Vanish to clear all her aggro and start from the bottom once again. That alone had earned a praise from Endless Starlight. Sin Xinu did not exactly appreciate Endless Starlight calling her elder sister. After the team's combined attack, paired with Zhang Yang and Wei Yan'er, killing Cleave, and Indiscriminate, the party had managed to take down 2% HP in just 10 seconds. If they could just maintain the entire battle at such a pace, they would have cleared the boss fight in just 10 minutes and not 50 minutes. Zhang Yang flicked his finger and sent out a cloud of smoke. Glare of the Death God. Technically, the cooldown of the skill had allowed the skill to be used only once or twice in a boss fight. Zhang Yang had calculated the time taken to kill the boss, had decided to use the skill at the very last minute. Even though this particular boss does not have a berserk state, it does repeatedly use its skills. Hence, if he were to use Glare of the Death God, he would choose to use it when the boss has 10% HP left. If the boss does use some super power-up skill, it could be killed easily with the skill. A large skull formed on the boss character. The bosses quickly gazed upward and stared at the skull. The scene was rather funny, as the skulls were grinning at each other. What is this? The skull dispersed and the boss suddenly cried out in anger as he sensed something amiss. Hee. Time for you to turn into dust. Rest in pieces while we turn you into pieces. Wei Yan'er laughed. The skill triggered and the party attacked rapidly to proc the damage. As such, each proc had taken away more than 5 million HP at an instance. Such an amazing skill. Truly a hack. 15%, 12%, 7%, 5%. After all 10 procs were triggered, the boss HP dropped to only 5%. The party would only require 2 minutes or less to win the battle. All who live must die. As the boss started to lose more and more HP, its skill usage frequency increased dramatically. However, as predicted, the party had taken less than 2 minutes to end the boss. The massive bony character of the boss fell into countless pieces and dropped a few shiny equipment. Little brat, loot all the drops. We must keep going. Endless Starlight still has his inheritance transformation going, we will go ahead first. Alrighty. Endless Starlight mounted on his black rhino and rushed forward. Although the rhino was as large as an elephant, how could it ever carry something as large as a 12-story tall King Kong? It was like a grown-up adult riding on a tiny little pussycat. Wahahaha. Fatty Han laughed. It was extremely hilarious to see how Endless Starlight flattening the poor critter. Even the Ice Queen had smiled a little. With the boosted HP and attack, Endless Starlight rushed forward and kite close to 10 elite monsters in one shot. After the first boss fight, the monsters deeper were stronger and fiercer. One volley of attack was enough to take away more than 100,000 HP. With a stomp of his feet, Endless Starlight activated an AoE skill that was similar to Thunderstrike. The stomping attack slowed down all enemies around him, enabling Endless Starlight to create breathing space for him to attack safely. Even though the little girl had finished picking all the loots, everyone resisted the urge to review items since they knew every second in this place counted. With Endless Starlight leading the way, the party had not need to do anything else but to spam all their AoE skills while keeping the monsters from splitting up too far apart. As long as the skill does not require too long of a casting time, they could continue spamming it and all would be fine. Wei Yan'er attacked while reviewing the items in her inventory UI, feeling a little discontented. The little girl complained, the stinky skeleton boss had only dropped 2 ethereal, and 3 mythical. There's 1 skill point crystal and 1 more, resurrection monolith? Newbie tank. What is a resurrection monolith? Zhang Yang turned around and rolled his eyes at her. Are you daft? The item is in your hands. Read the description as tell me. Humph. If you're going to call me stupid, say it to my face directly. I'll show you my wrath. The poor little girl does not have a wide range of vocabulary and had only puffed her cheeks at Zhang Yang. She then posted the item description on the party chat. Resurrection Monolith, Special Item. Description: allows your soul to remain by the side of your body after death, saving you the travel. After the first usage of the Resurrection Monolith, the monolith will have a 30-minute cooldown. Any death during the cooldown period will result in your soul appearing in the nearest graveyard. Ineffective in dungeons. Level requirement: 100. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 645, The Mist Blood Zombie. Chapter 645, The Mist Blood Zombie. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wow! This item is good, cried the little girl. Everyone else agreed. This item was extremely useful in the map. If the item was used on the healer, even if they were unfortunate enough to be party wiped, the healer could resurrect immediately on the spot and revive the rest of the party with ease. It was not just specifically for the healer, in fact, anyone could benefit from the monolith. However, at that time and place, the party decided to just entrust the monolith to Han Shui. It's sure nice if the next few bosses drop a few more monoliths as well. Besides the Resurrection Monolith, the other rare item dropped was the Skill Point Crystal. After a session of rolling, Lost Dream won the item and used it for himself. The poor fellow smiled like he had just touched a pair of boobs for the first time in his life. Wei Yan'er had skipped over the mythical items since neither one of them could be equipped at the moment. She moved on directly to the ethereal items, which was a hat and a pair of boots. Crown of Seeping Death. Defense, plus 64. Vitality, plus 4,356. Intelligence, plus 1,490. Spirit, plus 635. Equip, increases maximum MP by 2,980. Equip, increases 5.6% damage. Equip, absorbs 641 damage on attack. Unidentified. Level requirement, 140. Special, level requirement reduced by 20 levels. Well, I can't say anything else. Praise the ethereal equipment, for their stats are so high even before even being identified. 100 Shots coughed. Even though the party had seen many ethereal tier equipment, new equipment would always be a surprise. There were 3 players in the party who could use the hat. Han Shui lived up to her promise and let the other ethereal tier equipment go. After 2 players rolled for the item, Daffodil Daydream won it fair and square. Little Yan'er. Come on. Show me them boots, cried Fatty Han impatiently. He then removed his boots and showed it to everyone. See this? This is a level 120 violet platinum boots. I need to change it, quick. Aw shucks. Put away those boots. It stinks. It's worse than stinky tofu, said Wei Yan'er as she pressed her nose. Is it? Ishem, let me see, sniff ah, sweet scent of lavender. Fatty Han then shoved his nose into the boot and took a deep breath. That action alone was enough to send a few girls in the party squealing. Ha ha ha. Come on. I'm joking. It doesn't smell like lavender. It doesn't smell at all. Come on guys, cried Fatty Han as he tried to talk it off. Wei Yan'er retreated to a corner, away from Fatty Han, and posted the boots properties. Golden Scale Thick Boots, Ethereal, Leather Armor. Defense, plus 192. Vitality, plus 2,178. Strength, plus 318. Dexterity, plus 745. Equip, increases your maximum HP by 4,350. Equip, increases 5.6% damage dealt. Equip, absorbs 641 damage on attack. Unidentified. Level requirement, 140. Special, level requirement reduced by 20 levels. The boots were catered for Thief and Hunter class players. Fatty Han was the first to roll and obtained a high score of 98 points. The man snorted proudly and unequipped his boots, getting ready to equip the new one with extreme confidence. However, Lady Luck was a little unfair that day. Sun Xinu rolled and scored 99 points. The poor fellow rolled on the floor crying like a little baby, while the party laughed at him. A pity that the equipment has only 70% of the original power. 100 Shots sighed. I agree. It's like buying takeout. You have to wait until you get home to unwrap it. Fantasy Sweetheart puffed her cheeks. Ha ha. No use in complaining now. Let's hurry up. Zhang Yang reminded them. Not long after, the skeletal soldier dwindled, while the enemies that replaced it were the undead zombies. All of them were still undergoing putrefaction, and remnants of their rotten flesh dangled down, swaying left and right as they walked. Some had even had their eyeballs dangling out of their sockets. The scene was extremely vile and gory. Mist Blood Zombie, Elite, Spectre. Level, 135. HP, 2,700,000. Defense, 3,540. Melee attack, 55,789 to 65,334. Skills. Infected Blood throws a piece of rotten flesh towards a target and infects the target with the zombie virus. Deals 10,000 shadow damage to the target every 3 seconds. If the infected target dies during the duration of the skill, the player will turn into a zombie. Consume devours a nearby corpse, restoring 5% HP per second for 10 seconds. Note, a powerful being that reeks of hatred and vengeance towards all that bear life. Whoa! That's one ugly bad guy, said Wei Yin as she cringed in disgust. She then turned to Fatty Han and gave him a good look. Huh? What? Did you just only realize that Fatty Bro is handsome, said Fatty Han as he put up a macho man pose while flexing his flabby arms. Wei Yin narrowed her eyebrows and said, if you're the definition of handsome, the zombies there would be normal, then. Fatty Han had always been the class clown his life. Sometimes, his irritable face had provoked many others to just make fun of him. However, the man did not take offense from any of the insults thrown at him. The guy would shrug, laugh, and walk it off like it was nothing. The little girl failed to piss the guy off and resorted to simply sticking her tongue out at the man. Right then, with Endless Starlight's transformation still active, the party was able to make faster progress by kiting a large number of monster and killing them in one go. However, as they proceed further on, the attack of the monster underwent further upgrades. No sooner later, the attack had gone beyond that of a mythical tier boss and had reached to the point of an ethereal tier boss. Constantly killing and running on was tiring, however, the experience reward gained from the kill was enough to motivate the party to go on. The thought of training there for long was running in everyone's minds since grinding levels in this place was far more efficient. The important reason behind the high-speed killing was due to the number of monsters and their positions. All the party needed to do was to move forward. Unlike monsters spawning in fields, the monsters on the bridge were all in a straight line. Even though the monsters in the place had only provided 50% extra experience points, the experience points gained was at least twice normal since the monsters were all crowded together. 24 hours is really not enough. While Endless Starlight sighed, everyone agreed with his resentment. After this trial, the next entry would be 30 days later. The party continued on further with vigor and slowed down after Endless Starlight's transformation skill ended. By then, the party had progressed as far as 30% of the entire journey. Including Zhang Yang's party, there were a total of 7 other parties had already cleared their first boss fight. The fastest party to progress was definitely Zhang Yang's party. Coming close to the second place were the 2 parties sharing the same bridge. With their combined players, their pushing speed was roughly the same. At this rate, the 2 parties would definitely catch up to them and be the first party to reach the end goal. Sigh, dragon oh dragon. Why are you not coming out to ravage the monsters now, said Zhang Yang as he felt a little annoyed for the rising dragon strike, had not procced a single strike. Eh? Han Shui exclaimed suddenly. What's wrong? Asked Zhang Yang. He knew Han Shui would not shout at anything random. Something bad must have happened. The party of Land of Savages is rocketing through their bridge. There was no need to use any special tools to see their progression speed. They had players with transformation skills to push faster. A few other parties had noticed the sudden increase in speed of Land of Savages and were pressured to activate their own transformation skills to maintain the gap between them. By a rough estimate, all parties in the map were reaching the 40% mark. Technically, they could use their 3rd or 4th transformations to continue their progress without stopping. Zhanyu, should we use one of our transformation skills as well? 100 Shots asked with concern. The party had a total of 10 player transformation skills and they had already used one. It should be alright to use another. The main point of using transformation skill when they are not battling a boss is the AoE skill. All transformation skills would have a flashy, powerful AoE skill such as Zhang Yang's God of War, Crushing Strike, or the Little Brat's Darkness Inheritance, Shadow Curtain. Hence, the transformation skill provides more of an AoE attack boost, stronger than their single target attacks. Hence, using the transformation skill right there and then would be extremely beneficial. Zhang Yang went silent for a brief moment before answering 100 Shots. You said that we have 9 more transformations left, correct? Well, technically, we still have 11 left. The 2 phoenixes each have their transformation skills as well. I think we have more than enough transformations to spare for the last boss. Lost dream. Go for it. Really? Hell yeah. Lost Dream nodded his head happily and transformed himself into a character made of ice. As he walked, a frosty mist started forming up, filling the air with frigid coldness and condensed the moisture in the air into countless ice droplets. Now that Lost Dream had used his transformation skill, the party progression speed had increased dramatically. Lost Dream used his special skill, which was only available during transformation, and cast a long river of ice to deal heavy damage to all enemies as far as 15 meters away. The skill was a monster magnet. Countless of monsters from afar rushed towards the party and were blocked efficiently by Zhang, Endless Starlight, and the two phoenixes. Coupled with a few more strong battle companion in the field, the monsters would have to circle around the front line before they could find their way to attack Lost Dream. Zhang and the two phoenixes' attacks were not too strong, but neither were they weak. Although the two phoenixes did not own any AoE skills, their normal attacks were wide and far enough to deal damage to all enemies that were within 10 meters of their flamethrower attack. With ease, the two legendary beasts scorched the floor clean, but still, with attack alone, the party would not have able to last that long without Han Yingshui's turbocharged healing powers. It was all thanks to her milkmaid deity's power, or she would not have been able to handle such a massive workload. The party was able to hold on as the first party with Lost Dream's super strong AoE attack skill. Although their progress toward the end goal was not too obvious, since the other party had already used the fourth or the fifth transformation skill to catch with Zhang Yang's party. Little did they know that Zhang Yang's gang had only activated their second transformation skill. In the end, no one can be sure about who will be the winner. They would have to fight until the end to find out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 646, The Zombie Lord. Chapter 646, The Zombie Lord. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Every time an inheritance is activated, the progress of each party would receive a boost. 5 hours later, all 13 parties arrived at the second boss. Although they arrived at different times, none of them were falling behind. However, it remained unknown whether all parties could still maintain the speed of their progress. No one had any idea how many players from the other parties had already activated their inheritance transformation skills. It could only be assumed that weaker parties would already be urging their party members to activate their inheritance transformation skills. The second boss was a gigantic blood mist zombie. It was a male that was approximately 15 meters tall. His flesh all around his body was rotten and stinky. More surprisingly, that rotten man was wearing a nose hoop on his nose. He also wore many other golden rings on his utterly decomposed body. The golden rings were clanking into each other as he moved. Blood Mist Zombie Lord, Ethereal, Zombie. Level, 143. HP, 600 million. Defense, 9,410. Melee attack, 70,102 to 90,102. Skills. Poisonous Blood, infects the target with poisonous blood. The target will suffer additional 10% damage when being hit. The effect cannot stack. Decay Aura, causes 80,000 shadow damage to all targets within the effective range once in every 5 seconds. Paralytic Pierce, causes 150% melee attack of physical damage to the target, causes the target to become paralyzed for 10 seconds. Zombie Build, recovers 1% HP once in every 30 seconds. The recovery rate will not be affected by any other effects. Note, the Zombie Lord. According to legend, he was a famous pretty boy. However, he had never thought that it was possible for him to turn into such ugly being. Boss, all yours. Endless Starlight backed off, knowing that without his inheritance transformation, he was out of his league. Zhang Yang nodded and said, I believe that everyone can see the description of the boss's skills. There shouldn't be any difficulties in this boss battle. Just deal as much damage as you can and heal as much HP as you can. No time to lose. Chop chop. Let's move out. He patted his phoenix pet as gave a command for it to charge towards the boss without any delay. Now that he was the main tanker of this battle, he would need to get as much aggro as possible so that the attention of the boss would be firm and focused on him. Although it was almost impossible for his other party members to snatch the aggro of the boss away, even without the help of Phoenix Pet, the boss's Paralytic Pierce would stun Zhang Yang for 10 seconds. If that skill would be activated frequently by the boss, Zhang Yang's DPS efficiency would definitely be affected. That would come back to bite him when it comes to maintaining the boss's aggro. Therefore, he decided to play safe. He mounted onto his pet to try bringing more of the boss's aggro on him. Living being? Zombie Lord let out a thunderous laugh as he lifted his leg up. Then he said, so tell me, human. Am I the most handsome man in the entire world? Zhang Yang and the gang frowned so hard that their eyebrows were going to fall off from their faces. Zhang Yang threw his spear of obliteration at the boss and said, "As a zombie, you are considered as one of the top models that everyone would remember for eternity." Yuck. Ha ha. Bastard. I'm the number one's most handsome human being. The zombie lord let out a raging roar, as he was already swinging his gigantic hand towards Zhang Yang and slammed it on him. While he was swinging his hand, rotten juice flew off his hands and body parts. The stench was so strong that Han Ying-shui and the ladies were frowning even harder than ever. But hey, zombie! You're so rotten that even your penis is rotten to the core. Can you still be considered as a man? You will be better off if you just choose a pretty zombie and marry her. Fatty Han had not forgotten about teasing the boss with that foul mouth of his. Well, having a foul mouth was part of his trade after all. The zombie lord gave another slam. The powerful impact of his slam pushed Zhang Yang a few steps back. At the same time, he actually put his other hand into his pants to have a quick check on his brother underneath. Everyone frowned again. Woo! Suddenly, the zombie lord let out a screeching and miserable scream. Everyone could actually see the sad and yet angry face of the boss crystal clear. Apparently, his hand could not find what he was looking for. High-tier and high-leveled bosses tend to have more intelligent AIs which would react to the movements and words of the players. Because of that wretched fatty's foul mouth, the boss lost himself to his anger and went berserk. Just get over it and everything will be fine. Zhang Yang gave a pat on Phoenix Pet and charged back up to the boss. He began his assaults by putting his crippled defense onto the boss. Then, he whirled his sword of purging devourer across the air as aggressively as he could in an attempt to reduce the HP bar of the boss. I am the most handsome man. I am the most handsome man. Number one handsome man. The zombie lord continued to roar in anger as he was swinging his hands across the area so hard that the air was swept up by the force of the swings. You all know my secret now. You all must die. Die. Pooey. Everyone in the world knows that you have no D***CK. So why still call it a secret? Fatty Han got hooked on teasing the boss, as he found it fun to do so. Bastards. I will kill you all. I will kill every one of you who knows about my secret. Zombie Lord went completely berserk. He was screeching like a real devil as he continued to swing his hands towards Zhang Yang. What the F***CK, fatty? Your mouth is foul indeed. Even bosses get angry at you. Zhang Yang said. The amount of damage that the boss deals would not change, regardless of whether he is agitated or not. Even though that was the case, the scene of the boss going berserk, smashing up the ground and the walls was really a spectacular scene to gaze upon. Ha ha. Of course. Fatty Han tapped on his chest as he showed pride in his skills. The inheritance transformation of Lost Dream was still not over yet. He became one of the main DPS in the entire party. There was a risk of him snatching the aggro of the boss from Zhang Yang, but Zhang Yang could still manage to maintain their positions. He did it by using all sorts of skills that would generate a large amount of aggro and the additional 20% aggro that he would get by holding a shield. Although Zombie Lord was the second boss, he was slightly easier than the first boss. The only key point was that his amount of HP was 100 million points higher. That was all. However, it was not as simple as dealing additional 100 million damage to the boss. Because the boss could recover his HP with his zombie build, the boss could heal over 1 million HP once in every 30 seconds. That would require the entire party to deal as much damage as 33,000. After all, there were only 10 players in one party. With 2 of them being healers and 2 of them being tankers, there were only 6 DPS players in the party. That being said, each of the DPS players would need to deal an additional 5,000 DPS in order to deal effective damage to the boss. It was quite a demanding amount of damage required. The Zombie Lord had over 600 million HP, and he could recover 1% of that amount of HP once every 30 seconds. That 1% amount of HP would be 6 million HP. In other words, the boss could heal over 200,000 HP in every passing second. To deal effective damage on the boss, Zhang Yang's party should deal a minimum of 200,000 damage to the boss every passing second before they can begin reducing the boss's HP bar. That was not a small number. The number of parties that could pull that off without having to activate any of their inheritance transformation skills would not exceed 100 at the current stage of the game. Averagely speaking, only 10 guilds in each region would be capable of pulling such a party together. However, there were also some differences between the strengths of all top-tier parties. The DPS of Zhang Yang's party had reached up to 400,000 damage. They managed to deal an additional 100% damage to the boss, compared to the minimal amount of damage they were required to deal to the boss. Of course, one of the main reasons was that Lost Dream had activated his inheritance transformation skill. Even if he did not activate it, the party would still be able to deal approximately 350,000 damage in each passing second. After all, the party was receiving support from 2 Celestial Tier Phoenix pets and a Felice. The damage output of these pets and Battle Companion could match the amount of damage that 100 shots and the others could deal to the boss. Theoretically, Zhang and his party could take out this boss in 50 minutes. The boss did not have any special skills that could potentially reduce the number of players in the surroundings in an instant. He only had his Decay Aura, that was a dot-style AoE. As long as Han Yingxuan Fantasy Sweetheart could maintain the HP bars of everyone on the party, they would not have much of a problem in taking down the boss. Furthermore, Zhang Yang also had his ultimate boss killer skill, Glare of the Death God. If this skill is not resisted by the boss would basically have 90% HP since the start of the battle. When the HP bar of the boss was reduced down to 23%, the inheritance transformation of Lost Dream finally came to an end. The damage output of the party was slightly reduced. However, it did not matter much anymore. They were just 3% away from entering the Killing Cleave mode. Zhang Yang gave it some thought and said, "Fatty, activate your inheritance transformation now. But don't use your inheritance skills just yet, unless your EP is full." Roger. Fatty Han had absolute trust in Zhang Yang. Although he did not understand why Zhang Yang wanted him to do that, he just did it without any hesitation. Instantly, he transformed himself into a vampire with fangs and bat wings on his back. His attack power was insanely boosted in an instant. Upon activating his inheritance transformation, Fatty Han managed to gain 1 EP every 10 seconds. He would be required to wait 1000 seconds in order to accumulate 100 EP. That was equivalent to 16 minutes. Zhang Yang asked Fatty Han to activate his inheritance transformation early to start accumulating his EP while battling the boss. After they defeat the boss, they could rely on Fatty Han to unleash all his inheritance skills on the monsters along their way. He would not be required to wait for 30 seconds before activating his inheritance skill. After a brief moment, the HP bar of the boss dropped below 20%. Everyone began to activate their own Killing Cleave skills. After a series of aggressive assaults on the boss, the HP bar of the boss had been reduced down to 12%. Zhang Yang did not hesitate anymore as he threw his Glare of the Death God onto the boss resist. Well, they were getting used to the disappointment already. After all, the special effect of Glare of the Death God could only speed things up when the party is encountering bosses that they could otherwise triumph over without help. It was not some major, emergency measure. If the boss resists it, let it be. The party would only have to battle for 5 to 6 minutes longer. After some messy beating, the narcissistic zombie lord finally let out a miserable scream as his miserable life was ended once again. He dropped quite a number of loot upon his demise. Ha! There are 3 parties that are ahead of us. Han Yingxue shouted out in shock. Everyone brought up their map to take a look. It was true. The parties that were progressing towards the middle from 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock and 12 o'clock had already made it past the boss. The party from 3 o'clock had 20 players on their side. It was understandable that they could progress a little faster than expected. However, it was really a shock to see that the 2 parties from 5 o'clock and 12 o'clock could beat Zhang Yang and his party. They had either used a forbidden scroll or more of their members had activated their inheritance transformation. The possibility of them using a forbidden scroll was not high. After all, the bosses in this area were not those world-tier super bosses. It would really be unwise to waste a forbidden scroll on any of these bosses. So that would only leave one other possibility on the other end. They must have activated more of their inheritance transformation skills in order to progress faster. However, if they have used up most of their inheritance transformation skills at such an earlier stage of the map, how would they be able to progress on when they were nearing the end of the progress? Surely the difficulty of progressing forward would increase as they progress further towards their destination. Zhang Yang could not afford to waste time on thinking for the other parties that were competing with them to get to the finishing line on the map. All he intended to do was to make sure that his party was progressing at the most efficient rate. The rules remained the same. Wei Yan'er was the one who picked everything up while the remaining party members continued on cleaning up the monsters that were blocking their way forward. Fatty Han struck out with his immense AoE attacks with his full EP. So he became one of the best DPS sources of the party at the moment. The party managed to push forward swiftly all thanks to him. Little brat, what did that stinky zombie lord left us? Show it to us, quickly. Zhang Yang looked at Wei Yan'er as he cleared out the monsters in front of them. He. Wei Yan'er revealed the 2 rolls of her white teeth at Zhang Yang as she began to dig into her inventory, just like what the first boss left for us. We have 2 ethereal tier equipment, 3 mythical tier equipment and 1 skill book. However, there's no sign of any skill point crystals this time around. I see. Take out the skill book, and let's have a look at it. Hey, why are you so picky? It's always so hard to fulfill your request. Wei Yan'er shrugged as she pretended to be annoyed. Fine, stop acting like it's a fuss, just take out the skill book and show it to us now, will you? Or else you're going to become enemy number 1 of the public. If you insist. Wei Yan'er finally took out the blue-covered skill book out of her inventory and said, look, it's called Armor-Piercing Arrow, but if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 647, Necromancer. Chapter 647, Necromancer. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ha! This skill had the exact same name as the skill that Seductive Wild Pussy was using during the World League Championship. Skill book, Armor-Piercing Arrow. Use, teaches you the skill, Armor-Piercing Arrow. Required class, Hunter. Required level, 100. Fatty Han and 100 shots were in immediate agreement. After all, Fatty Han was not suited to using such skills that would require precision upon activation. Therefore, he gave the skill book to 100 shots without the slightest hesitation. Armor-Piercing Arrow crushes the target's defense, causing all defensive-type equipment and accessories to malfunction. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. This skill did not seem to be useful in a boss battle. That was because the duration of the skill was too brief. However, this skill could be really effective in a PvP match, especially when going up against a tanker with super high defense. 100 Shots was beaming with joy as he was smiling like a little kid who just got some sweets. Everyone could not help but laugh upon seeing such a side of him. After all, he was a middle-aged man who always had that serious, stern expression. It was truly a rare thing to see him would actually reveal such a side. So how about the ethereal tier equipment then? Han Shui had nothing on her hands for the moment. So she reached out and gave a gentle pat on the little brat's cheek. She also took the liberty to pinch the little brat's cheek out of fun. Han Shui laughed and said afterwards, Yan'er. Your skin is getting better and better, to pinch of course, Wei Yan'er rolled her eyes backward at Han Shui and muttered, you deserve to be bullied by Noob Tank. You hoodlum. The little brat then reached into her inventory and took out the other 2 pieces of ethereal tier equipment. One of it was a gray armor plate while the other was a light blue cape. So which comes first? The little brat moved her head around and fixed her eyes on Zhang Yang. Let's have a look at the armor plate then. Ghoul's armor plate, ethereal, heavy armor. Defense, plus 320. Vitality, plus 4,356. Strength, plus 1,490. Agility, plus 635. Equip, increases maximum HP by 8,710. Equip, increases damage by 5.6%. Equip, absorbs 641 damage when being hit. Unidentified. Required level, 140. Special, reduces required level by 20 levels. Zhang Yang laughed and said, I already have my Knight's Glory chestplate. So I've no need for this. Little Brat and Endless Starlight should roll and see who gets it. Oh right. Endless Starlight was excited over it. After all, that piece of equipment was an authentic ethereal tier piece. It would definitely boost one's attribute up by a lot. He put his palms together as he made a praying gesture. Then he revealed a sincere look on his face and said, I believe in Brother Chun. Give me 100 points on every roll. He threw the dice out as the dice spun 1 round in midair. As the dice landed, the number 0 came out. Ha ha ha. Wei Yan'er laughed to the point that she doubled over. Then she said, Wretched Starlight, are you one of those people from the circus? Ha ha. I shall show you how to roll out a 100 points, then. Abracadabra, may the High Lord of the Gods bless me. 100 points. 100 points. 100 points. Wei Yan'er threw her dice out. She managed to roll out a number that was slightly above 0 points. The dice stopped at 1 point. You two are really. Ha ha ha. This is what I call a pot calling back the kettle. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yang laughed out loud as he also shook his head around. Then he turned to Endless Starlight and said, You're so outdated. The time is so modern now. You should find your way out of the ancient ages. You're really something to be able to roll out a 0 point. Endless starlight filled his eyes and cheeks with his tears as Wei Yan'er was laughing out loud by his side. She took up the ghoul's armor plate and equipped it straight away. Although the equipment had not been identified yet, it already boosted the little brat's attributes significantly. However, the appearance of this piece of equipment was a little too horrific for many people's eyes. The piece was covered with skulls all over it. It would definitely not be the first choice for ladies. However, the little brat was different from normal ladies. She believed that those skulls that were decorating the equipment could bring out her personality. She appeared to be very content upon acquiring it. Even so, she did not forget to show the other ethereal tier equipment to her party members. Underworld's blue cape, ethereal, cape. Vitality, plus 1089. Strength, plus 373. Agility, plus 373. Equip, increases maximum HP by 2170. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 5.6%. Equip, absorbs 321 damage when being hit. Unidentified. Required level, 140. Special, reduce required level by 20 levels. That cape was one hell of a powerful equipment under the category of physical type equipment. Even Zhang Yang felt an itch in his heart as he wanted it for himself. Well, the Destroyer's madness on him right now was just a mythical tier equipment after all. It was much more inferior than this cape that just came out right in front of him. However, among all party members that were of physical class, he already possessed the most number of ethereal tier equipment. Although packing and gearing up a tanker on a party was priority number 1, the defenses of Zhang Yang were more than enough for him to tank against any ethereal tier bosses without much of a problem. Therefore, he decided to stand back from the rolling session and let others have the chance at obtaining the equipment. After an intense session of rolling, the luck of Endless Starlight suddenly turned as he rolled out 100 points that beat up the others. So this cape became his to claim. The little brat was not happy with the outcome at all and said, "Wretched Starlight. You only get 50 points on average. So you're not fit to get it." Zhang Yang laughed out loud and said, "So you only get 49 points averagely in your 2 rolls. You're still worse than him." Ha ha. Wei Yan'er immediately rolled her eyes backward at Zhang Yang as she began to curse Zhang Yang instead of Endless Starlight. The progress of the party did not get dragged out as they were distributing the equipment among themselves. That was because they were clearing out the monsters and pushing forward as they were distributing the equipment at the same time. However, the party suddenly realized that they had dropped behind to number 4. It was obvious that the party that just overtook them had activated multiple inheritances. It was true that they were progressing at a much faster rate than Zhang Yang and his party, but can they keep up that pace till end of it? However, it was a completely different thing to know that they lagged behind. Wei Yan'er has always been brash and impatient. She began to reveal her worried look on her face as she was very tempted to activate her inheritance transformation right away. She believed that she could just push her party straight to the finishing line. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and said, "Don't get all nervous now. We shall activate all of our remaining inheritance transformation skills at 70%. By then, we should be able to surpass every other party. So, be patient now." Wei Yan'er could not calm her anxiety just yet. So, she unleashed her frustration onto the monsters that got in her way. She whirled her battle axe and chopped the zombies into pieces like nobody's business. All she did was pure violence. After a brief moment, the number of monsters in the area dwindled. What replaced them was a bunch of necromancers. Mist Necromancer, Elite, Spectre. Level, 140. HP, 2,800,000. Defense, 3,780. Magic attack, 16,457 to 20,457. Skills. Shadow Arrow, strikes the target with the power of shadow, causing 200% magic attack in the form of shadow damage to the target. Casting time, 2 seconds. Strong Will, chanting cannot be interrupted. Note, these foul necromancers were once very gifted spellcasters. Even though they are already dead for a long time, they must not be underestimated. Or else, you will have to pay the price with your life. Fatty Han was in high spirits as he threw a bloody feast towards the monsters. However, things did not go well for him. With that skill of his throwing out without thinking about the consequences that might be wrought upon him, he lured over hundreds of dead necromancers over to him. As the necromancers attacked him all at the same instant, Fatty Han was almost killed instantly. His 6 million HP was reduced down to a critical level. He was so terrified that he had to transform himself into small bats to suck some blood from the necromancers closest to him. Little brat. It's time. Activate your inheritance transformation now. Zhang Yang quickly gave the command to the little brat. The advantage that spell-type monsters had was that they would not be affected by the terrain across the ground. If they were encountering 100 melee-type monsters, they could just let them pile up, out of reach. Only the monsters on the front would be able to attack them. However, spell-type monsters could just cast their spells even if there are monsters right in front of them. It would proven to be a fatal mistake to lure so many spell-type monsters to attack oneself at the same instant. Even Fatty Han, who had activated his inheritance transformation, was almost killed in an instant. Roger! Wei Yan'er immediately showed her acknowledgement and activated her transformation skill. Her body instantly turned into a grayish-black shroud. Now that she could change into whatever form of shape she liked, she began to swing her huge axe at the monsters as she charged forward. Upon acquiring her darkness inheritance, Wei Yan'er became immune to shadow damage. If she would activate her inheritance skill, Shadow Orb, she could turn herself into a shroud that no one could touch. As long as there are no airtight surfaces, Wei Yan'er could just go through any wall like how air travels through the holes and cracks on the walls. It was fantastic at the least. Unfortunately, flying was currently forbidden by the system. Agile as she was unable to perform at her best. Because she could only accumulate 1 EP every 30 seconds, when Yan'er could not activate her Shadow Curtain just yet. Therefore, she could only snatch the aggro of about 60 monsters over onto her. The remaining 30 necromancers were still focusing their assaults on Fatty Han. Zhang Yang activated his Vanguard's aggression as light blue translucent barrier expanded across an area of the ground. Everyone stood within the effective area of the skill. Instantly, their HP bars were reducing much slower. 10 seconds later, Endless Starlight had also activated his Vanguard's aggression. After 2 Vanguard's aggression were over, Wei Yan'er had also managed to get most of the necromancer's aggro in the surroundings fixed on her. Then, the entire party began to launch their full assault on the monsters. Wei Yan'er had over 30% magic resistance upon activating her transformation skill. Her darkness inheritance could even cancel out most of the shadow damage. However, her HP bar was reducing at a very fast rate, while she was the main target of most of the necromancers. While the 100 elite tier monsters was launching their assaults on Wei Yan'er, even Han Shui, Fantasy Sweetheart, and other 3 healing-type battle companions could not maintain Wei Yan'er's HP bar from dropping down swiftly. Fortunately, 2 players in their party had activated their inheritance transformations. The damage they could deal to the monsters were not to be trifled with. Furthermore, Zhang Yang and the 2 Phoenix Pet could deal quite a substantial amount of damage as well. The 3 of them did not even activate their transformation skills yet. By the end of it, the party annihilated the monster army in the surrounding without much trouble, though the situation got them worried sick. However, the moment when they were done, the party sat down on the ground with cold sweat dripping across their faces. The situation had been intense. Zhang Yang even activated Rearm so that he could use his Vanguard's aggression once more. He also activated Sacrifice on the little brat twice and activated his Shield Wall twice to forcefully get through the battle. With all the effort he had put out, only did the party manage to stabilize the F***-up situation they were in. Only Wei Yan'er, who had little regard for niceties, and Han Shui were energetic at picking up the loots across the ground. The others were so exhausted, sitting on the ground catching their breaths. The eyes of the 2 ladies were glittering as they could only see money and gold in their eyes at that moment. They had totally forgotten about the dangerous situation that they just went through. Ha ha! The parties coming from 1 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and 11 o'clock are out of the picture now. Fatty Han was taking pleasure in others' misfortune. It was understandable though. Zhang Yang and his party were almost wiped out. If the other parties had also lured that many monsters to them at the same time, even players with their transformation skills activated would still have to be torn into shreds by the assaults of so many monsters. However, Zhang Yang and his party also realized that 2 of the 3 parties that were wiped out still remained at the same spot on the map. Only 1 party was sent back to the beginning point. It could be said that the party had dropped out from the competition in reaching the finishing point on this map and getting the treasures. Zhang Yang smiled and said, these 2 parties must either have the skill, Rise Anew, or they also obtained Resurrection Monolith, the same way we did by defeating the first boss. However, even if the players could get back on their feet after they heal themselves up with skills and items, but the cooldown of Redemption was 5 minutes long. Therefore, it would take some time to get the remaining 9 players on the same party to get back on their feet. Zhang Yang and his party members continued to move forward after they were done healing themselves up. Meanwhile, Han Shui and Wei Yan'er managed to pick up almost everything on the ground. Their faces were filled with content as they grinned from ear to ear. This time, the party did not dare to lure so many monsters like they did in their previous encounter. With their current capabilities, they could only handle as many as 50 elite-tier monsters at a time without much of a problem. After all, Zhang Yang's life-saving skills also had cooldown periods to consider. Because Wei Yan'er's class had an advantage towards the spell-type monsters, the little brat managed to unleash hell upon the monsters. She was basically the nemesis of these spell-type monsters the moment she has enough EP. The party managed to progress at an accelerated speed. After just a brief while, the party became number 1. The situation was not simple at all. It could not be solved by activating a few inheritance transformations. Of course, upon activating the inheritance transformation skills, the players would become very powerful as their attack range would be expanded many times over. Meanwhile, players would have 20 times to 30 times the boost of their maximum HP. With that much HP, they should not be taken out so easily by the monsters. However, the key point of surviving the battle against a horde of elite-tier monsters would still be the ability to heal. Without the capability to kill the monsters instantly, the players would have to slowly reduce the monsters' HP bars. If their healers on the party could not keep up with the rate of the party members losing their HP, the party would be wiped out sooner or later. Everything would just be a matter of time. Therefore, every party that was headed towards the finishing point reduced the number of monsters they would lure towards them. After all, the capability of each party differed from the others. Wei Yan'er was compatible with shadow attacks. Furthermore, she had a Class A inheritance. Therefore, Zhang Yang and the rest of the party members could lure up to 50 monsters at a time. On the other hand, the other parties could only lure as many as 20 to 30 monsters at a time. That gap was the reason why Zhang Yang and his party members had managed to leap ahead of other parties. Zhang Yang and his party members were leading way ahead of the other parties as they gained an absolute advantage over the others. Meanwhile, their progress speed could not be replicated by the other parties as well. Unless they were willing to use a mass-destructive item, Forbidden Scroll, they could just stare at the map, witnessing Zhang Yang's party progressing swiftly across the map. Meanwhile, using a Forbidden Scroll to clear up monsters in an area would not grant a single digit of experience point to the players. The monsters would not even drop anything. Witnessing Land of Savages and Blood Alliance falling further behind, the party could also vaguely see the scornful faces on their opponents. The gang was laughing out loud as they were even more motivated to press forward. Another hour had passed. The transformation skill of Fatty Han was over. Meanwhile, the gang were now meeting the third boss. It was a bewitching woman with a long and slender body figure. She was wearing a red robe with a high neckline. Her skin was so fair that it could enrapture a lot of eyes just by a fleeting gaze. She had blonde hair and a pair of blue eyes. Her body figure definitely fell under the category of hot. Her two peaks were pushing her robe high up. Her round butt was wrapped around tightly in a thin cloth. The cloth was so tight that it totally revealed the boss's two round and sexy butt cheeks. Blood Necromancer Garces, the Nauseous, Ethereal, Spectre. Level, 146. HP, 100 million. Defense, 9,410. Magic Attack, 42,128 to 52,128. Skills. Corruption Arrow, corrupts the target, causes 200% magic attack in the form of shadow damage to the target. Casting time, 2 seconds. Spectre build, recovers 1% HP once every 30 seconds. Recovery rate will not be affected by any other effects. Undead regeneration, resurrects from death and evolves into Blood Necromancer Garces, the Disoriented. Note, Garces was once a gifted spellcaster. Unfortunately, she has fallen into the arms of darkness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 648, The Necromancer Garces. Chapter 648, The Necromancer Garces. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After seeing that the boss only had 100 million HP on her, everyone was happy. However, when their eyes came across the skill descriptions of the boss, that happiness was snuffed out. What the F***CK? It's not like the boss is launching a rocket into space. She has a stage 1 and 2? Are you kidding me? Fatty Han was infuriated because he knew that they would go through hell, battling this boss. Such bosses that could turn into something more powerful would definitely be annoying as F***CK. It would definitely be narrowing the potential effect of Glare of the Death God. Of course, the rate of success for using Glare of the Death God is extremely low to begin with. So there was nothing to be upset about. Well, at least there are not many things to look out for in her first stage. Let's move out. Zhang Yang led his party into the battle as he charged up ahead while his other members followed him from the rear. Everyone was charging as quickly as possible as time was of the essence. After all, the boss only had an attack skill in her first stage form. There was nothing difficult about it at all. All they have to do to defeat the boss is to focus their assaults on the boss as hard as they could. Filthy men. Garces detected that Zhang Yang and his gang were approaching. She immediately frowned as she revealed a disgusted expression on her face. She raised her staff and pointed it straight at Zhang Yang, who was at the forefront of the party. A dark shroud gathered at the tip of the staff swiftly as it began to form up into a wretched-looking skull. The skull left the tip of the staff and went straight for Zhang Yang at an incredibly fast speed. There was no way of dodging the boss's skill, not at all. So, Zhang Yang took the first hit head-on without showing any signs of flinching. He threw his Spear of Obliteration back at the boss. The boss let out an intimidating roar, "Filthy men! I will kill you all. I will crush your bones into pieces." The moment he was 10 meters within range of the boss, Zhang Yang activated his charge and clashed into the boss, followed by a swing with his Sword of Purging Devourer. He began to get a solid hold of the aggro of the boss. Meanwhile, the other members were getting into position as they got ready to launch their assaults on the boss. As the little brat was still in her transformed state, Zhang Yang could not afford to be careless at all. He rode on his phoenix pet and attempted to get as much aggro as possible. Every single skill that he activated managed to deal high damage and created high aggro values. He even activated his Dance of the Heaven and Earth without any hesitation. He had to go all out. The DPS of Wei Yan was a little too much for him to handle. After all, that little brat had a Class A inheritance backing her power-up. Even Zhang Yang might not be able to fully maintain the aggro value that she would get from the boss when she launches her full assaults on the boss. Whenever Zhang Yang had used up all his skills that could create a large amount of aggro, Wei Yan would catch up with him and even go beyond that. Naturally, the boss turned her attention over to the little brat and launched her assaults on her. Fortunately, even though Wei Yan was not a tanker, she could resist most of the shadow damage that was dealt by the boss. It was all thanks to the attributes that her darkness inheritance bestowed upon her. Furthermore, she also had help from Han Ing Shui. With some healing support from a super healer, Wei Yan managed to tank against the boss. She actually did it. Ha ha ha. It seems that you're not that big a deal, noob tank. I can also tank against the boss even though I'm not a tanker. Are you so ashamed of yourself that you're thinking of banging yourself to death with a bean curd? Wei Yan was very cocky. Her tail perked up high into the air. After activating her Class A inheritance, she would actually be capable of going up solo against a boss of the same level and same tier as her and her equipment. However, Zhang Yang decided not to bother himself with her. He just smiled vaguely and swung harder at the boss. Since that he was no longer the tanker at the moment, why not deal more damage to the boss while he was at it? The boss had a ridiculously long HP bar. However, the party could deal 400,000 damage in every passing second. If nothing goes south, they could take down the boss in approximately 4 minutes. Once the amount of HP on the boss is reduced to a certain amount, the effective Spectre build would be weakened. The boss could only heal 1 million HP every 30 seconds now. The recovery rate has been reduced down to 33,000 damage per second. The boss was so much weaker now. After just 5 minutes, the boss let out a miserable scream and fell before the blades of Zhang Yang and his gang. She also dropped quite a number of loots upon her demise. However, a blood-red mist started rising around the boss, all of a sudden. The blood mist began to hiss out of the boss body, and she started rising back to her feet again. The darkness in her eye sockets flickered, followed by 2 greenish flames bursting to life, right in the middle of each eye sockets. Although her eye sockets were now hollow, something that appeared to be smoky red scara settled down around the flames. Blood Necromancer Garces, the disorientated, ethereal, spectre. Level, 146. HP, 200 million. Defense, 9,410. Magic attack, 42,128 to 52,128. Skills. Corruption Arrow, corrupts the target, causing 200% magic attack of shadow damage to the target. Casting time, 2 seconds. Spectre build, recover 1% HP once in every 30 seconds. Recovery rate will not be affected by any other effects. Blood Shadow Arrow, fires out countless blood arrows in all directions that disorients the targets, causing 200% magic attack of shadow damage to each of the targets. Targets will enter a state of confusion for 3 seconds. Undead Regeneration, resurrects from death and evolves into Blood Necromancer Garces, the Annihilator. The boss actually dropped an equipment. Wei Yan picked it up with her fast hands. However, she pouted after having a look at the equipment, then she said, "God damn it. It's just a mythical tier equipment. Haha. Not bad at all. So the boss can drop some equipment every time she dies, I assume. This is the first time we have actually encountered such a boss. It will get even better if we can kill the boss a few more couple of times. However, the boss becomes 2 times stronger after she resurrects herself. That's horseshit. After the boss had resurrected herself, her HP bar was restored back to full. Furthermore, all negative effects on her before that were all gone. Her aggro list was reset. It was like a new boss battle for Zhang and the gang. Zhang threw his skills at the boss consecutively to regain the boss's aggro. However, what he did there was just temporary. The amount of damage that Wei Yan'er could deal to the boss while she was in her transformation state was far too great. She would just end up diverting the aggro of the boss over onto her. As expected, in just tens of seconds, the aggro of the boss flew over to her. However, the situation was only temporary. The little brat became so full of herself that she began to taunt Zhang. Even Endless Starlight could not escape the little brat's taunting even though he did not say a word. Every word stabbed into his collateral heart, wounding the tank's pride. In this second form, the boss had gained another new skill. Healers now had a tougher time. Furthermore, her HP had been doubled. Spectre build now gave her even more HP recovery. The boss battle just became much harder than before. You weak living beings are not worthy of even existing in this world. The eyes of Garces gave out a cold, murderous chill as she let out a thunderous roar. Countless blood-red arrows flew out right from her body towards all directions into her surroundings. Blood Shadow Arrow. This was a troublesome skill for every player in the boss battle. Not only it could strike out as an AoE attack that could deal an immense amount of damage, but it could also afflict the players within the effective range of the skill with confusion effect. They would be turning around in confusion upon getting hit by the skill. Chaos, blood, suffering. Garces sang out in the soprano voice of a lady as she waved her staff and shot out a buckshot of corruption arrow at Wei Yan'er. Wei Yan'er managed to snap out of her confusion effect a little sooner than the others. Stinky boss. Don't be cocky now. Let me teach you a lesson that you will never forget. Wei Yan'er was infuriated. She was an extremely emotional person. Game or no game, NPC or no NPC, she would not tolerate any loss on her end. Everyone gradually recovered from the confusion at their own paces. Then, everyone focused back on launching their assaults on the boss. Spellcasters had the disadvantage of being interrupted as they chant their spells. If they get interrupted 0.1 seconds before they can finish chanting their spells, they would be forced to chant all over again. The amount of 200 million HP was not an issue at all for Zhang party. Under the oppressive assaults of the party, the HP bar of the boss reduced at an extremely fast rate. In just about 10 minutes, the HP bar of the boss had dropped below 20%. It was once again the killing cleave stage of the boss battle. The glare of the death god that Zhang threw on the boss was resisted, once again. Because the boss would be resurrecting herself one more time, the amount of HP that the boss would have when she comes back again would be much higher, theoretically speaking. Meanwhile, the glare of the death god would reduce the HP bar based on percentages. Obviously, the higher the amount of HP the boss would have, the more damage the glare of the death god could cause on the boss. This world is bound to be doomed. You all are going to die. Garces screeched out as she realized that her HP bar was getting lower and lower. The rate of her activating her Blood Shadow Arrow was getting higher and higher. The players spent half the time fighting off the confusion effect, more than anything. They could not even launch their assaults properly as their HP bars reduced steeply at every passing second. Hit harder. Even though the party was supported by 2 powerful healers, the HP level of every member of the party was making its way down to the critical level. The Blood Shadow Arrow was activated on the basis of once every 6 seconds. Without the support of the Inheritance Transformation skill, any player would be in grave danger of being killed anytime soon. Daffodil Daydream had removed herself from the front line. Under the frequent bombardment of Blood Shadow Arrow, she could only launch a spell attack at the boss once every 6 seconds. Not only was her damage output poor, she also required the healing attention from the healers, which would reduce their healing efficiency. Instead, she decided to remove herself from the effective range of the Blood Shadow Arrow and stay idle for the moment. By doing that, she could at least reduce the pressure that is placed upon Han Shui and Fantasy Sweetheart. Zhang and Endless Starlight took turns in activating their Vanguard's aggression. By doing so, they managed to maintain the rate of HP reduction of each of the party members. Everyone grit their teeth as the heat of the battle was getting worse and worse by the second. However, they managed to empty out the HP bar of the boss by the end of it. Garces let out another miserable scream as she collapsed to the ground. This time, she dropped 2 pieces of equipment. Once again, the dead body of the boss began to get shrouded in blood mist. As expected, the boss got back to her feet again. Blood Necromancer Garces, the Annihilator, Ethereal, Spectre. Level, 146. HP, 400 million. Defense, 9,410. Magic attack, 42,128 to 52,128. Skills. Corruption Arrow, corrupts the target, causing 200% magic attack of shadow damage to the target. Casting time, 2 seconds. Spectre build, recovers 1% HP once every 30 seconds. Recovery rate will not be affected by any other effects. Blood Shadow Arrow, fires out countless blood arrows in all directions that can disorient the targets, causing 200% magic attack of shadow damage to each of the targets. Targets will enter a state of confusion for 3 seconds. Woeful Wound, causes 200% magic attack of spell damage to the target. The target will suffer a reduction of 10% on the amount of damage they can deal. Lasts for 15 seconds. The effects will not stack. What the F***CK? Her HP has been upgraded again. It was not stages 1 and 2, what's this a cancer? Stage 1, 2, 3? F***CK my life. Endless Starlight let out a roar of disdain. Well, taking on a boss with 400 million HP instead of 300 million HP would mean that the party would have to deal 33,000 damage more than what they previously attained. In other words, the amount of damage the party could deal on the boss every second had been reduced by a total of 33,000 damage. That was approximately 10% of the party's firepower. Zhang went straight up to tank the boss as per usual while Wei Yan'er got to picking. Wow! The boss was so generous this time. Other than a useless mythical equipment, there is an ethereal tier equipment. Wei Yan'er was surprised as she shared its attributes. Blood Necromancer's Casual Boots, Ethereal, Cloth Armor. Defense, plus 64. Vitality, plus 2,178. Intelligence, plus 745. Spirit, plus 318. Equip, increases maximum MP by 1,490 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 5.6%. Equip, absorbs 641 damage when being hit. Unidentified. Required level, 140. Special, reduces required level by 20 levels. This equipment was already better than 3 pieces of cloth armor even before it has been identified. Therefore, Han Shui and the other 2 ladies rolled to decide on who would get it. By the end of it, Fantasy Sweetheart got lucky and won the bet. She put the equipment on the moment she got it. Switching an equipment while the player is in battle state would be much slower than switching equipment during a casual time. Although Fantasy Sweetheart momentarily lost some healing per second rate, it was a loss worth taking. With her attributes boosted further, her healing efficiency became much higher than ever. Damn you! When the boss saw that Fantasy Sweetheart equipped the pair of boots, she suddenly got infuriated as if she was stabbed in her pressure point. Fatty Han immediately pointed at the boss's feet and said, "Ha! So the equipment that she dropped earlier on were her own equipment. Look at her bare feet now. Ha ha!" Everyone glanced down and they saw that what Fatty Han said was true. The boss was now barefooted. In fact, the boss had also dropped a ring and a pair of gloves. However, no one had noticed that at all. If Fantasy Sweetheart did not wear the equipment that she just acquired, who would have noticed the small details of it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 649, Missed Death Knight. Chapter 649, Missed Death Knight. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Fatty Han suddenly revealed a dreadful expression on his face, and he said, "What a pity that the boss did not drop her clothes and her pants." The mind of a wretched one would of course be wretched. If the boss had really dropped her clothes and pants, she would be battling Zhang and his party with her jiggly tatas and her big bada-booms exposed. Everyone shook their heads at what Fatty Han had to say. Only Endless Starlight sighed along with Fatty Han. After all, he was a feather from the same flock as Fatty Han. During the battle with the boss, Endless Starlight was swinging his hammer so much harder than before, as if he was wishing that his hammer would knock off the clothes and pants of the boss. Although the boss had gained another new skill upon her most recent resurrection, the rate of activating her Blood Shadow Arrow was now much lower. The threat that she posed to the party had diminished. Zhang Yang and all his party members split out into formation as they continued to launch their assaults on the boss as aggressively as they could. Zhang Yang managed to secure first place on the boss's aggro list. However, Wei Yinair came up with her immense damage and snatched the aggro of the boss over to her. One of the reasons being Zhang Yang was afflicted by the woeful wound, which caused his attacks to be weakened a lot. The little brat got another opportunity to taunt Zhang Yang. However, the boss had also activated her woeful wound on Wei Yinair. The little brat's attack was instantly reduced by 10%. 15 seconds later, the effect of woeful wound on Zhang Yang had faded. Therefore, he slowly made his way back up to the little brat as he began to gain more aggro. When the HP bar of the boss dropped below 80%, Zhang Yang succeeded in getting the aggro of the boss fixed on him. However, the moment the effect of woeful wound on the little brat had faded, her attack power was restored again. It was Zhang Yang's turn to be afflicted by the negative effect of the woeful wound, this time. Before Zhang Yang could even take a clear look at the boss's face, Wei Yinair came back with her immense power and snatched the boss's aggro back. It was actually good for the two of them to exchange aggro. By doing so, the healers could heal them in turn, at leisure. As the amount of HP the boss is now boosted up to a total of 400 million HP, the amount of HP that she can recover every second had reached up to a total of 130,000 HP. In other words, the intensity of the party dealing damage to the boss had been greatly affected. The speed of reduction of the HP bar of the boss had been slowed down a lot. The parties that we left behind have caught up. Han Yingshui let out a dismayed scream. Everyone in Zhang Yang's party could not help but stare at each other. At that instant, they were at 60% of the overall progression. The distances between the stone bridges are now down to 2 kilometers. Although 2 kilometers is still quite a distance in the real world, players could already see each other clearly on each side of the stone bridge in the game. The progression of the Land of Savages and Blood Alliance were considered to be average. They were beginning to take on the second boss in her first stage. Worry not, we're far ahead of them. Zhang Yang laughed as he said. Although the other parties seem to have caught up with Zhang Yang and his party by the looks of it, Zhang Yang's party still have 5 players who had not yet activated their inheritance transformations. They also had 2 oppressively powerful phoenix pets which could also transform into even more powerful states. At their current stage, they could clearly see their advantage over the other parties that had just arrived. Some of the parties were still engaged with the necromancers and the other monsters. They had not even met the boss yet. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and his party were almost done with the third boss. Compared to the boss' second stage, Garces only had one more additional skill which only could deal damage to one target at a time. She was not that powerful. The HP bar of the boss was reducing at a good speed. However, Zhang Yang could not afford to be careless. Once the boss's HP drops down to 20%, the boss would activate her Blood Shadow Arrow more frequently. That would definitely slow his party down in killing the boss. If the party could not deal damage half the time while battling the boss, the DPS of the entire party would drop down to 200,000 damage only. In the meantime, the boss would recover 130,000 HP every second. It would become even harder for the party to bring down the HP bar of the boss. Meanwhile, the damage that the Blood Shadow Arrow could deal to the party was immensely high. Zhang Yang and his gang would have to take out the boss as soon as possible if they do not want to be wiped out by the boss. To solve the problem, everyone could only reserve their hard-hitting skills for the Killing Cleave stage of the boss battle. Of course, if the Glare of the Death God is not resisted again, they should be doing fine in killing the boss. 20 minutes later, Garces's HP bar had finally dropped down to 20%. The eyes of the boss turned bloody red all of a sudden as she started hissing and screeching all the way throughout the battle. Although her attack was not increased, the rate of the boss activating her Blood Shadow Arrow became more frequent than before. When her HP bar was dropped down to 10%, she would activate her Blood Shadow Arrow even more frequently. That would be pure madness. 18%, 16%, 14%. Because Zhang Yang and his gang kept getting afflicted by the effect of Blood Shadow Arrow, they could not channel their damage output at the boss properly. The reduction of the boss's HP bar began to slow down. It was about time. Zhang Yang raised up his hand and threw his Glare of the Death God to try out his luck once again. Phew! A wretched skull began to form on top of the boss. It was not resisted. Praise the Lord! Everyone cheered, as that had marked the boss's death. You stinky boss! Let's see how you crawl back up this time. Wei Yinair laughed like a mad lady as she began to feel the rush of slashing the boss up. -400000. -400000. Under the affliction of the glare of the death god, the boss lost 4 million HP each time the special effect kicked in. With her HP bar getting lower and lower every passing second, she also brought the rate of activating Blood Shadow Arrow up to a whole new level. Because of the confusion effect left everyone unable to attack, the party only managed to trigger the special effect of Glare of the Death God 7 times. They were forced to look at the remaining 3 chances go to waste. It was very unfortunate. However, the outcome of the battle had been fixed. Nothing would matter anymore at this stage. 4%, 3%, 2%, 1%. The boss screamed out miserably and collapsed onto the ground for the 3rd time. This time, she did not get back up on her feet. Not anymore. Wah-aha. I have to admit that you're a strong opponent. Unfortunately, you met me. Wei Yan'er was spouting out some lines from a movie she saw. No one knew which. Alright, stop fooling around and get on with the loots. We need to move. Hee. Wei Yan'er quickly went up and picked every single loot on the ground. Then, the gang continued forward. Because the inheritance transformation of the little brat was coming to an end, 100 Shots had to activate his fire transformation to maintain their momentum of progressing forward. By doing so, he turned himself into a man on fire. However, his inheritance was only Class B inheritance after all. Furthermore, he did not have any additional shadow damage resistance on him at all. Hence, 100 Shots could not handle the monsters like how Little Brat did. He could only handle as many as 15 elite tier monsters at the same time. Well, it did not matter much either. Zhang Yang and Endless Starlight could also tank against a couple of monsters. The party could still maintain the rate of their progress at taking on approximately 25 necromancers at the same time. Hey, the boss was so stingy, she only dropped 1 or 2 equipment every time she died. Wei Yan'er sighed in disappointment. Ha. Well, even if what you say is true, she did drop her equipment 3 times. So, if we look at the sum of equipment by the end of the boss battle, we still gained a lot. Bingo! Wei Yan'er bounced up and down as she ran up to the rest of the party members. This time, the boss dropped a piece of ethereal tier equipment, a piece of mythical tier equipment which is pretty useless to us, and a piece of skill point crystal. Banshee's Howl, ethereal, accessory. Equip, increases damage by 8%. Use, transforms into a screeching banshee. When struck, the target that hits you will be afflicted with terror effect and will run around. Terror effect will last for 3 seconds. Transformation will last for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Required level, 140. Special, reduces required level by 20 levels. Wow! This piece of accessory can really be useful in a PvP match. It's suitable for those who are ugly and always targeted by the enemies. Everyone turned around and fixed their eyes on Han Shui at the same time. Because her healing ability was so ridiculously powerful, she would become the primary focus of the enemy during any team battle in a league championship competition. With this piece of accessory, her survival capability would increase without any doubt. Is my face that ugly? Han Shui cried in misery. Enough of this nonsense. We're giving this to you for free. You should be happy. After shoving the accessory piece over to Han Shui, everyone turned their attention over to the skill point crystal. Everyone argued that they should be the one who gets the item. So by the end of it, everyone rolled and Wei Yan'er won the bet. She shoved the crystal into her inventory with that cocky face of hers. After pushing forward for another 20 minutes, they were very close to engaging the 3rd boss. On the other side, although the first stage of Garces was very simple, the second stage and the 3rd stage of the boss made the boss battle extremely difficult. It was all because of one additional skill called Blood Shadow Arrow. Even Zhang Yang and his party had trouble dealing with the waves of attacks from that particular skill. It would be perfectly understandable for the other parties to struggle against the boss. It was clear in the map that 7 parties were being sent back to their beginning points. In other words, they would need to go through everything from the start all over again. Now that they had been in the mist for almost 8 hours, and most of them had activated their inheritance transformation skills, so it would not be possible for the parties to start all over and catch up with the parties who were still in lead. They were all as good as being eliminated from the contest. There were only 5 parties remaining in the lead. Meanwhile, only 3 parties could pose a threat to Zhang Yang's party. The parties would be the party of 20 coming from 3 o'clock, Land of Savages coming from 7 o'clock and an unknown party coming from 10 o'clock. The number of necromancers began to decrease as Zhang Yang and his party proceeded on. Instead, more and more Death Knights appeared in the surroundings. They were all riding on their battle horses of death. They were wearing metal plates and pitch black armor. They were holding long swords as well, ready to engage in any battle with anyone who comes for them. Mist Death Knight, Elite, Spectre. Level, 145. HP, 2,900,000. Defense, 3,780. Melee attack, 52,980 to 62,890. Skills. Death Strike, 10% rate of the Death Knight dealing double damage. Death Blow causes 100% melee attack of physical damage to the target. 100% of the damage will be converted to HP and heals the caster. Note, Death Knights are the most dreadful monsters on this land. You're as good as dead when they shine the reflection of their swords upon you. Looking at those monsters, Zhang and his party did not dare to lure too many of them over. Zhang only lured 7 Death Knights over to him. Meanwhile, Endless Starlight only lured 4. On the other hand, 100 Shots could only lure 7 to 8 Death Knights, even with his boosted amount of HP. Any more than that, he might not survive. It was a thrilling experience to battle against the Death Knights. It could cost a life if players are not careful when Death Knights started directing the reflections of the swords upon them. However, despite the fact that these Death Knights were a nightmare to deal with, their drops were not bad at all. Violet Platinum tier equipment dropped, one after another. Some of them were even set pieces. They could be sold at hundreds of gold coins in the market, each. Fatty Han, Wei Yan and Han Shui were very joyful as they continued slaughtering. After all, these three could only see money in their eyes. Zhang and his party pushed on forwards for tens of minutes before they received news that the party of 20 coming from the 3 o'clock direction had finally taken down the third boss in her third stage. They began to move forward in an attempt to catch up with Zhang and his party. Not long after that, the Land of Savages party coming from 7 o'clock and the unknown party coming from 5 o'clock also managed to kill the boss and continued forward with their progress. Meanwhile, Captain America and his party was wiped out by the boss. And then, there were 4. They really are persistent. Zhang brought up the map and glanced at it. Then he said, "Brothers and sisters, pick up the pace. Noob Tank, should we activate another transformation skills to speed things up?" Wei Yan was a little worried. "No need for that, yet. We shall wait until 100 Shots transformation skill is over before letting Daffodil Daydream activate hers. After that, we shall take out the 4th boss. When that boss goes down, we shall open the floodgates and activate all available inheritance transformation skills. By then, the other 3 parties will only be able to stare at their maps as we vanish from their sights. It's pointless to move fast now, we should give the other parties some hope first. Sigh, you're so evil, Noob Tank. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 650, Death Knight, Isildur. Chapter 650, Death Knight, Isildur. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It took Zhang and his party approximately 2 hours to clear out every single Death Knights in the surroundings before they finally stood before the 4th boss. The transformation skill of 100 Shots had expired for some time by now. However, Daffodil Daydream had activated her Soul Breaker transformation right after that. She made sure that their party would always have at least one player with a transformation skill active. The 4th boss was a Death Knight riding on a 3-meter tall and 5-meter long battle horse. That battle horse was gigantic. It was covered in metallic armor all over. The boss was larger than any ordinary player in the game. He looked intimidatingly large as he rode on the back of his battle horse. This was clearly 2 bosses in one battle. There was also a blade that went as long as 7 meters slung across the back of the boss. There were many words that could be used to describe the boss and his battle horse, but domineering was definitely among those lines. The attack range of melee combatants had varying reach. For instance, 2-handed weapons were basically 1.5 meters longer than one-handed weapons. It meant that players with 2-handed weapons would be able to attack 1.5 meters further than those who wielded one-handed weapons. However, this Death Knight's weapon seemed to be 7 meters long. His attack range could be considered as vast the attack range of a ranged class. Death Knight, Isildur, Ethereal, Spectre. Level, 148. HP, 800 million. Defense, 9,410. Melee attack, 60,138 to 70,138. Skills. Death Strike, there is a 33% chance to deal double damage to the target. Death Plague, unleashes a plague into the surroundings and cause 60,000 shadow damage to all non-Spectre beings. Spectre build, recovers 1% HP once in every 30 seconds. Recovery amount will not be affected by any other effect. Blood of Madness. Every time one Ishilder loses 10% HP, his damage dealt will be increased by 10%. Note, Ishilder is the synonym of death. When he pulls out his sword, there will be bloodshed and slaughter. Oh my god. I was so happy to see that the attack of the boss was similar to the attack of an elite tier Death Knight. Apparently, the boss would get more agitated as he loses his HP, god damn it. Everyone began to frown and curse the moment they came across the description for the Blood of Madness. It's still alright. At least the boss does not have any automated skills other than normal attacks. Zhang Yang nodded. Death Strike has a rate of 33%. That would mean it might be triggered once in every 3 attacks. The damage is still within acceptable parameters. We're only 20% away from completion now. Should we activate all our inheritance transformation skills then? Zhang Yang gave some thoughts on it and said, then Ice Queen should activate her transformation skill. Phoenix pets are more suitable for area battles that involve large numbers of monsters. Witchy Snow only excels in her healing capability, nothing else. Ha ha ha. Are you asking Sister Sun to work overtime to the point that her mother might not recognize her? Wei Yan'er laughed out loud. Zhang Yang flicked his finger against Wei Yan'er's forehead with a thwack and said, don't be delusional. Ice Queen is not like you. You cannot differentiate what's important and what's not. You stinky noob tank. Stop hitting my forehead. It's swelling up like a bun now. Wei Yan'er snarled at Zhang Yang, baring her teeth. Let's move out. Zhang Yang took the lead and led his party members into battle. Everyone took their positions as they already knew where they should be and what they should do. Death is just the beginning of all things. Ishilder uttered his slogan as he rode out on his battle horse towards Zhang Yang and his gang. Swinging his long *SS sword across the battlefield, the boss could reach Zhang Yang from afar. The cartoonish long sword is unexpectedly swift. Zhang Yang could only see a flash of light as if the sword was moving at lightning speed. However, Zhang Yang was not slow to react either. He raised his shield up right before the blade could touch him. Instantly, Zhang Yang blocked the blade with his block. However, the boss was extremely strong and powerful. The impact of that powerful strike had almost pushed Phoenix Pet down to the ground. Well, it pissed off the Phoenix Pet, alright. It flapped its wings and glided over towards the boss in fury. It opened up its mouth and spat out a crimson blazing fire towards the boss. Annoying light. Ishilder felt disturbed by the assault and he swung his hand across the air and said, "Get lost." The blazing flames that were spat out by the Phoenix Pet were extinguished all in an instant. Still, the boss took the full damage of it. It was just some cinematic visual effect that they could ignore. Sun Xin activated her Shadow Dancer transformation on the spot as a pair of mysterious black translucent wings spread out from her back. Upon entering her stealth mode, she fluttered her wings a little and activated her Leap Dodge. By doing so, she arrived at the rear of the boss in a flash. With her dual swords ready in both of her hands, she activated Ambush as 2 flashes of lights were seen cutting across the boss. The boss took a great amount of damage. 311 947. 155 973. 2 extremely high damage values popped right up on top of the boss. Her aggro values instantly exceeded the amount of aggro Zhang Yang had. The boss turned around immediately and launched his assaults on her. It made perfect sense. Without her transformation, she could already deal as much damage as Zhang Yang. Upon activating her transformation skill, she acquired an increment of 500% on her damage. So it was natural to see Sun Xinu at the top of the boss's aggro list. Although tankers could create additional aggro values with their attacks and skills, nothing would top that sheer amount of damage gap. However, Sun Xinu initially had over 200,000 HP. That amount of HP was boosted up by 40 times the moment when she activated her transformation skill. Hence, her maximum HP had reached up to 8 million HP. Though the boss was hitting hard, her HP bar stood strong. However, a DPS player is not a tanker, after all. There is a huge difference between the defense of a thief and the defense of a tanker. She could still get into trouble if left untended to. Hanning Shui, Fantasy Sweetheart and the other 3 battle companions also had to heal the others other than Sun Xinu, in order to counteract the boss's Death Plague at the same time. Hence, they were not able to fully focus on healing Sun Xinu's HP back up. In other words, Sun Xinu was relying on her 8 million HP to tank against the boss. The moment her HP level was decreased down to a critical level, she would have to activate her Vanish to withdraw from the boss's aggro. Or, she could activate her life-saving skill. For instance, Zhang Yang had his Radiance of the God of War, and Sun Xinu had her Slaughtering Feast. Upon the activation of Slaughtering Feast, Sun Xianyu could recover her HP back to full within 10 seconds while causing immense damage to her enemy. Based on Zhang Yang's understanding of this woman, Sun Xianyu would definitely hold up until her HP bar is almost at the bottom. Upon that, only she would activate her Slaughtering Feast to recover her HP back to full. She would continue battling the boss until she is one again in the red. Only then would she use her Vanish to get clear of the boss's aggro. As expected of her, Sun Xianyu's HP bar almost hit the bottom 5 minutes later. A bright red mark flashed across her body as she began to spin rapidly like a spinning top. Her sharp blades turned the boss into mincemeat. Slaughtering Feast causes damage based on the attack of both primary weapon and secondary weapon once every second. At the same time, recover 10% of HP each second. Lasts for 10 seconds. When the bladed top stopped spinning, she had almost fully recovered. The boss was infuriated for receiving heavy damage from her. He began to swing his blade at Sun Xianyu so strongly that the air was swept up by the force of the swing. It seemed like the boss was attempting to vent out his anger towards Sun Xianyu. Sister Sun looks to bad *SS when she was using that skill. Wei Yen Air widened her eyes. She looked like a fangirl admiring Sun Xianyu, that's so much stronger than Noob Tank's Radiance of the God of War. Not only can she recover her HP, she can also cause a lot of damage to the boss. Zhang Yang silently smiled. Although Slaughtering Feast could recover HP and deal damage at the same time, life-saving skills were meant to keep users alive. Furthermore, healing in one shot is always much better than healing over time. Well, healing over time would take time in order to fully heal a player. For instance, Sun Xianyu required 10 seconds to fully heal herself. The healing effect would only kick in once in every second. Just imagine a player being shot by hundreds of arrows after one click of the regeneration. Wouldn't the player be dead, still? Rest in peace for all eternity, the boss roared out loud. His ignited spectral eyes danced about violently. Because the boss had an extremely long HP bar, and the boss had Spectre build to recover some amount of HP over time, so this boss battle would definitely exceed an hour. Zhang Yang attempted to use Glare of the Death God at the beginning of the boss battle. However, the skill was resisted by the boss. Ha ha! Isildur revealed a disdainful look on his face. I'm the embodiment of death itself. How dare you try such parlor tricks on me? How dare you try to use a curse on me? What a clever boss! He actually knows how to curse with idioms. Let's give him a small red rose as a reward. Fatty Han and Endless Starlight immediately joined forces in taunting the boss. Isildur was provoked to the point that he almost wanted to jump off his battle horse and charge after them. Sun Xianyu managed to last for another 5 minutes. Her HP bar was once again going to hit the bottom. So, she quickly activated her Vanish and got herself clear of the boss's aggro. She handed the responsibility of tanking the boss back to Zhang Yang. Given tens of minutes to get himself replenished, Zhang Yang was certain that he had built enough aggro value on himself, giving Sun Xianyu the gap of 5 minutes to channel all her damage onto the boss without going OT1. Meanwhile, Vanish only had a 5-minute cooldown period. As long as she does not put herself at the risk of going OT, then she would never be attacked by the boss throughout the entire battle unless Zhang Yang falls or activates his Shadow of the Void to clear the aggro values on him. Although Zhang Yang could not beat Sun Xianyu without his transformation, he still had over 720,000 HP while mounted in his pet. So he need not worry about being taken out by the boss in an instant. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang also had extremely high defense, extremely high damage immunity. These attributes had greatly reduced the pressure on Han Shui and the other healers. 80%, 70%, 60%. The HP of the boss was slowly decreasing. However, on the contrary, the attack power of Isildur was slowly increasing because of his Blood of Madness. He could deal approximately 100,000 damage with only one normal hit. However, the biggest threat came from the Death Plague. The skill would cause DOT effect to all players within the effective range. Every single member of the gang was suffering damages of 100,000 consecutively. Han Shui and Fantasy Sweetheart were having a very hard time healing the party up. At the same time, battle companions with weaker attacks had all but left the front lines to prevent adding pressure on the healers at the rear. The boss battle was getting harder and harder by the second as the HP bar of the boss got lower and lower. The battle was going to get even tougher soon. By the time when the battle entered the Killing Cleave stage, the boss's attack would have been boosted up by 80%. The rate of activating his skills would become even higher than before. That would prove to be a great threat to Zhang Yang and his party. It was ironic. To kill the boss, they must bring down the HP bar of the boss as quickly as possible. On the contrary, the attack of the boss would increase and cause the battle to become tougher the more damage the boss takes. When that happens, the entire party might be wiped out. While everyone was trying to wrap their heads around this self-contradiction, the HP bar of the boss was reducing at a constant rate. In more than an hour, the HP bar of the boss had dropped down to 20%. The battle had entered its killing cleave stage. Isildur was acting like a roided-up undead. He activated his Death Plague more frequently than ever, causing havoc to the party's HP bars. Fortunately, Zhang had Vitality Aura with him. Everyone's maximum HP was boosted up by a notch. Furthermore, the Life Aura that Han Shui was carrying had increased the healing efficiency of any sorts of healing effects. The party was not wiped out, even if they were that close to death. Silly you! We can't keep up anymore. I'm activating my transformation skill now. Han Shui said. No. Stop. Zhang shook his head decisively. There's still one more boss up ahead. That boss should be much harder to take down than this one. It's best to reserve your transformation skill until then. Just hang in there. That's right. Zhang could just throw Glare of the Death God when the HP of the boss drops down to 12% or 13%. Then, the boss should be as good as dead. But what if the boss resists that again? Wei Yan'er slipped her tongue and said it out loud. She immediately became the focal point of everyone's eyes. The little brat blushed in shame as she knew she said something wrong, so she said, "Why are you guys looking at me like that? I'm feeling uncomfortable now." Oh my god, that little brat had managed to divert the others' attention away by acting cute. Well, she succeeded at least. I will eviscerate you. Isildur let out a raging roar. He was known to be the Great Death Knight. Not only could he not take out a single one of these noobs, they had managed to deal quite a number on him. Of course, he would feel infuriated. Although the boss did not have the idea of HP bar and damage values, he knew that he would be eventually taken out by these insignificant living beings that he despised. Stinky boss. Just play nice and give us all the equipment you have on you. Wei Yan'er laughed out loud while whirling about with her huge battle axe. Damn you puny living beings. How can you puny creatures have such immense power? As his HP bar was reduced even further, Isildur was getting more surprised. Just hang on a little while more. We'll try our best to bring the HP bar of the boss down to 11%. Then, I shall throw the Glare of the Death God at him. We cannot afford to have the boss get 90% additional damage. We'll be wiped out. Zhang shouted out loud. 80% was their maximum limit if Han Shui's to hold off on her transformation. If the boss could get 90% additional boost on his damage output, he could just wipe out the entire party by activating his Death Plague even more frequently. Wiping out the entire party could be done in just an instance. 14%, 13%, 12%, 11%. The time where fate deals its hand has come. Zhang raised up his hand and threw out his Glare of the Death God. Please do not resist. Please do not resist. Please do not resist. Everyone was praying hard that the skill would not be resisted. If the boss does resist the skill, the party would need to activate the Phoenix Pet's transformation skills just to hang on. So did the skill got resisted by the boss? A dark skull emerged and formed right on top of the boss. It smiled wretchedly in complete silence. It was a success. Ha ha ha. Stinky boss. Your doom is nigh. Wei Yan'er attempted to act cute as she laughed. -8000000. -8000000. The higher the amount of HP the boss had, the higher the damage that the Glare of the Death God could cause to the boss. Each trigger caused a total of 8 million damage to Isildur. Isildur was furious. He roared continuously and said, "You damned living beings. I'm the Great Death Knight Isildur. I'll not be taken down by a bunch of weak, insignificant low living beings." The HP bar of the boss had dropped down to 10%. Hence, his attack power had received an additional 90% boost. Furthermore, the rate of Isildur activating his Death Plague had been shortened down to once in every 5 seconds. It was as terrifying as it sounded. Although the boss was near his own end, he was also at his most destructive. Any oversight or careless mistakes could lead to fatalities. 9%, 8%, 7%, the special effect of the Glare of the Death God was triggered consecutively under the heavy assaults of the gang. In just 7 seconds, the gang had managed to trigger the special effect 10 times. The HP bar of the boss was down to 1%. Zhang was forced to activate his Vanguard's aggression in order to maintain the HP of all his party members. He even activated his rearm so that he could use his Vanguard's aggression 2 times in a row. Endless Starlight had also activated his Vanguard's aggression right after Zhang Yang's second Vanguard's aggression expired. By activating 3 Vanguard's aggression consecutively, the 2 tankers managed to buy a 30-second precious time frame for the other party members to launch their assaults on the boss. However, after 3 effects of Vanguard's aggression faded away, the gang started to get into trouble. Even their mounts will not keep them alive for long. 7 million. 5 million. 3 million. 1 million. 100 shots, Daffodil Daydream, Fantasy Sweetheart and the others screamed miserably as they collapsed to the ground, one after another. However, the zombie potion kicked in and extended the boss nightmare. $, $. The boss let out a series of undefined language. He was probably cursing something like son of the B** TCH. 500,000. 200,000. 70,000. Argisholder let out a thunderous cry. He fell off the back of his battle horse, headfirst to the ground. Meanwhile, a magic circle with 6 corner star appeared right beneath that battle horse. The next thing that happened was the horse disappearing into thin air. Wei Yenair was not able to grab the horse before it disappeared. All she managed was to plant her face into the ground like the boss and gain a mouthful of sand. TL note. 1. Off-tank, OT, a mistake by the tank which occurs when the aggro shifts from the main tank to a non-tank and often results in the death of the non-tank. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 651, Blood-Driven Madness. Chapter 651, Blood-Driven Madness. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It was the most troubling boss battle for them so far. Of course, the battle was only so troublesome and risky because everyone had to reserve some of their life-saving skills and power for the battles that yet to come. If they ever come across any super bosses in the open world map, they could have easily bested the boss when every one of them activates their inheritance transformation skills. They could just beat the boss into submission even if the boss goes berserk. However, there were quite a number of bosses on this special map. This special map was designed to be like a dungeon. Therefore, the party must ration and distribute the inheritance transformation skills wisely. As everyone could not simply activate their inheritance transformation skills at the same time, it made things much harder in this map. The battles here were tougher as well. Wei Yenair went up and picked up the loots while Han Yngshui was busy saving and resurrecting the other party members. Because Redemption had 5 minutes of cooldown period, Han Yngshui decided to get Fantasy Sweetheart back on her feet first. By doing so, she increased the efficiency of saving the other party members. Since everyone was waiting for everyone to be resurrected, it would be best to take a look at the loot first. Wei Yenair looked at the loot for quite a while before she said something. Cutie Drizzler reporting here, the stinky boss has dropped 2 ethereal tier equipment, 2 mythical tier equipment, 1 skill book, and 1 inheritance fragment. Inheritance fragment? Of what class? The mention of inheritance fragment had perked everyone's ears up. Although 9 of them already acquired their very own inheritances, they were very interested to see if the inheritance would be compatible with Fantasy Sweetheart. Even if it was not compatible, they could also give it to someone in their own guild. Who would complain if they could have more players with inheritances in their guild? However, when Wei Yenair posted out the description of the inheritance, everyone was disappointed by it. Toxic and Zombie Inheritance Fragment, Inheritance Class D. Description, irrelevant to the plot. It was just a Class D inheritance which did not even have a transformation skill. Everyone was not happy with what they saw at all. However, Zhang Yang revealed a smile on his face, then he said, "You guys should just stop thinking about transformation skills. If a guild can get 100 players with Class C inheritances, that guild could be deemed as the #1 guild without a doubt. Classes won't matter that much anymore when numbers overtake everything else. Players with Class D and Class E inheritances are the backbone of a guild." He shoved the fragment into his inventory with the intention to auction it in his guild. Any member of the Lone Desert Smoke would be able to obtain the fragment by exchanging it with some guild points. Although his party members did not show any sign of interest in this inheritance fragment, many members of his guild would be pretty interested in getting it. After all, there was not more than 12 players with Class C inheritance in Lone Desert Smoke. Such inheritance fragments could potentially be a unique existence for everyone in Lone Desert Smoke. Fantasy Sweetheart was the most disappointed person among all. She was the only one who had not yet acquired an inheritance up to this point. She felt left behind by the other party members as much as she felt that she was just holding the party back. Wei Yenair took out another crimson red necklace. Then she said, "Coming up next. A necklace. Heart of Fire, Ethereal, Necklace. Vitality, plus 1089. Intelligence, plus 373. Spirit, plus 373. Equip, increases maximum MP by 740 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 5.6%. Equip, absorbs 321 damage when being hit. Equip, upon successful spellcasting, there is a certain rate that you can shorten the casting time for your next spell by 50%. Unidentified. Required level, 140. Special, reduces required level by 20 levels. Wow, is today a special day for spellcaster? Why are all the equipment today spell types? Lost Dream laughed cynically. That's right. No fair. There are so many of us in need of physical type equipment here. The system keeps on giving us spell type equipment. How fair is that? Wei Yin nodded repeatedly. Alright, that's enough, it doesn't matter what type of equipment. Our party has grown much stronger now. That's what that matters most. Hanning Shui did not back off from rolling for the equipment. By the end of it, this lucky woman is indeed very lucky. She won by scoring 99 points and eliminated the two ladies. Hence, she claimed the powerful necklace as her own. Another ethereal tier equipment was a misty gray pair of gauntlets. The surface of the gauntlets had the crafting of a dragon with its wings spread wide open ready to fly. The crafting was so real that the dragon seemed like it could just fly out of the gauntlets. Flying Dragon Gauntlets, Ethereal, Heavy Armor. Defense, plus 320. Vitality, plus 2178. Strength, plus 745. Agility, plus 318. Equip, increases maximum HP by 2350 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 5.6%. Equip, absorbs 641 damage when struck. Unidentified. Required level, 140. Special, reduces required level by 20 levels. My precious. My precious. Endless Starlight was staring at the gauntlets with his glittering eyes. He could not move his eyes away from the gauntlets at all. At the same time, he was licking his lips as well. He did not care to maintain his image anymore. Everyone was laughing at him at the bottom of their hearts. Zhang Yang could not bear to burst his bubble. So, he nodded at Wei Yin and Wei Yin spouted at him. Then the little brat raised up her hand and showed Zhang Yang one finger. Worry not, it was not her middle finger. She wanted to imply that Zhang Yang owed her one for this. The two of them gave up on rolling for the equipment. Hence, this powerful equipment had dropped into the possession of Endless Starlight. He became so joyful that he kept bowing at Zhang Yang and Wei Yin for letting him have it. So what's the skill of the skill book? Everyone turned their attention over to the final skill book. Skill book, Blood of Madness. Use, teaches you the skill, Blood of Madness. Required class, none. Required level, 100. Although the specific description about the skill was not revealed just yet, everyone could guess what could the skill do by observing the boss. Well, this skill should be similar to the skill that the boss had. After all, the two skills were of the same name. Zhang Yang already had a skill called God of War Heavy Axe. He would be required to maintain his HP at maximum in order for him to deal a damage that was 3 times higher than his initial damage. On the other hand, Blood of Madness would only work better when the HP amount of the user was getting lower. Theoretically speaking, Blood of Madness could boost all attacks. It would be much more powerful than Zhang Yang's God of War Heavy Axe. However, having a low HP bar was a risk that any tanker should not take. So Zhang Yang decided to give this skill to others. However, it could be concluded that Blood of Madness was most suited for tankers. Because tankers were always on the roll of being beaten up. Even though the HP bars of tankers rarely went down to 20% or 30% low, but it was normal for them to keep their HP bars up at the level of 50% or 60%. Therefore, this skill could at least provide approximately 40% boost on the tanker's damage that was equipped with this skill. It would be a great power-up, of course, only if the effect of this skill would be the same as it was on the boss. After rolling to decide who gets the skill book, Wei Yin won by scoring the highest roll among all. She claimed the skill book and learned the skill on the spot with joy flowing over her face. However, the moment after she learned the skill, that joyful smile on her face froze. Blood of Madness, passive, whenever your total amount of HP is reduced by 10%, your total amount of damage dealt will be increased by 1%. What the hell? The boss got a 10% increase in damage dealt and players only get 1% increase in damage dealt? Even if the HP bar of the player drops down to below 10%, the player could only get 9% boost on damage dealt. No wonder the little brat was frowning so intensely just now. Don't be sad. These damage boosts are like free bonuses. Don't tell me that you plan to solely rely on this skill to boost your damage by reducing your HP. It's risky as hell. Furthermore, this is not an inheritance skill. So, stop dreaming and accept it. It'll be useful in the future. Zhang patted the little brat's head as he tried to comfort her. God damn it. God damn this. Wei Yin was very, very unhappy about it. The two healers were busting their *C's, saving everyone back on their feet. 10 minutes later, they had finally saved all 5 members who got themselves killed during the boss battle. After distributing the items and equipment among themselves, the gang continued to push on forward. Well, the last part of an endeavor is the hardest to accomplish. A thing is not over until it is completed. Now that their progress was only at 80%, they could not afford to let their guard down at all. Zhang and Fatty Han activated the transformation skills of their phoenix pet. The 2 royal blood phoenixes emerged out of the blazing flames. The 2 phoenixes looked stunning and intimidating. Unfortunately, that wretched Fatty was only at level 127. He had prevented his phoenix pet from being able to reach level 130. Therefore, the attributes of his phoenix was much weaker than the attributes of Zhang phoenix pet. However, Fatty Han was a beastman hunter. So he could provide some boost on the attributes of his pet. Therefore the attributes of the 2 phoenix pets were on the same level. The moment the transformation skills of the 2 phoenixes were activated, their AoE attacks were now incredibly powerful. Fatty Han did not mount himself onto his phoenix. As he was a hunter, he could use a phoenix pet as his pet to battle alongside with him. At the same time, he could also summon his pet mount. He had multiple advantages over the other classes in such regards. Meanwhile, the pet that the player mounts on would not retain their own defense attributes. The defense attribute would be based on the defense of the player who was mounted on the pet mount. The phoenix pet had over 16,680 defense. If Fatty Han had mounted on it, then the phoenix's high defense would have gone to waste. Zhang was a tanker. So his defense was actually much higher than the defense of his phoenix pet. Therefore, it would be wiser for him to mount himself onto his phoenix in order to boost up its defense. At the same time, mounting onto a pet could provide an abundant boost to the amount of their shared maximum HP as well. Zhang initially had over 450,000 HP prior to the transformation. The 2 phoenix pets flapped their majestic wings as they continued to spread hellfire across the hordes of their enemies. Upon their transformation, the ranged attack of the phoenix pets could reach up to 20 meters far. The 2 of them were spreading their fire forward in a conical shape, torching up the entire section of the stone bridge. It was a spectacular scenery to gaze upon. Although the attack range of the phoenix pets was much shorter than the attack range of a player after they activate their transformation skills, the phoenix pets could attack once every 2 seconds while using AoE attacks as their normal attacks. Only phoenix and dragon-type pets of celestial tier and above were capable of doing this. Comparing one's capability in dealing AoE attack with a phoenix's was only an act of depressing oneself. Who would be able to compete with them? The speed of the party's progression suddenly accelerated. In a normal situation, a party's progression would only get slower and slower as they progress because they might be running short on playable cards, or simply running out of steam. However, Zhang and his party were performing otherwise. They are incredibly powerful. Their courage would only mount as the battle progresses. Furthermore, Zhang and Han Shui had not yet activated their Class S inheritance transformation skills. Ha ha ha. That party of 20 had been wiped out. Lost Dreams suddenly burst into laughter. Now that only 4 parties remained in getting to the finishing line, everyone was very concerned about the progress of the other parties. The gang was confident enough to believe that they would triumph over the other parties if they were competing against each other under regular circumstances. Therefore, they were not fond of the cheating party, which had over 20 players. Unfortunately for them, the 4th boss was overwhelmingly powerful when his HP bar was low. When Isildur only had 10% HP left, he went on a rampage with his highly boosted attack power. A few measly healers would not be able to catch up with the tremendous damage that the boss could deal. Meanwhile, the total HP of Isildur was extremely abundant. Even though there were 20 of them trying to bring down the 10% HP of the boss, it was not possible for it to be done within 1 or 2 minutes. Unless they had more players who could activate their transformation skills, they would only have one option left: to wait and die. However, how many more backup players would still be able to activate their transformation skills, if any? Numbers would mean nothing when they are standing before Isildur. The party of 20 was so badly pummeled. However, they also acquired some resurrection monoliths earlier in their progress. Many blinking dots suddenly appeared on the map. It was obvious that they had resurrected their healers. That was how they managed to resurrect 4 players in such a brief period of time. However, the fact that they could not take down the boss in their first attempt had led them down to a path where they no longer had a chance of defeating the boss. The number of transformation skills would only decrease instead of otherwise as the progress goes on. Zhang and his party continued forward without thinking much about them. The number of Death Knights got lower and lower as they progressed onwards. A new type of monster is going to appear soon. Mist Death Raptor, Elite, Spectre. Level, 148. HP, 2,960,000. Defense, 3,780. Melee attack, 61,781 to 71,781. Skills. Trample of War, causes 100% melee attack of physical damage to all targets within the range of 10 meters from the caster. Targets will be stunned. Lasts for 3 seconds. Pounce, causes 150% melee attack of physical damage to the target. Note, raptors were ferocious beasts before they were dead. They became even more powerful after they had been turned into Spectre. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 652, Ghastly Frost Dragon. Chapter 652, Ghastly Frost Dragon. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. More fake, shoddy goods again. Pooey. Wei Yen was infuriated immediately. While they were back on the mountains of 12 zodiacs, she had been very eager to get a dragon as her pet. However, after exploring for half a day, she only came to realize that the so-called Dragon Mountain was inhabited by countless, flightless raptors. She was so disappointed and furious that she had committed it deep into memory. She had brought that grudge along with her ever since. The 2 phoenix pets were performing with great exemplary. The damage they dealt with the monsters were tremendous. These 10-meter-tall raptors were considered to be the final line of defense for the final boss. They were trampled over by the 2 phoenix pets with ease. Well, at least the monsters died trying to stop Zhang and his party from progressing forward. Even though they failed, they went down honorably. Upon activating the Phoenix transformation skills, the 2 Phoenix pets had attained powerful attacks ranging from 72,882 damage to 82,876 damage. With each fire breath they spat across the hordes, they dealt so much damage on more than 10 monsters at a time. Furthermore, they could attack every 2 seconds. The waves of flames that blanketed the monsters were consecutive and deadly. All that the 2 Phoenix needed was 1 minute to clean out every single monster in the area. It was an astonishing sight. They had never thought that these 2 Phoenix pets could perform so much better than a player with a Class B inheritance transformation, but after approximately half an hour of pushing forward, Zhang and his party finally received news that Land of Savages and another unknown party from the direction of 10 o'clock had defeated the 4th boss. The 2 parties had finally made progress up to 80%, leaving only 20% left before completion. So now, only 3 parties remained in the contest of becoming the first in getting to the finishing point on the map. Although Zhang and his party were leading on top, they did not dare let up or to make any careless mistakes. Because no one would know what the others had up in their sleeves that might turn the tables around. They could just use their triumph card at the final moment and wrap up the dungeon. They're approaching us at a very high speed. Daffodil Daydream looked at the map. The 2 parties were progressing at a faster rate than Zhang and his party. It seemed that they might stand a chance of overtaking Zhang and his party, at this rate, that they should have already activated all of their available inheritance skills. Hanning Shui made a guess. That's right. It's about time for the final showdown. Zhang nodded. Then he said, however, we still have 20% to go. Judging from the difficulty of taking down the previous boss, I believe that the next boss will be even harder. They can catch up with us, or even overtake us now. But, how about the boss? When they reach the boss, they will not have any other inheritance transformations to use anymore. By then, do you think that they will last? However, if they get left behind, they will not stand a chance to even catch up with us. Daffodil Daydream said, they must be wagering on the fact that there is no 5th boss. If that's the case, they would really stand a great chance to beat us to the finishing point. Zhang nodded. Then he continued, but I think that possibility is unlikely to happen. If there's really no boss number 5, that would really make the contest look lame. Ha ha. Then let them come. We shall make a fair contest out of it with them. 100 Shots and the others were looking very sure of themselves. If they really could not win such a fair contest with an equal number of players, they should only accept defeat gracefully. The other two parties must have used all of their available inheritance transformation skills in order to keep up with the pace of the contest. Perhaps they were progressing even faster than Zhang Yang and his party now. If that is the case, then Zhang Yang and his party would have a lot of trouble staying ahead of the other parties. Every single party on the map were basically exhibiting their capabilities to the fullest as they were making their way towards the finishing point. Normal players would have their eyes popping out if they could just look at how swiftly these three parties are progressing forward. Their efficiency in slaying those high-level monsters was astoundingly high. As they were taking out any means that were left up in their sleeves in order to push forward, the three parties were getting closer and closer to the finishing point. Every one of the parties was progressing faster and faster. As they approached the finishing line, the distance between the stone bridges was getting narrower and narrower as well. Everyone on the bridge could see everything that was happening on the other bridges. Only the party at 6 o'clock could not see the party from 12 o'clock, and vice versa. The mysterious party that was coming from the direction of 10 o'clock finally revealed themselves. It appeared that they were from the Hell family in the Europe region. Of course, one of the members of the party was the royal princess Dusk Phoenix. At the same time, that Black Phoenix had also noticed Zhang Yang's presence on the other stone bridge. She began to wave at Zhang Yang in excitement. The other 9 members of her party revealed a sense of scorn on their faces. It seemed that they were rather envious or jealous of Zhang Yang. Dusk Phoenix was true royalty. Her appearance was divinely beautiful, just like an angel that came down from the sky. Whoever gets to marry her would be showered with luxury beyond one's wildest dreams. Well, that man would become the future king of Luxembourg. Although it was just a title by the name without any real power, how many people in the world would have the luxury to enjoy having that title? Therefore, upon seeing her wink at Zhang Yang ever so seductively, these men could not help but feel envious of Zhang Yang. They were on the verge of losing themselves. The idea of jumping over to the next bridge to duel with Zhang Yang definitely crossed their minds. Well, no one could blame them for having such thoughts on Dusk Phoenix. That horny phoenix! Pooey! Han Yingshui spoke coldly. Now that the three parties were able to see each other clearly, that meant that each of the stone bridges were reaching its end. A gigantic creature was seen blocking in the middle of the stone bridge. Although the creature was nothing but bones, it was simply gigantic. It was astounding. It was a gigantic, frosty ghost dragon. Gigantic dragons are considered to be the most powerful beings on Earth, known to mankind. Meanwhile, even though this creature no longer lived, it would still be extremely powerful. The eternal resentment had turned this celestial beast into a ghost dragon. There were 3 types of different attributes among the species of such dragons before they died. They were known to be frost, flame, and shadow. The attributes of natural types and the celestial types were like fire and water. Even if the dragon had turned into ghost dragon, it would only possess only one attribute. It would either be frost, flame, or shadow. Misty Frosty Ghost Dragon, Ethereal, Spectre. Level, 150. HP, 1 billion. Defense, 9,950. Melee attack, 75,409 to 95,409. Skills. Frost Breath, spits out a breath of the dragon in a conical area, causing 80,000 frost damage to all targets within the effective area of the skill. Spectre build, recovers 1% HP once every 30 seconds. The recovery rate and amount will not be affected by any other effects. Dragon Wing Strike, flaps both wings and causes 100,000 physical damage to all targets within effective range. The targets will be blown away by a certain distance. Note, the Frosty Ghost Dragon is guarding the final stage in the mist. However, throughout the countless ages, no warrior or adventurer had ever gone past it. They descended as specters upon their failures. On every stone bridge, there was a wall made of air that looked a lot like a door in a dungeon. It was just right behind the frosty ghost dragons on every stone bridge. Everyone could see the finishing point right behind that transparent air wall. The finishing point was the one point that connected all 12 stone bridges right in the middle. That finishing point was a round stage, as large as a basketball court. There was an ancient-looking chest placed right in the middle of that stage. Everything was so clear now. No doubt, the parties had to kill the frosty ghost dragon first before they could walk through the invisible air wall and see what's being kept within the ancient-looking chest. So who could slay the frosty ghost dragon right in front of them would get that treasure chest. However, if 2 or more parties got to slay the dragons at the same time, an all-out chaotic PvP would occur. Only one winner would emerge from that. If the treasure chest is not there for the claiming, everyone would have chilled down a little. It would be the same if you are the first party or the last party because there would not be any special rewards. However, the situation is different when there is a final reward placed right in the middle of everything. The map had arranged 5 ethereal bosses to guard the chest. Of course, it would not be easy at all because a party must take out all 5 ethereal tier bosses before reaching the chest. No ordinary party could accomplish such a thing in the game. The one and only final reward would definitely be unique and super rare. Zhang and his party swore that they would get the rewards, no matter the costs. That HP is too much. Lost Dream squeaked. They had encountered a boss with 1 billion HP before. However, they had managed it with over 50 players in one party. Furthermore, the most resentful fact was that the boss has Spectre build, which would allow the boss to recover its HP. With an amount of 1 billion HP, the boss would be able to recover 330,000 HP in each second. The current formation of Zhang party was considered grand and powerful. The entire party could deal a DPS of 350,000 damage even without a single inheritance transformation active. With the Spectre build on the boss screwing things around, the party's effective DPS had been brought down to only approximately 20,000 damage. So, in order for the party to clear out the entire HP bar of the boss, it would require 14 hours at the very least. The boss would have a terrifying array of AoE assaults. Could Han Shui, Fantasy Sweetheart, and the healing-type battle companions maintain their healing efficiency all the way for 14 hours? This was a final boss worthy of being the final obstacle on the map. Its might wrought nothing but despair. Fortunately, Zhang and Han Shui had not activated their inheritance transformation skills yet. Zhang would greatly boost the firepower and survivability of the party while Han Shui would keep the party practically immortal. Therefore, the two large problems for this boss battle had been solved. At that instant, the transformation of the two Phoenix pets were about to come to an end. Zhang was the only hope that could boost the damage output of the party. Before Zhang activates his inheritance transformation, he could deal approximately 60,000 damage in each passing second. When he activates his inheritance transformation, he could actually deal up to a total of 200,000 damage in each second. An increment of 140,000 damage on Zhang initial DPS could increase the total damage output of the party from dealing 20,000 damage to dealing a total of 160,000 damage in each second. Based on this, the party would actually take out the boss in approximately 104 minutes. An inheritance transformation would last for that duration. However, the party could only take out the boss within that amount of time if they performed at their very best. It would be far easier said than done. The boss had a skill that could blast players backward and stagger them for a brief moment. As players stumble about and struggle to regain their balance, DPS would almost halt completely. Other than just dealing damage to the boss, the players would have to deal with the shockwaves that would push them back once in a while. The amount of damage the party could deal within a set period of time would surely be reduced. Meanwhile, if the party could not take out the boss within 2 hours, they would have to suffer the fate with a DPS of 20,000 damage. When that happens, the Dragon Wing Strike of the boss would completely halt the party in its tracks. Therefore, the party must take out the boss within 2 hours. However, Zhang still had his Glare of the Death God ready. Therefore, as long as 1 out of 3 throws could trigger the special effect of the Glare of the Death God, Zhang and his party would be able to kill the boss. Zhang and his gang exchanged looks. Then they nodded at each other together. Alright, let's move out. Chop chop. The transformation skill of the two Phoenix pets would last for another 10 minutes. They could still provide some additional damage. It was time. Zhang activated his God of War transformation without any hesitation. The colorful radiance streamed across the surrounding and caught many people's attention. He flapped his wings and flew towards the boss at a high speed. Then he crashed into the boss. Han Shui had also activated her Milkmaid Deity transformation at the same instant. Her pair of round and full breasts swelled out even more as the transformation skill activated. Apparently, the person who designed the visuals of this inheritance must be a wretched, horny man. Everyone got into position. Zhang threw the first Glare of the Death God at the boss. The sooner he throws it out, the sooner it would become available again. By doing so, it would be possible for him to attempt the skill 3 times. Resisted. Everyone cursed deeply in their hearts. They got over it pretty quickly because they were used to such disappointment. They could only pray that the other 2 times would not be resisted as well. Kill. The party began to launch their aggressive assaults onto the boss. They even began drinking potions just to get their attacks up. Well, it was now or never. Having similar thoughts in their mind, Land of Savages and Hell Family were also starting to launch their assaults as madly as they could. The decisive battle was just beginning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 653, A Decisive Battle with the Ghost Dragon. Chapter 653, A Decisive Battle with the Ghost Dragon. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You insolent, insignificant beings. Get lost. The frosty ghost dragon let out a series of roars that trembled across the entire surroundings. Gigantic dragons could take the shape of a human. So it would only be natural if they could speak the tongue of men. Although the ghost dragon had lost its ability to shift into a humanoid form, it was not hard for it to speak human's language. The bony dragon stood up abruptly on its hind legs and reached out with one of its claws. Each of its claws was approximately 10 meters long. The claws reached out for Zhang. The air was swept up by the force of the swing. It made contact. Luckily for him, he raised his shield just in time to shield himself from that blow. At the same instant, the boss released its frosty dragon breath across the surroundings. Zhang Yang's body was covered in fragments of frost. Zhang Yang was instantly blasted back by that strike. However, he fluttered his wings and re-engaged the boss. Without any hesitation, he swung his sword of purging devourer straight at the soft spots of the boss. His normal attacks could deal up to 200,000 damage. That amount of damage was actually much higher than the damage that the boss could deal to him. Zhang Yang was showing the boss who was the real boss there. At that moment, the two phoenix pets could still maintain their transformed forms for another 10 minutes. Therefore, everyone on the scene got the chance to see the two phoenixes battling a dragon. The scene was most spectacular. Everyone was very content with being able to view such a rare scene. The strength of these legendary beasts was usually determined from their sizes. Initially, dragons and phoenixes were of the same tier. However, the frosty ghost dragon was an ethereal tier boss. Therefore, it was so much larger in size compared to a phoenix pet. Unless the two phoenix pets are able to elevate up to ethereal tier, they would not be able to best a frosty ghost dragon. However, it would not be long before that happens. Phoenix pets could evolve into ethereal tiers when they reach level 140. When they do, they would become almost as large as the bony dragons after they activate their transformation skills. There were 4 players who had inheritance transformation skills in the party. However, even though Han Yingshui's inheritance transformation was Class S, she could only provide healing support for the party. Because of her, Fantasy Sweetheart was delegated as a side character. She only needed to activate her regeneration and Holy Shield from time to time. Other than that, she could contribute to the DPS. Although the amount of damage she could deal was not high, a mosquito could also cause an itch to a human even if it does not hurt. Having 4 inheritance transformation activated at the same time was quite a scene to marvel at. The 4 of them were bombarding the boss with everything they had. The HP bar of the boss was dropping at a constant rate, though it was extremely slow. The boss had over 1 billion HP on it. The other 2 parties were doing quite well. They were not really much far behind, compared to Zhang Yang's party. They were truly persistent. However, what does it mean by having an arrow at the end of its flight, then? 10 minutes later, the HP bar of the boss had dropped down to 92%. At the same time, the 2 phoenix pets started shrinking. They shrunk from mountains down to the size of cabs. The phoenix transformations had expired. Well, Zhang Yang and his party were not the only ones who were facing that sort of trouble. The Hell family and Land of Savages were also facing the same situation, or maybe worse. They have run out of inheritance transformation skills to use. Anyone could have made that calculation. Without inheritance transformation skills at their disposal, they would need at least tens of hours in order to take down the boss. If the firepower of the party is just a little bit higher than the boss regeneration, it could even take days to take down the boss if they could even last that long, and if the map had no such limits. Without any inheritance transformations, the firepower of the other 2 parties were like ticks nibbling away at an elephant. The HP bar of the boss did not even seem to move. Even snails could move faster than that. What that was even worse was whenever the boss activates its Dragon Wing Strike, bodies would go flying. The party would helplessly watch the boss recovery what little damage they have done. Of course, the players would cry in misery. After spending so much effort in dealing damage to the boss, they were blasted away, crawling back just to find out that all their efforts have gone to waste. However, that pretty ancient-looking chest was just right in front of their eyes. Who would be willing to give up when the trophy is nicely placed in front of them? Between the stone bridges, there was no land at all. If players were to fall in between the space of the bridges, only death would greet them. Fortunately, there were 2 air walls blocking the 2 sides of the stone bridges. Therefore, players would not be blasted off the bridges into the abyss when the boss uses Dragon Wing Strike. Because the entire area forbade anyone from flying, it would mean that players would still fall to death even if they are mounted on their flying mounts. That would be very unfair for all players when the monsters and bosses were so powerful in the first place. Therefore, designing 2 air walls to prevent something like that from happening was one clever move for the game developers. While the other 2 parties had suddenly lost their main source of firepower, the Lone Desert Smoke still had Zhang and his God of War inheritance to support on dealing damage to the boss. Although they also lost a powerful source of firepower when the 2 Phoenix ran out of juice, they were still able to maintain approximately 140,000 DPS. As long as they hold out long enough, they would be able to kill the boss, eventually. Everyone, get over and stand beside Zhang now. Han Yingshui suddenly shouted, I can heal you all up. Zhang was the only one who was standing right in front of the boss while the others were rounding up the boss from the sides and its rear. Why would the others still stand by the 2 sides of the boss and its rear even after knowing that the boss could use Dragon Wing Strike? The reason was simple. The rate of the boss activating its Dragon Wing Strike was much lower than the rate of the boss activating its Frost Breath. The boss would only activate its Dragon Wing Strike once every 45 seconds while it would activate Frost Breath once every 10 seconds. There was a large difference between the rates. However, Han Yingshui informed everyone that she could handle the heat in healing everyone up. After being on the same party as she was for so long, everyone would naturally entrust their lives to her. They ran straight over to the front of the boss without hesitation. Ha! Are those people trying to get themselves killed? When the players of Land of Savages and Hell Family saw what the players of Lone Desert Smoke were doing, they were shocked. Standing before the mouth of that powerful dragon could really avoid the impactful strike from the Dragon Wing Strike. Theoretically speaking, players would be able to be more focused on dealing damage to the boss without much interruption like they had while attacking the boss from the sides and its rear. However, the boss's Frost Breath would deal a great deal of damage to the players if they stand right in front of the boss. It was a suicidal act. Ha ha! They are the fastest team and yet they are still trying to speed things up. If they are so eager to die, good for us. They are trying to kill themselves so that we can have our chance to win? How noble of them. Brothers, let's hustle up and get going. We still stand a chance to win. There's still hope. Phew. The frosty ghost dragon opened its large mouth and spat out a frosty breath towards the front. Everyone, including all battle companions, the 2 Phoenix pets and every single player in the party received a basic damage of 80,000 damage. The AoE attack of the boss was extremely terrifying. Han Yingshui humphed lightly and raised up her hand. In just 5 seconds, she miraculously healed up everyone's HP bars back to full. That was just amazing. That is what the Class S inheritances are all about. That is why Class S inheritances are so rare in the entire game. It was just marvelous. The players from the Land of Savages almost popped their eyes out staring at Zhang and his party. What just happened? Was that healer really a healer? Even the powerful healers would not have so much juice in them to heal so much in such a brief period of time. So this is the true power of a milkmaid deity. Meanwhile, the Hell family almost ground their teeth to ashes. That inheritance would have been theirs to claim if it weren't for Zhang and his guild. They still could not get over the fact that Zhang cheated and got the inheritance for his own guild member. They were disgusted by the thought of it. Of all members of the Hell family, Hell Priest was the one person that resented at it the most. He would have jumped over to the other bridge in an attempt to choke Han Yingshui and Zhang to death, if there were no air walls blocking the sides of the stone bridges of course. Without the air walls by the sides of the bridges, he would have fallen to his own death first. The milkmaid deity had made her move. No one would be able to top her healing ability. Now that the Dragon Wing Strike was out of the picture, the gang was able to focus on dealing damage to the boss efficiently. The DPS of the entire party had been restored to the highest theoretical damage output, 160,000 damage per second. Their morale was boosted up and everyone was performing beyond their regular standards. They managed to raise the maximum amount of DPS from 160,000 damage to 180,000 damage. It doesn't matter if you're human, orc, elf, dwarf, goblin or whatever you are. You are just insignificant pests right in front of the great giant dragon. The devilish spectral flames lighted up within the eye sockets of the frosty ghost dragon. The 2 blue-green flames were moving around in the eye sockets like 2 huge lanterns while the boss spat out its frosty breath. It attempted to wipe out any existence of living beings right in front of it. However, these insignificant beings were like cockroaches. They were really difficult to kill. No. They were even harder to kill than cockroaches. If they were like cockroaches, they would all have been killed by the powerful blast of the frost breath. Ha ha. Stinky boss. Just give yourself in and drop all the money you have on you. Come on. Wei Yan'er sounded like a robber as she swung her huge axe at the boss like a mad lady. Only God would know where she learned to talk like that. Zhang Yang could not help but smile, and then he said, "Little brat, if you can OT now, I shall sponsor you a trip over to France. You can also have all the perfume and handbags that you want." Stinky boss. You've activated your inheritance transformation. It's obvious that you're bullying me. Wei Yan'er snapped. She was not an idiot, after all. Then she said, "Let's compare our damage output then. If I can deal 1/10 of your damage, then I win. Why did you set such a low target? 1/10 is a lot, you know. After all, you've activated your inheritance transformation. You damn pests. Just die." Frosty Ghost Dragon let out a raging roar and said, "We're the first beings ever created by the gods. We are the giant dragons. We have the greatest power in the entire world. We are the representatives of the gods. We are immortals. With the falling of the gods, we are the new gods. Disrespecting me means disrespecting the gods. You shall all be executed and your souls shall be imprisoned in hell, for eternity. Stinky dragon. You're dead. You're just a stinky ghost. What's there to be proud about? Pooey." Wei Yan'er was most impolite. "You should look into a mirror and look at yourself. Just have a good look at the kind of sh*t you've become. You're just a bunch of bones cobbled up together. Who would actually respect a bunch of bones that talks sh*t? How dare you call us pests? You're the pest. You, a giant bony four-legged reptile who only knows how to crawl on your hollow belly like a piece of sh*t. Rock." The Frosty Ghost Giant almost lost itself and went berserk after being taunted by the little brat. It kept roaring in anger. If there was no such thing as an aggro system, the boss would have taken out the little brat first. After all, this boss seemed to be an intelligent AI. Ha! Everyone was laughing. The little brat could always create such amusement for the people around her. Another half an hour had passed. The three parties were now worlds apart. The boss in front of Zhang Yang and his party only had over 60% HP left, while the bosses on the side of Hell Family and the Land of Savages still had over 89% and 88% HP left. Such a difference shouldn't be dismissed as menial or negligible. In fact, it had the potential of covering the distance between heaven and earth. Judging from the progression speed of the Hell Family and the Land of Savages, even if Zhang Yang and his party were being wiped out all of a sudden, even if there wasn't anyone to compete with them, they would still be having trouble taking down the boss. With their current firepower, they would need at least 12 hours to completely empty out the HP bar of the boss. However, would they be willing to give up now? Before true despair, they would still believe that miracles could happen anytime. The two parties were really starting to believe in miracles. They still had a glimpse of hope that when Zhang Yang and his party takes out the boss, the air walls would vanish. Maybe they could take that opportunity to rush in and snatch the chest. In terms of HP amount, Zhang Yang would definitely not be able to top the boss. However, Zhang Yang could have over 17,920,000 HP the moment he activated his God of War inheritance. With the boss's insignificant attack power, it would not be possible for the boss to deal much damage to Zhang Yang at all. From that point of view, Zhang Yang was the boss, and this dragon was the player. Therefore, the God of War Heavy Axe could work its best under that sort of circumstances. After all, this skill could deal over 300% melee physical damage if the target has lower HP percent than him. On the contrary, this skill would only deal 100% melee physical damage if the target has higher HP percent than him. That amount of damage would be like the amount of damage that a normal attack could deal. While he was in his God of War transformation mode, each normal attack that Zhang Yang struck out could deal damage ranging from 193,607 to 210,284. The God of War Heavy Axe could deal up to 600,000 damage in one single hit. On top of those damage values, those were not critical hits and the Lucky Strike had not been triggered just yet. Truth to be told, Zhang Yang now had over a 15% critical rate and an 8% rate to trigger Lucky Strike. Those were not exactly low chances. Unfortunately, the rate of triggering his most powerful skill, Rising Dragon Strike, was far too insignificant. Zhang Yang could have dealt 2 million damage with one hit. The boss could be pushed into deep sh*t if that effect is triggered by a couple of times more. 1-812-321. Although the Rising Dragon Strike did not trigger, Zhang Yang managed to trigger the effect of Lucky Strike with his God of War Heavy Axe. The 1,800,000 damage had the boss roaring in excruciating pain and suffering. Its entire body trembled violently. The two devilish spectral pair of flames in the middle of the boss's eye sockets dimmed for one brief moment. 1 hour later. It was time to throw another, Glare of the Death God, at the boss. Phew! A dark skull began to form on top of the boss's head. The skull began to smile wretchedly without making any sound. Yes! Zhang Yang had finally succeeded. Kill! 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 No time to lose. Everyone was so joyful. With that effect in play, the boss was as good as dead. -10,000,000. -10,000,000. Though the amount of HP the boss had was too much, it had turned around to bite it. The special effect of the Glare of the Death God was now amazingly effective because it worked based on the HP percentage of the boss. Every single trigger took out 10 million HP of the boss. None of the players in the entire game could deal that amount of damage at the current stage of the game unless Zhang Yang could trigger Rising Dragon Strike while in his God of War transformation mode. Furthermore, that strike would also be a critical strike, stacked with the effects of Lucky Strike. By then, Zhang Yang should be able to deal over 12 million damage. However, it would be almost impossible for so many coincidences to happen at the same time. Under the bombardment from Zhang Yang and his gang, the special effect of the Glare of the Death God had been triggered 10 times. By the time when they were done, the Frosty Ghost Giant only had 35% HP left. Meanwhile, the other two parties were still struggling with the bosses as the bosses on their side still had approximately 85% HP left. Zhang Yang and his party were way ahead of the other two parties. From the looks of it, they had secured the winning position in this contest. After all, the two other parties did a grave mistake of using up all available inheritance transformations. They should have reserved some as they cleared up the previous monsters and bosses. Now they could only stare at Zhang Yang and his party from afar. The great giant dragons will not be defeated by you pathetic worms. Be gone! The boss on the same stone bridge as Zhang Yang and his party had a really bleak future. It was only capable of screaming some slogans and dialogues without posing any solid threat to the gang at all. On the contrary, the two bosses on the other two stone bridges with the other two parties were exhibiting their might as how ethereal tier bosses should be. 30%, 25%, 20%. Another tens of minutes had gone by, the HP bar of the boss had dropped down to 20%. The battle had entered the Killing Cleave stage. Everyone timed it right, this time. They had been reserving all potions that could provide explosive effects on them, and also their skills that could deal a tremendous amount of damage. The moment the battle entered the Killing Cleave stage, everyone unleashed everything that they had been reserving throughout the entire battle. Zhang Yang activated, Indiscriminate, and gulped down a bottle of Beginner Power Potion, Grade 10 Transmutation, followed closely by a strike of Killing Cleave. Let the Lucky Strike trigger once this time. -4, 336, 796. Indiscriminate ensured that Killing Cleave would become a critical hit right after Zhang Yang activated Indiscriminate. Furthermore, Zhang Yang took down a Beginner Power Potion, Grade 10 Transmutation, which boosted his attack power by 40%. His rage bar was full at the moment as well. So when he struck out with his Killing Cleave, the damage that he dealt broke through the damage cap of 4 million damage. What the F***CK? That amount of damage is a little bit too much. I can't believe my own eyes, man. I would be instantly killed even if I activate my inheritance transformation skill. Fatty Han squeaked. You're thinking way too much. Killing Cleave can only be used when the HP bar of the boss is below 20%. Furthermore, it would require a critical hit in order to pull off that amount of damage. It's not like I can just do it anytime I want. But that amount of damage was really awesome. Ha ha. So, you can die in peace now, my boss. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 654, Dragon Slayer Battle Axe. Chapter 654, Dragon Slayer Battle Axe. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When they saw that the HP bar of the boss on Zhang Yang's side was dropping down below 20%, the players on the two other parties started to discuss among themselves. They were trying to come up with a solution on getting the chest lying quietly on the stage. They've got the boss fight wrapped up. There's no doubt about it. Let's try out our luck. I'm willing to make a wager. When the boss on their side dies, all air walls on all bridges would all disappear at the same time. By then, we shall heal ourselves up first. Then we will kite the boss towards the lone desert smoke and drag them into battle as well. Most importantly, we need to get our hands on that chest. That's right. Zhang Yang would never believe that the system would be so idiotic to take away all the air walls on all 12 stone bridges the moment he and his party kills the Frosty Ghost Dragon. If that's how it's going to be, there would be no point in them competing against each other in the first place. He was pretty sure that whoever kills the frosty ghost dragon right in front first, the air walls on the bridge they are on would disappear first. Everything that was going on that stone bridge he and his party were standing on would have nothing to do with the other 11 stone bridges at all. Although he was thinking that way, Zhang could not take any risks and had also made the arrangement that everyone on his gang would charge straight in to snatch the chest the moment they kill the boss. As for the loots that drop from the boss, the little brat would handle it all by herself. I'm the great giant dragon. My dignity and my strength shall not be bested by a bunch of mortals. Frosty Ghost Dragon began to roar to the sky in rage. It could not accept the fact that its life was about to come to an end. However, it also began to activate its Frosty Breath and Dragon Wing Strike even more frequently than before. Fantasy Sweetheart had to fall back from the front line. She went to the rear and joined Han Shui in supporting the rest of the party by healing them. 17%, 14%, 10%. When the boss's HP bar finally dropped to 10%, the rate of the boss activating its skills got even faster. The party faced even more challenges and threats because of that. Now, the battle had entered its most dangerous stage. If we would have known this earlier, Little Yang should have kept the Glare of the Death God and used it now, not then. But we have no way of knowing if the skill would be resisted by the boss. Surely it's wiser to use it once the cooldown is over. Then we should still stand a chance to use it again. King Fatty just loves to beat his own sh*t and let everyone smells it. He only knows how to talk useless sh*t. Let's ignore that f***cur and stop wasting our time. Let's focus on taking down the boss as soon as possible. But Zhang and Endless Starlight had also activated their Vanguard's aggression to make things easier for Han Shui. Even so, Han Shui had not yet used her most powerful skill, the Milkmaid Deity's Ripple. It was obvious that she still had some reserves for emergency purposes. 9%. 8%. 7%. It took them approximately 1 minute to take down 1% of the boss's HP bar. That amount of time could put a lot of strain on the healers over time. 4%. 3%. 2%. Buzz. Countless milk deities appeared right in midair and they started to pour gallons of milky white liquid across an area of 50-meter radius. Everyone within that effective range received a great deal of health. Their HP bars were recovering at the rate of 10% per second. The Milkmaid Deity's Ripple had finally been blessed upon Zhang and the party. Keep it up. Hit harder. Zhang began to roar. Harder, hit harder. Don't stop. Fatty Han was imitating the screaming of those girls in the adult videos that he would watch every night while his wife slept. King Fatty, are you so itchy that you're so eager to get a beatdown from us? 1%. 9 million. 7 million. 5 million. Ready yourselves. Get in position. We're about to charge. Players from the other two parties had diverted their attention away from the boss. They only tried to heal as much as possible so that none of the party members are killed while waiting for the precise moment. They were fully focused on staring at the remaining HP bar of the boss in front of Zhang and his party. They were ready to charge in and snatch the chest. 3 million. 2 million. 1 million. Mortals, you have defeated me. It began with the two devilish flames within the eye sockets of the Frosty Ghost Dragon dimming down. The gigantic body of the boss then collapsed heavily onto the ground. Most of the bones of the boss had been crushed into countless broken pieces as the impact of collapsing was too great for the bones to sustain. Charge. Now. The three parties charged towards the direction of the chest at the same instant. Bam. 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 Players from Land of Savages and Hell Family smacked face-first into the invisible air walls right in front of them. All they could do was to fall on their *Cs on the ground, staring at Zhang and his party running towards the chest. They felt even more heartache when Zhang and his party jumped around the chest with joy. Arg, they were pissed off. They were not willing to accept their defeat. But they could not do anything about it. They simply were not as powerful as Zhang and his party. It would be best for them to admit defeat and do it better next time. Stopped in their tracks. Don't you dare open the chest without me. Don't you dare. I want to be the one who opens it. Let me. Wei Yinair was picking up the loot dropped by the boss as she screamed out loud at Zhang and the rest of the party. Then she jumped over to the chest. Everyone laughed seeing Wei Yinair and Han Shui attaining a new level of obsession over the treasure chest. That witchy Snow had a pair of glittering eyes as she wrapped her arms around the chest. Her face looked almost just like the face that she would make before she spreads her legs and waits for Zhang Yang to stick his cannon in. Zhang Yang felt a little troubled. Was he just like a treasure chest to that witch? Seeing that the air walls on the other 11 stone bridges were not going to disappear anytime soon, everyone had no reason to rush anymore. It would take tens of hours before the Hell family and the Land of Savages takes out the bosses right in front of them. Fatty Han walked up to the edge of the stone bridge. Then he took down half of his pants and mooned the Hell family and the Land of Savages. He even started twerking at them, his fat bum rippling along while revealing a wretched smile on his face. The two parties were infuriated to the point that they could have killed that fatty F***ck in real life. Wei Yan'er was done picking up the loot dropped by the boss. She smiled and said, "This time, the boss is very generous." It dropped 3 pieces of ethereal tier equipment and 2 mythical tier equipment. The number of equipment dropped from this boss was no different from the number of equipment dropped by the previous bosses. However, 1 piece of ethereal tier equipment could cost 10 times the cost of 1 mythical tier equipment. So the boss was indeed generous to them. Time to distribute. Everyone was happy. After all the trouble they had been through, it was finally the time to get their rewards. Wei Yan'er placed the 3 ethereal tier equipment on the ground. One of it was a pitch-black axe that looked extremely sharp. The other one was a scarlet red heavy armor pair of pants. The third one was a bow made of bones. That bow was as tall as a regular person. 2-handed weapon. Little Yan'er is really hot and lucky. Come, let me give you a kiss. Fatty Han put his lips up and he gave a gentle kiss on the smooth and small hand of Wei Yan'er. The next thing that happened was a large battle axe smashing straight into the wretched fatty's face, sending that fatty flying away from the little brat. Well, at least he deserved that, and no one would feel any pity for him. That's really a good touch, Yan'er. A 2-handed weapon. Everyone did not even blink after what happened to that F***king fatty. They just ignored him and carried on with their own business with the loot. Other than tankers, a weapon would be the most important piece of equipment. A weapon could bring about either a tremendous amount of damage or a substantial amount of healing points. Meanwhile, even though tankers needed shields more to survive, a good weapon could largely increase a tanker's ability to get more aggro value in a battle. It was the key for a tanker to lure and fix the aggro of monsters and bosses before the tanker can tank or kite. Let's have a good look at the axe first, then. Based on the length, this should be a 2-handed weapon. Endless Starlight has no part in this anymore. But he can stare as long as he wants. Ha ha. Dragon Slayer Battle Axe, Ethereal, 2-handed axe. Attack, 9,204 to 13,204. Attack interval, 3.8 seconds. DPS, 2,948. Equip, increases damage by 21%. Equip, increases critical rate by 3.5%. Unidentified. Required level, 150. Special, reduces required level by 20 levels. Note, this axe once belonged to a blacksmith that kept dreaming about slaying a dragon. You've come across this battle axe among the loots of slaying the giant dragon. So you can guess the fate of that blacksmith with your common sense. So stay silent and pray for the unlucky blacksmith. Well, one must know your own boundary. This is just awesome, you know? Zhang Yang praised, my Sword of Purging Devourer only has an attack ranging from 7,400 to 9,672 even after I identified it. It's like comparing a blade of grass with a steel sword here. Only Wei Yan'er and Zhang Yang could handle 2-handed weapons. Furthermore, Zhang Yang had reached the level requirement for him to take on the quest that could unseal the 3rd seal of his Sword of Purging Devourer. Therefore, he decided to let Wei Yan'er have the weapon. This little brat was acting surprisingly generous today. She actually passed the axe over to Zhang Yang, saying that she was just lending it to Zhang Yang for a couple of days. Wei Yan'er had reached level 128 at the moment. She would still need a few days before she reaches level 130 and equips this axe. So, Zhang Yang gets to play with it for a couple of days before then. Truth be told, she passed the axe to Zhang Yang because she wanted him to identify the weapon for her. Even though she did not state her intention, Zhang Yang knew her very well. So, he had no choice but to do it. Well, he treated it as the fee for borrowing the weapon for a couple of days. By thinking it that way, he did not have much to lose either. Wei Yan'er felt highly flattered by her own high intellect. Zhang Yang shoved the Dragon Slayer battle axe into his backpack without any sense of care. Ever since the special effect of his Sword of Purging Devourer had been nerfed by the officials, the weapon was no longer the godly AoE weapon. However, he recently obtained a Phoenix pet which could deal extremely powerful AoE attacks on his enemies. It would not matter much at all. Wei Yan'er posted the attributes for the heavy armor pants up on the party channel so that everyone could see it. Frost Giant Dragon's Greaves, Ethereal, Heavy Armor. Defense, plus 320. Frost Resistance, plus 320. Vitality, plus 4,668. Strength, plus 1,586. Agility, plus 680. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 5.6%. Equip, increases maximum HP by 9,330 points. Equip, absorbs 679 damage when being hit. Unidentified. Required level, 150. Special, reduces required level by 20 levels. Give it to Noob Tank. He has not taken anything yet. It was indeed a rare occasion for Wei Yan'er to act so generously. Endless Starlight nodded as well. Previously, he got a pair of ethereal tier gauntlets because Zhang Yang and Wei Yan'er did not roll for it at all. They just gave it to him for free. Furthermore, Endless Starlight and Wei Yan'er had not reached level 130 just yet. So both of them could not equip the equipment yet. They thought that it was wiser to let Zhang Yang have it. By doing so, Zhang Yang could boost his attributes a little higher. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and said, "Thank you. I shall not hold back on this one." He was currently wearing level 120 mythical tier greaves. Compared to that piece of mythical tier equipment, the Frost Giant Dragon's Greaves was an equipment of another tier. Much higher, of course. Alright. Settle down. Now, for the final piece of the equipment. Let's give some applause to it. Come on. Bring up the heat. Wei Yan'er was waving her hands around while she posted out the attributes for that bow made of bones. Giant Dragon Strike, Ethereal, Bow. Range attack, 7,618 to 9,618. Attack interval, 3.8 seconds. DPS, 2,268. Equip, increases damage by 21%. Equip, your ranged attack will gain a certain rate to trigger critical hit for your next 3 attacks. Unidentified. Required level, 150. Special, reduces required level by 20 levels. The attack interval of this weapon was similar to the one before it. The DPS of this bow was a little lower than that of a two-handed weapons. This is due to the range of the weapon. Judging from that perspective, the DPS of the bow was considered to be similar to the DPS of a two-handed weapon. The wretched fatty already had a phoenix pet. So his capability of dealing damage was much higher than 100 shots. As a brother to him, that fatty decided to let 100 shots take the bow without any hesitation at all. Endless Starlight sighed heavily and cried in misery. He cried claiming that Fatty Han had forgotten his love for him as Fatty Han had already found a new love. The way he cried had given the ladies a chill up their spines. The gayness was overloading the scene. Other than the 3 equipment, Frosty Ghost Dragon had also dropped a piece of skill point crystal. Everyone rolled for it because no one would complain about having an extra skill point. Although the Frosty Ghost Dragon did not drop much good stuff for the party, they had not looked into the treasure chest yet. Everyone was not disappointed at all. They were hustling the little brat to come over and open the chest. Even though they were eager to look into the chest to see what's in it, but they did not dare to open it up. They knew the little brat would be twisting and turning on the ground like a crybaby if any one of them opened the chest before her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 655, Identifying Scroll. Chapter 655, Identifying Scroll. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This treasure chest could not be put into the inventory. It could only be opened up on the spot. No takeouts. Wei Yan'er leaped over to the chest and grabbed Han Ning Shui like how an octopus would do to its prey. Then she pulled Han Ning Shui away from the chest and smiled like a little bee asterisk tch. Well, she would always be the one opening the chest, anytime, anywhere. The progress of opening the chest required 30 seconds. Not only were Zhang Yang and his party were staring at the progress bar filling up with their eyes widened, the players on the other 2 parties were also staring at the chest without blinking even once. They were curious to find out what Wei Yan'er would take out from the treasure chest. Io, what a disappointment. Everything here is crappy. Wei Yan'er screamed in misery after she opened the chest. She took out a total of 5 items, 1 piece of broken staff fragment, 1 scroll, and 3 books with different colors. Zhang Yang was not disappointed at all. Although these items were not unique or rare, he could always earn a lot of money by selling them. Remember the recipe for armor-piercing potion? That was a really practical tool for Zhang Yang to make a fortune. Everyone started off by putting their attention on the fragment of a broken staff. Succubus Inheritance Fragment, Class B. Description, dash. Just a Class B? After all the trouble we've gone through, they gave us a Class B inheritance as the final reward? Fatty Han immediately complained. He believed that it was not worth it, after everything they have gone through. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, well, players can come into this mist once every 30 days. The bosses in the chest will be refreshed in 30 days as well. I think the game developer is very generous to give a free Class B inheritance once every 10 days in real life. It made sense. Yes. The difficulty of clearing the monsters and bosses was extremely difficult at the current stage of the game. However, if players used and rationed their inheritance transformations wisely, a strong party could have been able to take out the final boss Frosty Ghost Dragon. They would only need enough inheritance transformations to spare for the final boss battle in order for them to win. Furthermore, when normal players reach beyond level 150, a normal party would have been able to clear the entire area without much of a problem. By then, the chest would become something like a free gift. If the system had placed a Class A inheritance fragment in there, then the value of having a Class A inheritance would deteriorate. This is the first time this chest has ever been opened up. Yes, they only gave us a Class B inheritance. But how about the second time, the third time and so forth? I believe others will only get Class C inheritances. Zhang Yang continued to say. Even if a Class C inheritance came out just now, it would still be an inheritance. It's still something powerful. 100 shots added on. Well, this chest is valuable in its own right. Furthermore, we still haven't checked on the others yet. Fantasy, this fragment seems to be part of a broken staff. It looks like a spell-type inheritance. Do you want it? Zhang Yang asked Fantasy Sweetheart. She gave some thoughts about it and nodded. Although she would prefer more to get a Class A inheritance for herself, the rarity of stumbling across one would almost be as rare as finding a Class S inheritance. Up to this point, only Wei Yen Air and Daffodil Daydream had managed to get Class A inheritances. Somehow it made people feel that it was much more difficult to find a Class A inheritance than it is to find a Class S inheritance. It is true that Class B inheritance was a little less proficient, everyone in the party was more or less equal in power. So if she takes it now, she would no longer be the one holding back the party. Let us turn out attention over here, the scroll. Wei Yen Air laid out the second piece of the lot. It was a magic scroll. Forbidden Scroll, Absolute Binding, Consumable. Use, binds a target, causing the target to have a 10% rate of being afflicted with stun effect for 10 seconds once every 3 seconds. Lasts for 6 hours. Absolute Binding will be effective on any target that is under level 180. Required level, 100. It appeared to be a Forbidden Scroll. Yes. We hit the jackpot. Yeah, everyone was cheering in tears of joy. At last, something worth fighting for. Previously, Zhang Yang came across a Forbidden Scroll that could deal a tremendous amount of AoE damage to all targets within a vast area. However, this Forbidden Scroll could potentially be one of the best Forbidden Scrolls that could use to kill a boss. When being applied, the target would have a 10% rate of getting stunned. This effect would have a chance of kicking in once every 3 seconds. The boss might spend a third of the time immobilized, which would also reduce its DPS by that relative proportion. On the other hand, such a wonderful effect could last for 6 hours long on the target. Imagine what this Forbidden Scroll would do to a world-class super boss. It could definitely provide one hell of a benefit to such a boss battle. Zhang Yang and his party have slain quite a number of bosses in the past. They even killed a few big bosses in the main story quests. However, they only came across 2 Forbidden Scrolls so far. It could be deemed that Forbidden Scrolls are extremely rare in the game. Naturally, Zhang Yang was the one who kept the scroll. There was no need for it if they were not going up against a world-class super boss. However, they would really need what this scroll could offer them if they were going to battle against a super boss with extremely powerful AoE skills, like Queen Serena herself. This should be the unique one-off item from the chest. The next person that opens this chest will not be able to get this anymore. Hee. Zhang Yang smiled in joy. Indeed. Something we all agree on. It's extremely difficult to get one. Players from the other 2 parties did not know what Zhang Yang and his party got from the chest. Judging from the joyful looks on Zhang Yang and his gang's faces, they could deduce that the items they got from the chest must be something really good. They were so tempted to reach out and snatch everything from the chest over to themselves. So, what about the other 3 books? Everyone looked at Wei Yen Air curiously. The books could be skill books, or they could be recipes for a specific profession. Well, their looks were basically all the same. The only thing that varied was their colors. They would need to look into them to know which specification they belonged to. Alright. The first book. Wei Yan'er shouted out loud as he put up the description of the first book. Engineering recipe, repairing machine. Use, teaches you, repairing machine. Required, master grade engineering. Anyone could just guess what the recipe was about by looking at its name. Meanwhile, there was only one person in the entire party with the engineering profession, 100 Shots. So the recipe went to him without any debate. 100 Shots learned the skill on the recipe and posted out the description for the repairing machine. Repairing machine, consumable. Use, place a repairing machine beside you. The repairing machine can repair equipment for you and your friendlies. At the same time, the repairing machine will gather back some of the items that you don't need. However, the repairing machine consumes energy. The energy on the repairing machine is limited. Hence, you can only activate it for 5 minutes. Only the engineers who are good in engineering will be able to sue this sophisticated high-technology machine. Required, master-grade engineering. Nice. A machine that repairs your equipment for free. That's really neat. Wei Yan'er was the first one who reacted to the description. It was not because she could not afford the cost of repairing her equipment. It was her miserly wretched self. Forcing her to spend her own money from her pocket would be like killing her slowly. Who says that it's free? Zhang Yang laughed. Didn't the description say the machine will repair your and your friendly's equipment? Wei Yan'er began to get nervous. But it never stated that it's free. On the contrary, you need to pay for it. It's going to be very expensive as well. Zhang Yang patted the little brat and gave a gentle punch to her face. Then he said, you can still get discounts on the cost of repairing your equipment when you're in the main city. However, you will need to pay the full amount of the cost of repairing your equipment. After all, the machine does not belong to any side. So does that mean that Uncle 100 Shots is going to be rich? Wei Yan'er widened her eyes. He can just make one and place it anywhere he wants. Others will have to pay him every time they want to repair their equipment. Wouldn't he be earning a fortune? Ha ha ha. You stupid little girl. Didn't I just explain it to you? The repairing machine does not belong to anyone or any side. So the cost that you pay for the repair will go to the system and only the system. Then who would be so stupid to make such a thing? Wei Yan'er felt annoyed. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, for example, when you're challenging a dungeon, you need not go back to the main city to repair your equipment anymore if 100 Shots put a repairing machine in the dungeon. When you're out in the open world map grinding your levels, you no longer need to travel all the way back to the main city just because your inventory is full or your equipment is busted. You can save a lot of time, you know? Well, it's not that bad after all. Of course. Can't you see that this recipe only came out of a rare and unique treasure chest like this one? Well, though the little brat understood, she was not happy with it. As long as anything that involves her spending her own money, anything or anyone would become her mortal enemy. The little brat muttered on in dissatisfaction before she took out the second book. Skill book, Lore. Use, teaches you the skill, Lore. Required class, none. Required level, 100. Oh ho! I probably know what this skill does. Zhang Yang was feeling proud of himself. When you use it on a target, there will be 2 different outcomes under 2 different circumstances. 1, if your strength is more superior than your target, you will be able to pull the target to you. Or, if your strength is lower than the strength of your target, then you shall be drawn to the target instead. If that's the case, wouldn't it be only available to warriors and knights? Fantasy Sweetheart asked out of her own curiosity. It all depends on how you will use it. Zhang Yang smiled and said. If you're not a strength-type class player, you can use the skill on your friendlies and get away from the battle. It could get you out of a mess like an apparate. However, if you're a strength-type class player, you can save your friendlies from a serious mess or you can pull a target over to you while your friendlies could focus fire on that one target. The effect would be greater in that sense. Lost Dream thought it through and spoke out his mind. Zhang Yang nodded happily and said, that's right. Everyone was looking at Zhang Yang and Wei Yan'er. By the end of it, everyone decided that Zhang Yang should have this skill book. Whenever Wei Yan'er engages in a battle, she would go all out crazy without a thought. She would not use the skill for the sake of her other party members. So giving her the skill book would be a total waste. Zhang Yang learned the skill and pasted the description of that skill. As expected, the description matched everything that he said earlier on. Lure, attempts to lure a target over to you. If your strength is more superior than your target, you shall be able to pull the target to you. On the contrary, if your strength is lower than the strength of your target, then you shall be drawn to the target instead. Range, 30 meters. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Well, what can you say? That skill was given to the right person after all. Zhang had never lacked attack power up to this point. However, a melee combatant would always have trouble battling against a ranged combatant. Well, they would be short on legs because they would only be able to cause damage to their enemies when they were near enough. Ranged combatant like a hunter would usually use tactics such as kiting. For instance, in the open world, highly skilled professional players like Seductive Wildpussy could whittle away at Zhang Yang's HP as she flits about and kites him to his death. Hence, Zhang Yang would not have to fear something like that ever happening in the future ever again. This skill could make him fearless against ranged combatants because he could use this skill on any target within the range of 30 meters. So he would be having the absolute advantage in a battle against any player. This is the last book. Wei Yan sounded a little dissatisfied. Alchemist Recipe, Create Identify Scroll. Use, teaches you the way to make identifying scrolls. Required, Master Grade Alchemist. Wow! It's an identifying scroll. Zhang Yang was surprised and overjoyed at the same time. What does this identifying thing do? Why are you so excited? Han Shui was curious. Why would he get so excited over a small piece of recipe? Zhang Yang laughed out loud before he explained, you guys were complaining about having new equipment that only functions at 70% of their full attributes, right? This so-called identifying scroll is like an identifying master. As long as you have enough scrolls, you can identify any equipment or any weapon you like. That includes legendary weapons and equipment as well. That's good stuff. Everyone's eyes were glittering. Every single equipment or weapon would require identification before they function at full capacity. For instance, Zhang Yang and his party members were currently wearing a few pieces of equipment that had not been identified yet. If they could use these identifying scrolls on their equipment and weapons before they engage with the monsters and bosses, they could perform even better. Ha ha. Now this is what I call to return from a heist fully loaded. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 656, Light of the Rainbow. Chapter 656, Light of the Rainbow. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After distributing everything, the chest slowly vanished. The other two parties were finally willing to give up on their thoughts. It had proved to be impossible to slay the Frosty Ghost Dragon under 24 hours. Hence, the two parties decided to give up on the boss battle. Upon releasing their souls after their deaths, everyone was sent back to the other end of the stone bridge they were on. Since they had no hope of taking down the boss, it would be better if they focus on killing the monsters to earn some experience points while they could still remain in the mist. After all, it was not easy at all to get their asterisk Cs over here. They had lost their chances of getting the treasure chest. If they also lose the opportunity to earn some experience points, they would have come here for nothing. Zhang Yang and his party members did not leave the place immediately. They could still stay there for another 7 hours, more or less. Without wasting the opportunity to scoop up some experience points that lay before them, the gang started getting back from where they came in. On the way, they started slaying as many monsters as they could as they moved on. Everyone was violently collecting as much experience points as possible. After all, killing the monsters in this area would give them much more experience points. However, the inheritance transformation forms of Zhang Yang and Han Shui had both come to an end. Hence, their pace of moving forward began to slow down a little. They played safe by taking on lesser monsters in each attempt. After all, they had claimed the treasure chest. They no longer required slaying bosses anymore. All they needed to do for the next 7 hours was to collect as much experience point as possible by using the safest method. In the meantime, there were a few more parties entering the map as well. They were randomly assigned to each of the empty stone bridges on the map. However, these new parties were late for the party. There weren't many bosses left for them to slay anymore. The time was up. Zhang Yang and his gang were teleported out of the map. They reappeared at their initial spots. Everyone set their priority to get back to the main city at once. They wanted to identify their equipment and weapon as swiftly as they could. Meanwhile, 100 Shots and Zhang Yang were also busy making their repairing machines and identifying scrolls, other than identifying their equipment. They had acquired quite a number of high-tier equipment from their expedition in the mist. They had also received an abundant amount of experience points. Even though they did not really earn a lot of experience point, those who had their experience bars over half managed to level up after they cleared the map. Zhang had reached level 133. It seemed that he would be staying on the top of the level ranking list. Zhang went over to the identifying shop first. He was very eager to see the attributes of Wei Yan'er's Dragon Slayer Battle Axe after it is identified. Well, after he manages to make his own identifying scrolls, he would not be coming here to waste his money on this crooked identifier anymore. But Dragon Slayer Battle Axe, Ethereal, Two-Handed Axe. Attack, 13,006 to 19,006. Attack interval, 3.8 seconds. DPS, 4,212. Level 5 Socket 1. Level 5 Socket 2. Equip, increases damage by 21%. Equip, increases critical rate by 3.5%. Unidentified. Required level, 150. Special, reduces required level by 20 levels. Note, this axe once belonged to a blacksmith who kept dreaming about slaying a dragon. You've come across this battle axe among the loot of slaying the giant dragon. So you can guess the fate of that blacksmith with your common sense. So stay silent and pray for the unlucky blacksmith. Well, one must know your own boundaries. The Sword of Purging Devourer had the same attack interval as this weapon. However, its attack only ranged from 7,400 to 9,672. The difference between these two weapons was huge. Zhang inserted all the sockets on the two equipment with level 5 power stones. Upon all the power-ups, Zhang maximum HP had reached up to 509,390, with Vitality Aura. Meanwhile, his defense had reached over 8,680 and his damage absorption had reached up to 7,796 points. The most significant boost was his attack. Now, his attack ranged from 81,018 damage to 96,138 damage, 32,150 to 38,150, asterisk 2.52. Unfortunately, he would have to return this weapon to Wei Yan'er when she manages to reach level 130. Hence, Zhang decided to put his priority on unsealing the third seal of his Sword of Purging Devourer. Currently, his Sword of Purging Devourer was just a mythical tier equipment. So, he could guess that it would turn into an ethereal tier equipment at the least after he unseals the third seal of the sword. It was most probably not possible for the sword to turn into a holy tier equipment just yet. The reason was simple. The lowest required level for equipping a holy tier equipment would be level 170. Meanwhile, the quest to unseal the third seal of the sword was located within a level 120 to 150 map. It would be absurd if Zhang gets a holy tier equipment by completing a quest in a level 120 to 150 map. The materials for making an identifying scroll were not hard to gather at all. No herbs were required. They could all be found in the shop. Materials like mythical gold wires and ancient gear shafts were also available in the identifying shop. However, their prices were not cheap at all. The cost for each set of the materials to make one identifying scroll was 100 gold coins. Zhang attempted to compare the cost of letting the identifier identify an equipment and the cost of using identifying scrolls to identify an equipment. He passed the level 140 mythical tier equipment over to the identifier to check on the price. Apparently, it required 500 gold coins in order to identify the equipment. On the other hand, it would require 10 identifying scrolls in order to identify the equipment. That was a total cost of 1,000 gold coins there. Well, he had the title Hero of White Jade Castle. So he just had to pay half of the cost for every equipment identification and equipment repair. From that perspective, the cost of using identification scrolls to identify an equipment was the same as the cost of letting a repairing machine to repair an equipment. No more, no less. In other words, one must be willing to spend some money to get convenient. However, Zhang was currently rich enough to ignore such significant amount of money. So it was convenience that came first, before money. Zhang could keep 200 pieces of identifying scrolls in one slot of his inventory. Therefore, Zhang only had to take 2 slots of identifying scrolls to have enough for everyone in his party to use. After making the identifying scrolls, Zhang traveled over to the Candia grasslands on his phoenix pet. The 3 quest items required to unseal the third seal of his Sword of Purging Devourer were located around that area. Well, Zhang was required to find 1 Rainbow Light, 1 Mythical Dense Water, and 1 Scepter of Fate. Following the indication of the quest, he first arrived at the Rainbow Village to locate the whereabouts of the first quest item, Rainbow Light. It was a soothing and pleasant little village. Flowers were blooming everywhere. Green moss was spread across the land. The place looked like a fictional land of peace where anyone could retreat from the turmoil of the world. It was peaceful here. However, the villagers were not human. They were all wild boarmen. These creatures had the bodies of humans. They were all muscular and strong. Meanwhile, they had the heads of ugly pigs with 2 long tusks coming out from beneath their lower lips. Their appearances looked wretchedly scary. However, when Zhang Yang gazed from a high place down to the village, he realized that those wild boarmen were all green-named NPCs. So, it would be unwise to attempt murdering the entire village to get to the quest item. Zhang Yang set his phoenix pet down right by the entrance of the village. As the blazing bird approached the ground, the wild boarmen were startled by the appearance of a blazing giant bird. They thought that they were being invaded. So the boarmen took out their weapons and pointed them at Zhang Yang and the phoenix pet. They seemed very ready to engage in battle. Hey! I mean you no harm. Calm down. Zhang Yang jumped down from the back of the big bird and unsummoned it. Well, that big bird is always on fire. You'll have indigestion if you try to eat it. The boarmen heard Zhang Yang and they looked at each other. Suddenly, they laughed out loud. Some of them were even rolling on the ground with their hands pressing against their stomachs while they were laughing hard. Zhang Yang could not do anything other than frowning intensely. Did he say something that was really that funny? Human. Ha ha ha. You're so funny. Ha ha ha. Are you a comedian that wanders around the world? Ha ha ha. One of the boarmen stood up to Zhang Yang and asked. My name is Zhan Yu. I'm a fellow adventurer, a mercenary. I'm here to see if I can get a job done for you. Zhang Yang made a polite salute. You want to work for the Great Wild Boarmen, us? The same boarman was talking. Alright, then you should go have a chat with our chief. He's just living by the farthest house in the west side of the village. Maybe you can really do something for us after all. However, are you sure that you're not one of those comedians? No. Zhang Yang summoned his whitey and rode over to the house he was told about. The house was in the middle of the village actually. If he goes into the village with his phoenix pet, the blazing flames on the big bird might have set every corner of the village on fire. After all, the houses and the facilities were all made of wood and dried grass. If that happens, these boarmen would no longer act like the audience of a stand-up routine. Instead, they would be acting like beasts. In a brief moment, Zhang Yang had arrived at the house by the far end of the west. He could only see that there was one boarman sharpening his tusks. As for his appearance, well, all the boarmen looked the same to Zhang Yang. He had no way of telling the difference between them. Shabu Kanans, chief of the Rainbow Village, normal, humanoid. Level, 135. HP, 36,600. Note, the wild boarmen believed in the god of lightning Kanans. They also believed that they were the sons and daughters, the descendants of Kanans. However, no one could have believed that a great and powerful, dignified god would actually impregnate a female piglet even if he accidentally takes a few hundred pounds of aphrodisiac. My respected chief. Zhang Yan walked up to the chief and made a respectful gesture to show his respect. Then he got straight to the point. I'm Zhan Yu, an adventurer from White Jade Castle. I hope to earn some pocket money. So, I wonder if your village requires my service in any way. Zhan Yu from White Jade Castle? A human? Shabu suddenly burst into intense laughter. He even flopped on the ground as he laughed. After laughing for what seemed to be half a day, he finally got back on his feet. We are the Great Wild Boarmen, the descendants of the god of lightning Kanans himself. If we cannot solve the problem by our own, how would you, a human, be able to solve our problems, then? Zhang Yang revealed a vague smile on his face. Then he said, I can try. There's nothing to lose. If I can't get the job done, I shall not take a cent from you. Humph. It's not that simple. Shabu shook his head. Looking at the 2 tusks sticking out from his lower lips, he looked extremely ferocious. Then he said, I can give you a chance, however. If you cannot get the job done, I will tear you into shreds and use your meat for our barbecue materials. The precious time of the Great Wild Boarmen shall not be wasted by an insignificant human. F***CKU. That wretched F***Kerr was so free that he was sharpening up his tusks. What was so precious about his time? Zhang Yang faked a laugh and said, fine. Alright then. Since you have such confidence in getting the job done, I'll give you a job. Venture into the jungle and hunt 100 Jalhoti tiger and bring 100 of their hearts to me. Ding. Shabu Kanans has a quest for you, hunt for the Jalhoti tiger. Will you accept? Accept. After giving Zhang Yang the quest, Shabu Kanans continued to sharpen his tusks. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang patted Whitey as he rode out from the village. Then, he summoned his phoenix pet, lunged into the sky and made his way into the deep mountains. Hunt for the Jalhoti tiger, difficulty, rank D. Description: the hearts of the Jalhoti tiger can be used to make some booze for the wild boarmen to drink. Drinking booze can increase their productivity by at least 3 times. Each boarman will have to slay a Jalhoti tiger in order to prove themselves in their adulthood ritual. They will have to take out the hearts of the Jalhoti tiger and take them back to make booze. They will be drinking the booze on their wedding night. Warrior, if you want to work for the great wild boarman, then prove yourself worthy of being deemed as an adult first. Completion: collect the hearts of the Jalhoti tigers 0 out of 100. It was merely a rank D quest. Zhang Yang sighed heavily. He made haste into the jungle. He could hear the roaring of beasts all around him. The phoenix landed on the ground and opened up its beak. Then it began to spread hellfire across the surroundings. A yellowish beast that looked like a wolf but also looked a little like a leopard was caught up in the blazing sea of flames. Its HP bar was reduced down to 50% in just an instant. Before the beast could even react to what just happened, Felice struck out with her lance and took out the beast immediately. Jalhoti tiger, normal, beast. Level, 128. HP, 33,920. Defense, 2,120. Melee attack, 9,748 to 13,748. Skills. Pounce, pounces on a target and cause 100% melee attack of physical damage to the target. The target will fall to the ground and the target will be interrupted in the progress of chanting. Note, Jalhoti tigers are not real tigers. They are actually the descendants of the mixture of 2 species, the coyote and the leopard. Their weak bodies allow them to defeat even the jackals and the wild dogs. So these were the beasts that the great boarmen needed to kill to prove themselves in their adulthood ritual? Zhang Yang could not hold his laughter anymore. This tribe was really good at making people laugh. They were definitely one of the best. Upon its death, that Jalhoti tiger dropped a few pieces of tiger fur. However, there were no signs of any sort of hearts. Well, it seemed obvious that the drop rate of the quest item was random. If Wei Yen was there, she would definitely be scratching her head, wondering how could the monster have lived without a heart. The phoenix pet carried Zhang Yang on its back and flew forward. Zhang Yang's current attack was high enough for him to kill a Jalhoti tiger 2 times over with only 1 hit from his Spear of Obliteration. He had no problem at all in collecting the quest items. Although the drop rate was random, Zhang Yang had collected about 80 hearts after going around the jungle once. Because of his divinely powerful equipment, pet and battle companion, Zhang Yang had no issues at gathering the quest items. Well, normal players would not have such powerful equipment. Zhang Yang only took approximately 15 seconds to slay 1 Jalhoti tiger. How the hell can normal players do that? In less than 20 minutes, Zhang Yang managed to collect a total of 100 Jalhoti tiger's hearts. So he headed back to the Rainbow Village to claim his prize. When Zhang Yang handed over the 100 hearts to Shabu Kanans, he was extremely shocked to see that Zhang Yang was actually capable of completing the job. His face was filled with astonishment and he said, "Human, I can't believe that you have actually such great capability in you. I've underestimated you. Could it be that you're actually one of us, the great wild boarman, ? What a narcissistic F***er. He was behaving just like the red-skinned orc. Ding. You have completed a quest, hunt for the Jalhoti tigers. You have received a reward, 500,000 experience points. As expected. The quest was simple, so the reward was simple as well. Zhang Yang laughed and said, "My respected chief, now that I've proven myself, can I be of service for the great wild boarman now?" Yes. Yes, you can. Shabu Kanans nodded immediately. He looked at Zhang Yang from head to toe, as if that he was trying to look for any sign of proof that Zhang Yang might be one of his pig kind. After putting in all his effort on trying to make a connection between Zhang Yang and the boarman for a moment, he suddenly widened his eyes and pointed his finger at Zhang Yang's eyes. Your eyes. This must be it. You have the eyes of a wild boarman. I've been wondering the moment I saw you. How could a warrior like you be one of those pathetic humans? Just think about it. The blood of the wild boarman is flowing strong beneath your veins. There's no doubt about it. You're so strong because you're one of the wild boarmen. You are the boar. F***ck. Zhang Yang launched out his fist straight into the face of that wild boarman with all his might. The boarman was sent flying into the wall of the room by the impact of Zhang Yang's punch. Shabu Kanans rolled around the ground in pain for a while before he got back on his feet. However, he was not mad at all. Instead, he was smiling with joy. Then he said, "Zhan Yu. Your strength is really admirable. That's great. You shall be the pride of the wild boarmen. Maybe one day you might even get the praise from our ancestor himself. You might even get an audience with the great Canaans himself. My beloved chieftain. Can we just get straight to the point now? All right. We shall do that. Listen carefully, Zhang Yu. I have a very important yet dangerous quest for you. The outcome of the quest shall bear the fate of the entire Rainbow Village. Shabu suddenly changed the expression on his face. He became surprisingly serious all of a sudden. I need you to gather some feathers of the crimson fire harpies. Ding. Shabu Canaans has given you a quest, gather the feathers. Will you accept? Zhang Yang accepted the quest without any hesitation. Zhang Yu, please be extra careful on this. Those harpies are extremely ferocious and deadly. Those Jalhoti tigers are merely little kittens when you compare them to the harpies. Shabu Canaans told Zhang Yang with caution and care. It was probably because he did not want to see this piglet of his kind face any unfortunate fate. Rest assured, I will get the job done. Zhang Yang felt a chill up his spine while Shabu Canaans was staring compassionately at him. He quickly rode on Whitey and left the place as swiftly as he could. Upon reaching the entrance of the village, he summoned his phoenix pet out and made his way to the scorching amber canyon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 657, Gathering the Feathers. Chapter 657, Gathering the Feathers. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The scorching amber canyon was located by the north side of the Rainbow Village. While Zhang Yang was flying towards the canyon from afar, he could see harpies gliding around the sky above the canyon. Their numbers was so shockingly high that they blotted out the sun. It looked like they were building an army or something. These harpies had bodies and faces of normal humans. However, their feet were the claws of the birds. The tips of their claws were so sharp that they could easily crush rocks. Their arms were actually their large wings which kept them in the air. These harpies were all female. They were basically naked. Some feathers covered up the vital parts of their chest and the part in between their legs. Well, it was an enchanting scene to gaze upon, for men. Well, their waistlines were perfect. Their boobies were simply glorious. Their hips were so desirable. The perfect curves were definitely present on every single one of them. If you omit the fact that they had those claws and wings, every single one of them could potentially be hot and beautiful women. These harpies were called after the name of Crimson Fire Harpy for one simple reason. Their wings were so red that they looked like they were on fire, fire that was blazing hot that anything close to them might get scorched immediately. It was really a marvelous vision to gaze upon. However, they did not seem to be marvelous anymore when they are compared to Zhang Yang's phoenix pet. Crimson Fire Harpy, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 135. HP, 2,700,000. Defense, 3,540. Melee attack, 19,298 to 23,298. Skills. Wail, causes the target to run blindly in terror. Lasts for 10 seconds. Scorching burns, scorches the target and afflicts the target with burn effect. Causes 30,000 fire damage to the target. Upon reading the description of the skills, Zhang Yang could only frown intensely. Those skills had effects that could potentially give him a hard time if he lures too many monsters over to him. If the monsters could chain up a consecutive status restriction effect on him, he would be as good as dead, even if he has over 1 billion HP. From that perspective, the most difficult part about battling a boss was the fact that the boss would mostly not be affected by status restriction skills. Spear of Obliteration. Zhang Yang struck one of the harpies that was wandering by the bottom of the mountain. The harpy was annoyed for being struck straight in the face. It immediately let out a screech and charged towards Zhang Yang, reaching out with its sharp claws. Felice had already transformed into her Dragonhawk form before Zhang Yang had launched his assaults on the monster. She launched her fire missile at the harpy. The phoenix pet did not stay idly by the corner. It also spat out flames straight on the harpy and caused a tremendous amount of damage to it. With these two crazily powerful attackers, the harpy lost approximately 90,000 HP in an instant. Arg! The strike from the harpy's claws was blocked by Zhang Yang with his shield. Well, he did activate block. In the meantime, Zhang Yang swung his axe and caused nearly 84,000 damage to the harpy the moment its claws made contact with Zhang Yang's shield. The harpy was in so much pain that it screamed and trembled. Feathers were falling off its wings as the thunderous blow rolled past it. God of War Devastation. 258-902. The rage bar had hit its ceiling cap at the moment. Zhang Yang had no reason to hold back at all. He struck the harpy with his God of War devastation, and caused a damage that was nearly 3 times of his melee attack. That was quite some damage he did there. Even though the harpy had over 2,700,000 HP, it could not sustain so much damage like how it did back there. It let out a deafening screech and a visible supersonic wave forced its way into Zhang Yang's brain. Zhang Yang felt a sting in his head. Immediately, he lost control over his own body and ran around while he was riding on the back of his phoenix pet. Warrior's Will. Without a doubt, he activated his skill to break himself free from the terror effect. Then, he carried on dealing damage to the harpy that had gone berserk. Phew! The harpy did not cease its assaults on Zhang Yang. It immediately spat out endless flames. Unfortunately, it could cause merely 16,204 damage on Zhang Yang even though it had over 30,000 basic damage. Zhang Yang had over 800,000 HP after mounting onto the phoenix pet. So, 16,204 damage was just a piece of cake for him. Zhang Yang was launching his assaults on the harpy like he was chopping vegetables. He was also supported by Felice and his phoenix pet as well. With the 3 of them dealing a substantial amount of damage to the harpy was losing its HP faster than it could breathe. The cooldown of Wail was 1 minute. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang only required lesser time than that in order for him to remove a total amount of 2,700,000 HP. Furthermore, he had help from Felice and the phoenix pet. The harpy was taken down to the ground by the 3 of them in less than half a minute. Zhang Yang earned quite a substantial amount of experience points after slaying the harpy. As the game progresses on, the difference between the performance of a normal player and the performance of a high-tier player would differ more and more. Usually, it would take about a party of 5 normal players to take on this kind of monster. It would be essential for the party to have a tanker, a healer and 2 DPS players in order to slowly deplete the HP of this monster. However, higher-tiered players do no need to worry about their own HP bars at all. They only needed to make sure they could deal as much damage as possible to the monster before their own HP bars goes empty. Under the current circumstance, Zhang Yang only lost approximately 110,000 HP. He only lost 14% HP as he was mounted on his pet. With that much HP, Zhang Yang could take on 7 of these harpies before being forced to take some snacks or bandages to recover his HP. Ding! You have acquired an item, Crimson Fire Harpy's Feather X3. The first few monsters he slew had dropped the very quest item he was searching for. However, the quest required Zhang Yang to collect 1,000 feathers. It seemed that this quest would get Zhang Yang going about in the jungle for quite a while. Zhang Yang had also wondered if there was a possibility of a boss existing among these massive flock of harpies. Zhang Yang went on to lure a second harpy over to him as he had such thoughts on his mind. However, he soon realized that it was unlikely that a boss would exist among a massive horde of monsters. If he takes on one monster at a time, it would not even be a challenge for Zhang Yang to take down that one monster. However, if Zhang Yang lures too many monsters over to him at the same time, he would be in deep trouble if the monsters chain up their status restriction skills on him perpetually. Wail could last for 10 seconds, and it had a cooldown period of 1 minute. Hence, having 6 of these harpies chaining up their status restriction skills consecutively on him would be enough to lock Zhang Yang in until he is tortured to death. No one could afford to challenge a bunch of monsters with status restriction skills. Zhang Yang shook his head and continued on gathering the feathers. The quest did not request that Zhang Yang slays any specific monsters in order to get the feathers. Therefore, he did not go deeper into the canyon. He only wandered around by the outer skirt of the canyon. Well, as long as he slays a harpy, there will be a possibility of the quest item dropping. He had no reason to risk his own life venturing deeper into the canyon all by himself. More than 3 hours later, Zhang Yang finally gathered 1,000 harpies' feathers. He headed straight to Rainbow Village to hand in the feathers. You indeed have the blood of the great wild boarman flowing in your veins. Shabu tapped on Zhang Yang's shoulder and praised, "May the great Canaans bless you always." Ding! You have completed a quest, gather the feathers. You have received a reward, 5 million experience points. Although it was not much of a reward to receive, experience points were hard to come by these days. It would be better than getting nothing at all. Zhan Yu, we can't just stop here. Not yet. We must hustle up and do our best. I need you to collect 20 complete snake bones of the Anabi coastal taipan. Well, they're snakes. By having their bones, I think we can finally get that sacred keepsake. Shabu was filled with a sense of joy. Ding! Shabu Canaans has a quest for you, collect the snake bones. Will you accept? Zhang Yang nodded and said, "My respected chief, just sit tight and wait for my return with good news. You're the warrior of the wild boarmen, the pride of our rainbow village. I believe that you will prevail." Shabu Kanans raised his piglet nose while talking with pride. It seemed that he actually believed deeply in everything he just said. Zhang Yang left in begrudgingly as there was no way for him to get through to that wild boarman. He made haste out of the village and went straight for the blue water pond located by the east side of the village. It was a vast water pond. The water of the pond was aquamarine in color and there was no telling down deep the pond would be, because the water was not crystal clear. The surface of the pond looked frosty, though. Cold vapor was rising from the surface of the water, freezing the air above the pool. The process formed a mist above the surface of the pool. The scene was spectacular to gaze upon. However, that spectacular scene was ruined a little by the infestation of countless python-like creatures. The smallest of them all were at least tens of meters long. Their bodies were as thick as the mouth of a large bowl. Meanwhile, the large ones were about 40 to 50 meters long. Their bodies were as thick as the waist of a grown-up man. They looked like small mountains when they curled themselves and rested by the water pond. Anabi Coastal Taipan, Elite, Beast. Level, 140. HP, 2,800,000. Defense, 3,780. Melee attack, 20,834 to 24,834. Skills. Tail Whip, whips the target with its powerful tail of steel, causing 100% melee attack of physical damage to the target. Bind, binds the target with its snaky body. If the target cannot deal 300,000 damage to the Anabi Coastal Taipan, the target will die of suffocation. On the contrary, if the target could deal 300,000 damage to the Anabi Coastal Taipan in time, the monster will unbind from the target. These monsters actually had an ultimate skill? What the hell? If a player gets themselves tangled up by one of the snakes, they would have to deal 300,000 damage to the Anabi Coastal Taipan or they'd be dead. That would require a DPS of 30,000 damage. It would not be a problem if there is a party around. However, if there are only one or two players in that situation, it would be extremely difficult to deal so much damage over the span of 10 seconds. However, Zhang Yang was deemed to be one of the top-tier players in the world. A DPS of 30,000 damage was just a walk in the park for him. Phoenix and Felice could already deal 20,000 damage in 1 second. Even if he stays idle and does nothing at all, the two of them could get Zhang Yang out in no time. Against such monsters, Zhang Yang was not stupid enough to lure too many monsters over to him. It was not a big deal if one coastal taipan came and binds him up. He could easily break himself free from the coastal taipan and slay it. However, if a few coastal taipans comes over and bind him up, the situation would be very different. As usual, Zhang Yang started up by throwing his Spear of Obliteration at one of the coastal taipans and engaged in battle. The coastal taipan was moving very agilely towards Zhang Yang. Its two aquamarine color eyes were filled with murderous intent. That coastal taipan was at least 30 meters long. Long before it could reach Zhang Yang could smell the foul breath of the snake. When the snake opened its mouth wide, two huge fangs emerged, and it was terrifying to look at, but for normal players, battling an elite-tier monster is almost as hard as battling a boss. Just look at this Anabi Coastal Taipan. It had its very own ultimate skill that could potentially kill a player in an instant. The player would be required to deal 300,000 damage to the snake within 10 seconds in order to prevent the snake from killing anymore with that skill. Well, 5 players were required at the very least to be able to deal such an amount of damage. The moment when Anabi Coastal Taipan arrived in front of Zhang Yang, it activated its bind straight away. The thick body of the snake curled around Zhang Yang and wrapped him up tightly. Slash. Slice. Slash. Zhang Yang swung the battle axe repeatedly at the body of the snake as hard as he could. The damage values popped out one after another as Zhang Yang slashed the snake up. Meanwhile, Felice and Phoenix Pet did not just remain idle. They also fired away. In just 5 seconds, Zhang Yang, Felice and Phoenix Pet managed to deal 300,000 damage to the snake. The coastal taipan loosened up its body and activated its tail whip straight away on Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang raised his shield and blocked the whip attack from the snake's tail. His strength attribute was way beyond the strength of the coastal taipan. Even though the coastal taipan came at Zhang Yang with an imposing figure, Zhang Yang did not flinch at all. He stood his ground firmly while battling against the monster. Stinky snake. Just die. Felice imitated Wei Yen Air and scolded the snake as she was launching her assaults at the snake. She did not forget to add in some phrases and words in between her attacks. Hiss. The coastal taipan hissed out its tongue and launched its assaults on Zhang Yang once again. As long as Zhang Yang is able to break free of the Yi bind, a coastal taipan appeared to be easier to kill than a harpy. One main reason was that when the coastal taipan activated its bind, it would not be able to launch any other assaults. It would be standing still for others to hit it for free. Therefore, the coastal taipan could deal much lesser damage to Zhang Yang than a harpy could. Back then when he was battling against the harpies, he would need to take his snacks to recover his HP after taking down 7 of them. However, he could take down more than 10 coastal taipans before he is required to take his snacks. His efficiency had increased by 50%. However, even though every coastal taipan would drop a snake bone upon their deaths, not every snake would drop a complete snake bone. Some were either broken or damaged. Although the quest only required Zhang Yang to collect 20 complete snake bones, it still kept him going for more than 3 hours in order to collect enough number of the quest items. The quest was not much simpler compared to the previous one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 658, Heartens. Chapter 658, Heartens. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang returned to Rainbow Village and submitted the quest, obtaining 5 million experience points as a reward. Even though 5 million experience points was not a small amount, Zhang Yang EXP bar had merely budged by a tiny tick. Zhang Yang could not really do anything about it when it comes to leveling. It was really getting tougher and harder to gain levels. Ha 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 ha. Snort, you have to be a pig. A pig, I'd say. Shabu was extremely delighted as he held Zhang Yang's tiny hands in his massive hooves, hand hybrid limbs. Being called a pig by a pig. How does someone react to such a comment? Should Zhang Yang be happy? Or angry? With all the right mind, Zhang Yang would not want to be a pig. He quickly addressed another issue to change the topic. Chief, I heard about something concerning a sacred keepsake? Ha ha ha. That, my little piglet, is the secret of Rainbow Village. No one can know about. However, I'll willing to tell you, for you have the blood of the boar in your veins. As far as I can tell, you're one of us. Shabu snorted happily. It was thanks to the sacred keepsake that the village was named Rainbow Village. It was a violet platinum pillar, inherited since the ancient beings roamed the earth. Placed in the 7-color pool, the sacred keepsake will radiate the colors of the rainbow. After refining, the rainbow light can be made into rainbow crystals. We sell the crystals to merchants to provide daily necessities for the village. To put it mildly, it's our only source of income. Something must have happened then. Was the keepsake stolen? Zhang Yang asked blatantly. That's right. Shabu sighed. A few months ago, a mountain giant raided our village and took the violet platinum pillar. Without the pillar or the pool, there are no other means of producing the rainbow crystal. As of now, we have only enough crystals left for 3 days. After that, we will be out of resources. We may be the proud sons of the god, but the mountain giant is just too strong for us to handle. We have carried out many raiding attempts, but we were never been able to defeat the D*MN stone golem. However, Shabu suddenly exclaimed. We have found a way to turn the tables around. Instead of defeating the stone golem, we only need to lure him out of the cave where he had stashed the keepsake. However, the lazy *SS stone golem is as lazy as us boars. He loves to laze around in his cave and he would never leave the place. Moreover, every time he leaves the cave, the golem would close the cave with a giant stone. We have no power or means of moving the door away. After some time, I have crafted a strategy. Since the stone golem loves weird, flashy things, we can make that sort of thing easily, to lure him out of the cave. We can put the bait somewhere close to the cave, and he would not cover the cave, then. We have never had warriors who could defeat the harpies nor the snake. Thus, we have never been able to craft the bait for the strategy. Until you came. Zhan Yu. The true warrior of the boars. In the name of Canaans and the Savior who he had sent us. My plans to retrieve the keepsake shall be a success. While Shabu was happily indulging in his pseudo-victory, Zhang Yang was frowning madly. Since they had been battling for many rounds, could they not create a sneaky squad to steal the keepsake while the battle team keeps the golem occupied? Zhan Yu, warrior of the wild boarman, would you steal the keepsake for us? Shabu asked Zhang Yang with hopes in his eyes. Could he not? Sigh. Ding. Shabu Canaans has a quest for you, steal the sacred keepsake. Would you accept it? I will do my best. Shabu smiled with his tusks sticking out from his upper lips. I like your response. Take this. Use it timely and lure the stone golem out of his cave. Zhang Yu, this mission requires speed like never before. I wish for your safe return. Ding. You have obtained sparkling bait. Sparkling bait, quest item, usable. Use, place it on the ground to lure the mountain giant out of its cave. The bait will create a loud noise to attract the golem out. You will then infiltrate the cave while it is occupied by the bait. Speed is the essence of victory. Slow, and you all be caught and killed by the golem. All in all, Zhang Yang had no need to fight, but to steal and run. Zhang Yang left the village and flew towards the mountain region with his phoenix pet. Zhang Yang flew west, and after 2 large and long mountain regions, he descended downward until he could already see the mountain giant's character. Weirdly, the giant was not hiding in its cave hiding nor sleeping as what Shabu had told him. The golem was in the middle of a fierce battle. Hartons, ethereal, elemental being. Level, 140. HP, 240 million/300 million. Defense, 9,410. Melee attack, 70,044 to 90,004. Skills. Warstomp, sends a violet quake, deals 80,000 physical attack to all targets within 50 meters. Maiming Maul, deals 150% melee physical attack, causes the target to receive 20% additional damage for the next 10 seconds. Effects cannot stack. Elemental Constitution, restores 1% HP every 30 seconds, recovery rate cannot be affected by any skill. Note, Hartons is an extremely lazy mountain giant. The only thing that could entice it to move are shiny objects. How was there a war in the middle of nowhere? Could it be a guild attacking the boss? Zhang Yang unsummoned the phoenix pet and peeked carefully without exposing his position. The boss was fighting on flatlands, and there were 3 squads fighting around the boss and 3 squads fighting elsewhere. The weird part was the fact that the players surrounding the boss were not just fighting the boss, they were also fighting amongst themselves. Zhang Yang took a closer look and understood the reason. There were 2 guilds, the Myth and Sengoku Daimyo. The Myth was formed by Zhang Yang all-time enemy, while Sengoku Daimyo was a guild that had 99% Japanese players. Each player that belonged to Sengoku Daimyo had the tag Japan-Korea region, highlighted with a deep reddish outline. If Zhang Yang were to guess correctly, the 2 guilds should be there for an inheritance quest kill. Supposedly, the stone golem, Hartons, was the inheritance final boss, and they were there, coincidentally, for the quest item. Zhang Yang understood the need for war. A quest boss cannot be allowed to be killed by another guild. Especially when the boss was one of the few bosses in a high-leveled map. That sort of boss will only respawn after a month, real time. Who could wait that long? Furthermore, the ethereal teardrops were so valuable right now. Since both guilds would not allow the other to have the boss, they had decided to have a fight till one emerges victorious. The fight was between the boss, the Myth, and Sengoku Daimyo, with none of them, including the boss, choosing either side. Every sides were attacking each other while they were constantly changing their formation to make sure they would have minimal casualties. Zhang Yang stayed to watch and noticed that the Myth were not attacking as aggressively as their opponents. Even though he was unable to directly observe the damage dealt to each other, he could conclude that the boss was somewhat sided with the Myth. The boss was mostly attacking Sengoku Daimyo. That sort of cooperation was intentional. Rather, the boss was affected by the aggro system and had been attacking those with the higher aggro values. Despite that, Hartons had powerful AoE skills which caused damage to the Myth as well. In the beginning, or rather, when Zhang Yang had started to observe, the 2 guilds were roughly on the same level. With a little time, and the boss help, the Myth started to gain advantage over the war. It did not take long for Sengoku Daimyo to notice the oddity in the battle and immediately stopped their attacks towards the boss. Instead, they switched their attack target towards the Myth. The reason they had stopped attacking was to allow all the players that the boss was attacking to die, and after that, the boss would resort to attacking randomly. The boss, Warstomp, was an AoE skill that could deal a powerful 80,000 damage to all enemies. Right then, even a level 120 with a full set of violet platinum armor would have at most 80,000 HP. At the very least, they would have 120,000 HP when mounting on a yellow-gold battle mount. That was the strength of an average guild. If the player wanted a full set of mythical tier equipment, or rather, a team of 50 men with full set of mythical tier equipment, that would be an impossible dream. Perhaps, not for someone like Lu Wei. If the boss were to go on a rampage, both guilds would inevitably suffer. Zhang Yang did not agree with the actions of the guild. As he continued to observe from the top of the mountain, he noticed something amiss. A group of tanks and healers had peeled off the battle and moved toward the boss. They then kite the boss away, far from the war. It seemed that someone had noticed the downside of allowing the boss to rampage and decided to act. However, there was still one aspect that they had missed out on. If the total DPS does not exceed the boss regeneration, it would be a complete waste. The correct method of solving the problem was to eliminate one problem at a time. However, the problem that was present at that time was the enemy of both guilds were a guild and a boss. Zhang Yang shook his head disapprovingly at their decision. However, it was by far the best situation for Zhang Yang. He could nonchalantly enter the cave and take the quest item with no trouble at all. Instead of the Phoenix, Zhang Yang chose to use the Violet Thunderhawk to travel. The Phoenix was just too grand and conspicuous. The Violet Thunderhawk was different. Zhang Yang shot through the air like a missile across the sky and zoomed into the cave. With the great, intense battle going on, no one would notice Zhang Yang's sudden intrusion. If he were to ride on the Phoenix, the long trail of flame would be a beacon of light in the vast void. Anyone would notice him immediately. The cave was large, but not too deep. Zhang Yang only flew for a few hundred meters and had reached its end. There, he found the item he was seeking for. It was a long, shiny pole with a little sharp end. Violet Platinum Pillar, quest item. Description: the best toothpick ever. What? Zhang Yang did not bother to examine the item, for when he thought of how the giant was using it as a toothpick ultimately disgusted him. Now that the item was in hand, it was time to leave. However, Zhang Yang grinned like a madman when he observes the still ongoing battle. When wars are fought, the vultures shall be fed. It was impossible for Zhang Yang to kill Hearthands alone, even if he uses the God of War inheritance. He could, if the skill, Berserker's Heel, had not been erased from the game. But then again, one does not need to work hard if he works smart. If he sneaks into the battlefield and reaches out to the boss at the very last minute, he could practically loot all the drops without them noticing. It wouldn't even be a difficult task, to begin with. Zhang Yang had no reason to let them have the better end, for neither Lu Wei nor the Japanese were on his good side. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 659, A Vulture. Chapter 659, A Vulture. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This is boring, said Zhang Yang as he yawned. He had been waiting for more than 20 minutes and the boss still had 82% HP left on its extremely long HP bar. Luckily for the players down there were all above than level 110. Or else, they would have been affected by the annoying level suppression system. Not that it mattered, since they were fighting the boss in such a chaotic situation. Either side would have to deal with the destructive attack of the boss. On one side, Zhang Yang had forced himself to be awake, on the other, the players were having one of the most intense moments in their lifetime. As the battle continued to drag on, the two guilds had not waited for long to reveal their trump card. Many of them had used their inheritance transformation skills to speed things up a notch. There were a total of 7 players in the myth who had used their transformation while Sengoku Daimyo had only 6. As such, the tide of war changed dramatically. Inheritance players possessed the ultimate power to take down normal players and had high resistance towards non-inheritance players' status effect skills. Plus, with their elongated HP and defense, they would be invincible if they had a powerful team of healers to back him or her up. Furthermore, inheritance players may have only 500% boosted single attack power. Their card in the sleeves was their ability to attack in an extremely large area of 100 meters x 100 meters. Some may be only 50 meters, but it is still overwhelming when compared to a regular non-inheritance player. After a few minutes of EP charging, players started to unleash their accumulated power and started casting powerful and rather beautiful AoE skill all over the battlefield. The death toll of both sides of the war had shot up so high that it could break the graph. The best performing players all time was Death Arbiter. He was one of the few who had managed to gather a huge amount of popularity over an extremely short amount of time. His display of prowess was made even grander with the activation of his Demon Hunter inheritance transformation skill, along with the mechanical quad-wing tiger mount. However, despite the flashy moves and bright skill animation, the one that had attracted Zhang Yang most was none other than Lu Wei. The bastard had acquired the Demon Summoner inheritance and was able to permanently have a Demon Lord by his side as a pet. Those who had been killed by Demon Lord will revive as a small devil to aid in him in battle. If he wanted to, the man could assemble an army of demon to do his bidding. However, he was just one man and one Demon Lord. The number of players that could fall in his hands were limited to a certain amount. Additionally, the man had assembled the same 12 guardians by his side to chain cast the skill, sacrifice, dut. The sort of stance, the posture he had right then, was enough to urge anyone in sight to kill him. The proud smug on that bastard had even Zhang Yang's blood boiling. In fact, it was not just Zhang Yang. His posture and all was a public provocation. As such, a large army of players had rushed over to him with a strong killing aura. Sadly, the man had an army of guardians to protect him with their sacrifice. If that was not hard enough, there were still B-class inheritance players standing in front of him as the absolute defense line. With their superior HP and defense, not many normal players would breach the line that easily. Zhang had to hold his anger back and praise the man for his ability to craft up such a cowardly strategy. The heat of battle had risen again. This time, it was almost reaching its climax. Both guilds were losing more players that they could replenish them. At most, Zhang predicted that the battle would last only for another 5 minutes before a winner emerges. As such, the losing side could never turn the tables around anymore. Those that revived had only 20% HP. Those who had their dead bodies guarded will inevitably be killed with a single strike. In a battle between two sides, whenever one has more death counts than the other, the losing side would never have the ability to recover anymore. From the top of the mountain, Zhang could clearly see that the myth had the upper hand in the war. One of the main reasons was due to Death Arbiter's amazing performance. That, and the party that he had brought along with him. Alone, he was not able to do as much. However, with a team of cooperative players by his side, he was able to perform more extraordinarily than the Japanese players. With intense vigor on his side, players of Sengoku Daimyo had lost their morale. Slowly, but surely, the players of Sengoku Daimyo had turned passive. Lu Wei had predicted this and changed the battle strategy once the enemy had lost the will to fight. He then commanded the guild to focus their main attack target towards the boss instead of the players. Even so, he had still left a few strong players to hold back the line to prevent players of Sengoku Daimyo from reaching the boss. The man was greedy. With one hand on the boss and another on the enemy, he was not willing to allow neither of them to get away from him. At least, until he was sure that he could get the loot of the boss, there could be a possibility that the boss will be killed before Sengoku Daimyo falls back. If that happens, he would have to make sure the players that are surrounding the boss were all his and none of the enemies. However impregnable Lu Wei's strategy was, he had seriously underestimated the boss prowess. Harton's single stomp could deal 80,000 damage to all. 80,000 damage may seem low for Zhang, but it was extremely painful for the rest of the world. Neither the myth, nor Sengoku Daimyo was as strong as Lone Desert Smoke, for they had players with strong equipment that could tank the hits like it was a mosquito bite. If neither side had chosen to start the war whilst attacking the boss, one of them would have already taken down the boss. But then again, both sides shared the same strong-headed attitude. Hence, the outcome. With the boss wild attacks, both sides had already suffered from massive casualties. Right then, most of the players from both guilds were attacking the boss instead of each other. White pillars of lights could be seen as the battle continued. Those light pillars were signals that indicated players were falling and had their souls sent to the graveyard. 70%, 50%, 30%. With haste, the boss HP dropped quickly, as well as the number of players surrounding the boss. The main reason why Sengoku Daimyo was unable to replenish their forces was due to the vast distance from the graveyard to the battlefield. Most players had chosen to sacrifice their dignity and chose to revive directly at the graveyard. That way, they could travel via their mounts instead of running back to their dead bodies in their soul mode. It would take close to an hour if they had chosen to run. However the situation develops, it was hard to tell whether the players would succeed in killing the boss. Zhang waited impatiently. There were many times where he almost dozed off, and was lucky to be awake when the boss HP dropped to 10%. Zhang made his move and hopped onto the Thunderhawk. Right outside the line of sight, Zhang unsummoned the bird and entered the ground via burrow. He then made his way towards the boss and waited underneath its stone giant feet. As the boss started to reach its deathbed, the player counts of both the myth and Sengoku Daimyo was reduced down to only tens of players. The battle was headed towards a Pyrrhic victory. If either side wins, they would have done so at great cost. By then, Zhang was deep within the earth. He was at least 20 meters beneath the boss. If he was any higher, he would be within the range of War Stomp and take damage from it. 9%, 7%, 3%. Zhang started moving upwards. Although he had already taken one instance of damage from War Stomp, it was a damage that he was willing to take voluntarily, in order to get close to be the first to grab all the loot when the boss is defeated. When the number of players started to drop even lower than before, Zhang would emerge out the ground and deal a few hits to the boss. 8 million. 5,000,000. 2,000,000. 700,000. Zhang resurfaced and activated Indiscriminate. In a flash, he used Blood Rage, gaining a large sum of rage points. With the damage he had taken earlier from War Stomp, coupled with one more when he resurfaced, Zhang Yang's rage gauge was full. Killing Cleave. 742-234. Audiobooks. The stone giant roared deafeningly and fell to the ground, dropping a mountain of loot. In an instant, Zhang experience bar expanded by a large bump. In a non-party battle condition, he had gained 50% of the total experience reward from killing the boss, since he was the player that had dealt the final killing blow. Since the boss was too large, no one had witnessed Zhang attacking. Since they were all in parties, the reduced experience points gain had led them to believe that someone from the other side had managed to land the killing blow. Grab the loot! Lu Wei bellowed. Stop the Japanese, ... Both sides wanted to land a hand on the loots, hence, in a split second, the airspace was filled with flying arrows and magical arcane sparks that were meant to disable the opponent. Zhang was thrilled. He turned around to search for the loot pile and gobbled everything up. In less than a few seconds, the place was swept clean, leaving nothing but dust and dirt for both guilds to cry about. However, even though both sides were blasting spells and skill to each other, not everyone would take the hit. When Zhang was reaching his hands out to grab the last pair of boots, another player's hands were in his way. You are, Zhang. A startled voice was heard from the mouth of the player, and it belonged to none other than the bastard Lu Wei. Ding ding. Correct, but no cigar for you, said Zhang with a grin, and he slammed the Dragon Slayer battle axe at Lu Wei. 87-332. A powerful damage landed on Lu Wei, however, since the bastard was in his transformation skill, the attack had made no significant damage to him. However, it was not meant to be. When he had used Killing Cleave earlier, he had used up all his rage points to do so. Hence, with no rage left, he had to start building up his rage points again. Brutal smash. Zhang laid down a stunning skill and successfully stunned Lu Wei. The bastard had already used up all his status effect skills and status effect removing skills a few seconds back when the boss had fallen. Hence, with nothing left in his sleeves, Lu Wei the bastard had inevitably taken the hit. He could only stare in disbelief when he saw Zhang picking up the last of the loot and waltzing away. If Zhang happened to have the sought-after inheritance fragment in his inventory, even the inheritance quest item would have been snagged away. Kill Zhang. Kill that mother *CKR. Lu Wei bellowed at the top of his lungs and almost destroyed his voice box. Zhang bit down the urge to continue the fight. If the bastard had not used his transformation skill, Zhang could have easily killed the bastard without breaking a sweat. Right then, although he was a little bit discontented, he laughed with the satisfaction of taking all the loot and disappeared in the middle of the war with Shadow of the Void. A few seconds later, the greatly disgruntled players could only stare in disbelief as Zhang soared away in the sky, riding on his fiery phoenix pet. The two guilds were left with nothing else but the inheritance fragment. Hence, the battle to kill for the trophy continued raging. When there was nothing else left, at the very least, they would not allow the enemy to take away the one and only drop left, and that was the inheritance quest item. Zhang smiled from ear to ear as he rode the phoenix back to Rainbow Village. Without a doubt, when two guilds were at each other's throats, the vulture, that is Zhang, had won it all. Nishi shishi. Zhang snickered at his own devilish act. Zhang opened his inventory and checked his loot. For an ethereal map boss, Hartons had only dropped 2 ethereal tier and 2 mythical tier equipment. There were also 1 skill point crystal and 1 skill book. Zhang had no need to review the mythical tier and examined the 2 ethereal tier equipment instead. It was a leather armor glove and a beautiful radiant cape. With the identifying scroll in hand, Zhang immediately used the scroll on the cape. Since it was a cape for physical attack types, Zhang casually took it for himself and swapped it off for the old cape. Rocky cape, ethereal, cape. Vitality, plus 1556. Strength, plus 532. Dexterity, plus 532. Equip, increases maximum HP by 3110. Equip, increases damage dealt and healing rate by 8%. Equip, absorbs 458 damage on attack. Equip, increases critical strike rate by 2%. Level requirement, 140. Special, level requirement reduced by 20 levels. Arg shock. Even though he was able to identify the item right on the spot, he still needed to return to town to have the cape socketed with gemstones. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 660, Phony Crap. Chapter 660, Phony Crap. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Quicker than Death Arbiter, Zhang had gained instant popularity in just 5 minutes. Both guilds, the Myth and Sengoku Daimyo, had resorted to vent their anger on the international forums. Naturally, the contents of their post were ill-voiced. Most of it was simple insults for stealing their loot and running away without a fight. All in all, the sort of actions that does not befit a guildmaster. The myth had even hired a few members of Rogue family to stand at the entrance of Morningtown to insult Zhang Yang. Naturally, without Zhang Yang's master approval, a few members had launched an attack to get rid of the hooligans. However, before they could even start gathering, someone had stood out amongst the crowd stating that Zhang Yang had successfully stolen the boss loot despite having more than 20,000 players from each guild. With so many eyeballs around, how could they not be on the alert? What was there to blame, anymore? The situation would be different if the thief were out stealing the loot from a boss that was defeated by a team of 5 players. That sort of movement shall be condemned by all players. However, if someone were to have the balls to steal a boss that was being attacked by 2 guilds with a total player count of 40,000, it was no longer considered to be thievery, but rather a feat that was worth praising for. Which guild would not set up perimeters to prevent any thieves from infiltrating their formations? If anyone is still able to infiltrate the perimeters, break past several blockades, and steal the loot right under their nose, it would be a feat that is worthy enough of being praised. Hence, when the 2 guilds had blatantly broadcasted Zhang Yang's evil feat, they were merely helping him to advertise his achievement. Zhang Yang had chosen to lay low until they realized what they have done and ceased their futile actions. That turn, it was really a fold. By then, Phoenix was the one out of the only 2 legendary beasts that was turned into a pet. The other being, Fatty Han's pet. It may share the same tier as other mythical tier mounts, but this burning fiery bird was far superior in every way. One of which, its movement speed was the fastest by far. Like meteor in the sky, Zhang Yang zoomed through the skyline, leaving a trail of fiery trails that burned beautifully amongst the clouds. In a blink of an eye, Zhang Yang had returned to Rainbow Village. After he had turned over the violet platinum pillar to Shabu, the older, fat wild boarman hugged the pole with a lover-like caress. While Shabu was having the time of his life, Zhang Yang cringed hard. The pig was rubbing his face on a monster's toothpick. Asterisk snort asterisk sniff HM? How is there some weird smell on the sacred keepsake? Perhaps the cave of the stone giant was extremely dirty. Whatever rolls your ball, dude. Zhan Yu, warrior of the wild boarmen, you have single-handedly saved the entire village. I, Shabu Cannons, hereby represent the entire village to express our appreciation. Shabu bowed. Ding. You have completed a quest, steal the scared keepsake. Obtained 5 million experience points. Ding. You have obtained an item, Pillar of the Soul. Ho ho. An item? Pillar of the Soul, accessory, violet platinum. Equip, increases damage dealt and healing rate by 3%. Use, purges all status effect debuff. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Level requirement, 130. Oof. Not bad. It was a common anti-skill accessory, though the Pillar of the Soul had an extra 3% damage and healing increment. Sadly, it was merely a violet platinum equipment. Most importantly, it was an accessory of which a dungeon boss would never drop. Right then, there perhaps were countless of level 100 players that were still using level 50 or 60 accessories. Sadly, Pillar of the Soul could only purge debuffs, but not grant invincibility. At least a second would have been great. Then again, the item was just a violet platinum tier, to have such stats would be considered good. Zhang Yang bowed in return and asked, Chief, now that the sacred keepsake is back in place, can it make the rainbow light? Of course. Shabu smiled. He then gestured for Zhang Yang to follow him towards the center plaza of the village. There, the chief called for the rest of the villagers to gather as he happily announced the return of the sacred keepsake. Everyone came closer and bowed towards Zhang Yang to express their thanks. In the center of the plaza, there was a large water fountain that was spraying out water all over a pool. The light ray shone on it, emitting a beautiful rainbow. Shabu then placed the violet platinum pillar in the center of the fountain. With a little tremble of power, the rainbow that refracted out of the fountain grew brighter and whiter. After the first wave of power trembled, a small piece of rainbow crystal dropped out of the air and fell into the pool. Shabu went ahead and picked up the thumb-sized crystal. Zhang Yang interrupted Shabu and asked, Excuse me, Chief, could I have one rainbow light? It's called manners. If they would not give it to him, he could just snatch it and run. By all means. Now that the keepsake is back, we can easily produce more than 10 rainbow light a day. You are the village savior. 1. I'll give you 10, said Shabu with delight. However, when Zhang Yang reached out his hand to retrieve the item, Shabu had only given him a single piece. Shabu then turned away with no intention to give Zhang Yang anymore. Zhang Yang was extremely disappointed. He should have known not to trust a pig, for their words mean nothing. He had genuinely believed that the pig would give him 10 pieces. Luckily, no one was around. It would be extremely embarrassing to let anyone know that Zhang Yang was tricked by a pig. After Zhang Yang had obtained the quest item, he left the village that was filled with pigs and boards, not literally, and headed to the next town called Espeak Town. There, the item that he sought for was called the mythical dense water. Even though Espeak Town was located in the same map as Rainbow Village, the vastness of Chaos Realm had the two locations placed extremely far apart. Even with the super speedy phoenix, Zhang Yang traveled for 4 hours before he reached the far, secluded town. There, the town was filled with only humans. Occasionally, there were one of two dwarven explorers with a few more gnomes around. Zhang Yang paid attention to the dwarf that he was looking for, since the quest had indicated for him to search for a dwarf named Felma, Iron Hammer. Zhang Yang switched to the gold-eared bear king to travel in town and asked for news of Felma. He then made his way to the west of the town and found Felma in a hardware store. The man was a red-beard dwarf. Even his skin carried a certain reddish hue. Naturally, the man had a long bushy beard that was braided into several locks. He wore a pair of round glasses that is usually worn by engineers. His style was completely self-contradictory. He looked like the kind of person who would not dwell much into studies, yet the ashen hands indicated that he had been tinkering on some mechanical contraption. On the other hand, the glasses and his tidy beard indicated that he was a meticulous man. Felma, Iron Hammer, normal, humanoid. Level, 130. Note, Felma hardware store. There's nothing that he doesn't sell. Welcome. Young human. What can I do for you? Felma nodded as Zhang Yang came into his store. He then opened one of the display cupboards and started to promote his products. Would you fancy a snow lotus core? Or perhaps this frost heart? How about a roll of silk spun from the golden silkworm? Zhang Yang shook his head as he examined the store. There were many weirdly shaped items placed on display. Perhaps, are you interested in the miracle root that could increase your ahem by 5 inches? Zhang Yang frowned and immediately found a seat and sat down. Even so, he was still taller by 2 heads. I'm looking for the mythical dense water. Mythical what? Felma exclaimed. Mythical dense water. You don't have it? Oh well. I'll look for it at the other store. Felma coughed and stood up. What joke is that? There's nothing that I don't sell in my store. Human. Are you humiliating me? Zhang Yang laughed. Ah. In that case, can I have a bottle? I have them. But they don't come cheap. Felma did not move. He glared into Zhang Yang's eyes and hurled out his hands, demanding money. How much? Said Zhang Yang impatiently. 3, wait. Number 500 gold coins. Felma twitched a little, and Zhang Yang immediately spotted it. Deal. Zhang Yang handed over 500 gold coins to the dwarf. He then went to the back of his store and came back out with a bottle of pale-looking water. Zhang Yang took the bottle into his hand and felt that something was extremely off. The quest should not have been that easy. Mythical dense water. Description: a valuable and rare item. Something was indeed amiss. Even though he had obtained the item, the mythical dense water that he had obtained from Felma did not contain the item tag, quest item. In his quest log, the quest had indicated rainbow light as 1-to-1, yet the mythical dense water was still 0-to-1. It was a fake. F***CK the dwarf. Greedy bastards. Zhang Yang slammed the table and yelled, Dwarf! What is this crap? You dare to cheat me with forgery? Fake? Felma yelled back. Don't you dare try to spoil my reputation by imposing false accusations. I'll have you pay me 1,000 gold coins as compensation. Felma jumped off the stool he was sitting on to stand toe-to-toe with the human. It only made him look even shorter in comparison. Zhang Yang reached out and grabbed Felma's neck with one hand and grinned. 1,000 gold coins yet? Here, have it in your face. Wham! Wham! Zhang Yang slapped the cheater in his face so hard that it caused a powerful concussion to the dwarf. The dwarf was spinning around, disoriented. Hey! Is it enough? I have millions of gold coins here ready to be delivered to your face again, said Zhang Yang. The dwarf got a hold of himself and cried to stop. No! Stop! Please! Then, give me the real mythical dense water. Ugh! Felma cringed as he's still trying to resist. However, when he saw Zhang Yang's face tense up and his right arm was ready to deliver his money, Felma jumped and gave in. I don't have the mythical dense water. However, I do know where to get the real one. Zhang Yang waited for him to finish his sentence, but he stopped talking and was rubbing his swollen cheek. Well. Continue then. Sit down. Tell me, where is the mythical dense water? It's somewhere far. Zhang Yang grew weary of his trickery and slammed the table. I think you could still use a few more gold coins in the face to wake up. Wait. It's really in a place far away from here. In the Zixaluka Sea, west of the deep oceans, lie ruins that was once called the Karksalar Palace. There were many merfolk living there, but they were mostly evil pirates. Roughly 4 years ago, I have managed to find a bottle of mythical dense water there. However, when I was on my way back to land, I was attacked by the wretched beings. If you are lucky, you can still find the mythical dense water in their leader's hand. His name is Dormian. Thelma gritted his teeth as he spoke. Zhang Yang stood up with such speed that he had scared the little, red-bearded dwarf. Zhang Yang turned around and left the store without saying another word. Hey! Human! Wait! When I was attacked back then, I was carrying many other precious items with me. If you do plan to attack their lair, could you? Zhang Yang interrupted him and said, 1,000 gold coins for each item I find. You robbing me? What are you talking about? I'm robbing them. Zhang Yang didn't wait for long and left the town with the fiery bird. Thelma was right about one thing. Karksalar Sea was really far away. From the town, Zhang Yang would have to cross a level 120, level 150 map called Gilstein. The total time taken would be close to 10 hours. However, Zhang Yang was not worried about it. The phoenix will never get tired and could fly forever if it had to. 2 hours later, Zhang Yang arrived at a place called the Sindia Flatlands, which was within the Gilstein region. Big brother. Zhang Yang turned around when he heard Felice muttering something. The little girl was sitting behind Zhang Yang. What's wrong? Felice can feel something down there. Someone is calling to Felice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 661, Deep Sleep. Chapter 661, Deep Sleep. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It has been a while since he last talked to Felice. Right then, when Felice had suddenly said something that was completely out of the norm, Zhang Yang could not help but to think about her past. He had no idea of Felice's background. She was a battle companion. Despite hatching out of an egg, the little powerful girl had a connection with the goddess of war. Whenever she goes berserks, she could even solo kill an S-class inheritance quest boss. If that is not weird enough, she also had the ability to morph into a dragonhawk. What sort of being was Felice, really? Zhang Yang stopped the phoenix and said, "Follow the voice that calls to you. I shall follow you from behind in case anything goes wrong." However, Felice thinks that Big Brother should go to Zixaluka Sea. Felice does not want to waste Big Brother's time. Felice shrunk in guilt. Zhang Yang could have hugged the little girl with love. The girl was so thoughtful. If Felice is an angel, the little Wei Yin heir would be the devil. Zhang Yang smiled and pats her head gently. Do not worry about Big Brother. Time is nothing for me. Okay. Felice squeaked with delight. She then morphed into her dragonhawk form and shot downward to the land. Zhang Yang followed her closely from behind. As they reached a lower altitude, Zhang Yang noticed that he was approaching a sea of forest that spanned out as far as the horizons. The trees that grew in the forest were extremely tall, measuring up to at least 200 to 300 meters high. Aside from the color green, there was nothing else that Zhang Yang could see. Felice flew freely and quickly, as if she knew where she was going. As Felice flew towards a fixed direction, her speed gradually increased to a point where Zhang Yang was unable to keep up. At a certain distance, Zhang Yang could have sworn that Felice's wings were emitting bright radiant colors of the rainbow. What was going on? Out of the sudden, Felice dived downwards and submerged into the thick forest, disappearing completely from Zhang Yang's line of sight. Luckily, she was not really gone. Felice's icon was still visible in the mini-map. Zhang Yang was still able to chase after her. After 3 to 4 minutes later, Felice stopped at a position. Zhang Yang went through several thick trees and came to her position easily as the trees were gradually growing sparsely around her position. Felice was standing close to a statue. There were no trees around the statue for several meters, making it a light beacon in the dark thick forest. The stone statue was at least 100 meters tall. If the tree were not taller, the statue would be extremely easy to spot from the sky. If Felice had not sensed it, no one could possibly notice its presence. Zhang Yang got down and walked towards the stone statue. After close examination, Zhang Yang was thrown away. Although there were green moss growing at most of the statues, Zhang Yang could still recognize the face. The statue was crafted in the image of the goddess of war. Felice was already in her human form. She stood silently and stared at the statue with eyes that speaks of longingness. Felice. Zhang Yang called out to her, worried that she might be saddened. Could feel energy inside, power. It's calling for Felice. In trance, Felice did not respond to Zhang Yang's call. She then slowly reached out her pearl-white arms to touch the statue. Zhang Yang was not paying attention to Felice. By then, when he was already too late. Felice had already had her hands placed on the statue. Right then, both Felice and the statue glowed with a bright radiant light, forcing Zhang Yang to shut his eyes. When he come to, Felice had disappeared. The statue, however, had somewhat renewed itself into a marbled, polished appearance. Zhang Yang panicked. Felice! Where are you? Felice! Zhang Yang shouted manically. Felice's dot in the minimap had disappeared. She was also not in her battle companion UI. She was gone. Big brother. Zhang Yang turned his head violently towards the direction of Felice's soft voice. I am here. Her voice echoed in his head. Felice? Are you trapped in the statue? Don't worry. Big brother will get you out. Do not fear. Felice is in a safe place. There is a feeling of happiness and sincerity from within. Felice is not in harm's way. What are you saying? Zhang Yang could not help but to feel worried. Big brother, Felice will go to sleep now, fear not, big brother. For when Felice wakes up, Felice will be stronger. Felice could not explain why. Please leave Felice alone for a while. Felice will search for big brother when the time is ripe. The soft, sweet voice of Felice died down and she stopped talking. With the intimate connection between the goddess of war and Felice, Zhang Yang took Felice's word for it. He believed that the goddess would do no harm to her. Zhang Yang was at a loss. Such an event had never occurred in his life nor his previous life. Perhaps, Felice was the one and only battle companion in the entire game with such a lore hidden. Zhang Yang lingered for a bit and tried calling out to Felice. However, after several futile attempts, Zhang Yang brushed off some dried leaves that had settled on the statue and said, You best take care of my little Felice. Zhang Yang trusted that Felice will be true to her word and search for him when she was done with whatever that was going on within the statue. He summoned the phoenix pet and shot to the skies, leaving the statue alone. With Felice out of the picture temporarily, Zhang Yang was left alone in deafening silence. He then called the little brat out and teased her a little as a means of killing time. It was rather fun to occasionally make fun of the little brat until she does her usual threat of unfriending you, biting your head off, or that sort. After flying for close to 7 to 8 hours, Zhang Yang reached the borders of Zixaluka Sea. He continued towards the west to search for the palace under the water. By the time Zhang Yang had reached where he was, Zhang Yang was only a dive and swim away from the Karxler Palace. However, he chose to log out and wake up, for the time was already almost dawn. He had personally set a timer to wake him up at 6 a.m. sharp. Zhang Yang got up, changed into his jogging attire and ran out of the mansion. He jogged to the nearest food stall and bought large bags of breakfast for the girls in his house. After breakfast, Sun Xinu went to work in her office and Zhang Yang went to his. When he arrived to the office, he wanted to hide in his office to play some games after he was done signing a bunch of documents. However, when he came to the office, his secretary approached him and informed him of some matters. Mr. Zhang. You have a visitor today. It's Mr. Lin, the deputy section chief of the city municipal council. Zhang Yang frowned. Although it was unavoidable for him to mingle with a few government officials since he was involved in a multi-million-dollar business, most of the matters that involved higher-ups did not usually require his individual presence. Why would someone from the municipal council would want to talk to him? For worse, the municipal council was remotely related to the business world. No matter how much he sighed, the person was already there waiting for him. There was no way that he could send him away. Even though he had Sun Xinu supporting him, he could not afford to make new enemies when a few lesser devils were still haunting him. Zhang Yang came into the lobby and into the guest room. There, sitting on the grand sofa, was a thin, scrawny middle-aged man who was puffing on a cigar. Sitting by his side was a man with glasses. He was carrying a suitcase and was extremely well-mannered. Zhang Yang could tell since the man's sitting posture was stoic and bears no resemblance to that of a ruffian. The man was probably a secretary. Mr. Lin. Happy to meet your acquaintance, said Zhang Yang as he tried his best to be friendly. The middle-aged man smiled and stood up from the sofa and held his hand out to shake Zhang Yang's. However, before he could speak, the man with glasses raised his voice. Mr. Zhang, how dare you allow Mr. Lin to wait for you? Do you know how busy is Mr. Lin? Did the man just scolded him when he was the one who came unannounced? Zhang Yang was not famous for being patient. In fact, since he had been playing too much games lately, when he feels a conflict that could not be solved by talking arise, he would use his sword to do the follow-up talk. Zhang Yang eye widened with rage and he threw a killing glare towards the man who had just scolded him. Although he was not the kind of person that would pick a fight with random strangers, he would be the first to step on his head when he reaches his limit. Then again, as long as he is not the first person to throw the punch, Sun Xinu, the ultimate backup, would cover his sorry butt. Zhou. Mr. Lin turned his head and silently muttered something towards him. The secretary immediately retreated to his back and kept quiet despite remaining visibly furious. Mr. Zhang. I am truly sorry for that. My visitation today was actually in a favor of another person. I'm inviting you to a tea party, said Mr. Lin. Someone had sent a deputy section chief from the city municipal council to send an invitation to a tea party to Zhang Yang. Whoever that person was, he was big time. It was a gesture to display his power. Zhang Yang smiled. Mr. Lin. You could have just make a simple phone call or let this Joe guy to send me a message? I'm honored that you would willing to make some time just to visit me. The man in glasses was still fuming with rage, and when he heard what Zhang Yang had just said, he was even furious. Mr. Lin was a man who was extremely powerful in the city. Him, being the secretary to such a man, shared a portion of that power. Zhang Yang had purposely been provocative to shame him. Ha ha. Nonsense. The honor of serving the citizens, that is the greatest aim for me. Isn't that what a public official is supposed to do? Mr. Lin laughed. Zhang Yang was thrown. The man could perhaps be a genuinely nice guy. If he still reject his invitation, it would be an obvious act of hostility. The three men left the building. Zhang Yang personally led Mr. Lin and Zhou the secretary out to their own private car. It was a black-colored limousine and the car brought all of them around the city and arrived at a small upscale, uptown, grand, little tea shop. Although the little tea shop could seat not more than 10 people at a time, the place was heavily guarded with security. Zhang Yang knew about the place. It was only when he became the CEO of Silky Soft Holdings. Only those that are invited could visit the shop, and most of them were billionaire. Normal people like Fatty Han would not even have a chance to glance into the shop. Inside the shop were hostess that beauty could rival Sun Xinu and Han Shui. They wore short little chi baos, fully emphasizing their voluptuous breasts and filled buns. Anyone could have mistaken this little shop for a 5-star grand hotel, but the beautiful hostess walked towards the car and opened the door. Sir. The girl addressed with the utmost politeness. She then led all three of them towards the inside of the shop and towards the innermost part. Surprisingly, there was a room inside the shop which the lady gently knocked. A manly voice roared from the inside saying, "Come in." Zhang Yang and the two other men entered the room and the hostess closed the door behind. The room was not big, but it was grand and was brimming with elegance. At the center of the room, there was a small tea table that Zhang Yang recognized that something that was handcrafted. Surrounding all corners of the room were 4 different types of sofa that spelled the word expensive. There were 2 young men sitting at the polar opposite of the room. In their embrace were hostess. They were indeed beautiful. Zhang Yang could not deny that perhaps his little John would love to have a little dig in their caves. One of them had even misbuttoned her clothing, allowing the fairness of her skin to expose to the men. If Zhang Yang were to guess, that particular girl just had her cavern system explored by the men in the room. Sitting at the north of the room was a man that was roughly 26 to 27 years old. He had a handsome face. If he wanted, he could have been a supermodel. When Zhang Yang came in, the man was still nonchalantly rubbing his hands underneath the girl's dress, which made them moan and twitched. Sitting at the south of the room was the man that Zhang Yang could have killed not too long ago. My! What a crowd! Mr. Lin laughed. Allow me to introduce everyone here. This man here is young Master Ma Jihua from the Ma family from Beijing. That man is Liu. Liu, Mother Fasterist King, Wei. Zhang Yang muttered his name. Zhang Yang clenched his fist. He interrupted Mr. Lin and raised his voice. I don't know why you have to put up with such a dramatic action just to have me invited here. Perhaps you want me to see how pathetic you can be? Ha 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 ha. Ma Jihua laughed as if Zhang Yang's angry utterance was a joke. At that, his actions alone was a declaration that he was much powerful than Liu Wei. Liu Wei said nothing. He merely smiled awkwardly. Let's see. If we were to talk about age, I guess you should be calling me your cousin brother, said Ma Jihua, as he laughed again hysterically. Zhang Yang bit down his anger. F***CKU. If you're my cousin brother, I'd rather be the father of a donkey. Zhang Yang mentally scolded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 662, Brain Dead. Chapter 662, Brain Dead. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I don't recall there being a branch family. Zhang Yang commented coldly. I don't see the reason that why she would tell you about it. After all, our family is the main branch. Ma Jihua denoted his statement with a stoic stance. When I say she, I meant my cousin's sister. Sun Xinu. Did he just claim to be Sun Xinu's elder cousin? Zhang Yang examined his behavior and believed his words. Such a statement could either be true, or he had the balls to proclaim something as absurd as him being the ruler of China. However, even if he were to marry Sun Xinu, there was some sort of feeling that he was unable to shake off. Now that this self-righteous bastard was there talking bulk *CK, Zhang Yang felt that he was no one being married into a royal family. Everyone will be looking and judging him. Zhang Yang, I'm asking for peace between us. Let us shake it off and forget whatever that had happened past. Lu Wei stood up and solemnly held out his hands. The look of regret and fear in his eyes were genuine. Perhaps only then he had realized who Sun Xinu was and what she was capable of. Perhaps that was the reason he would voluntarily offer his non-conditional surrender. Furthermore, would not be for the best if he make peace with his rival. Even though he did not seem to have any sort of enmity towards Ma Jihua. If he had not made peace with Zhang Yang, it will be Lu Wei himself be digging his own grave. Even if he wanted to, he could not forgive what Lu Wei had done to him in his previous life. He would rather die than allowing Lu Wei to get the better of him. So far, he had even hired private investigators to dig out every past crime that Lu Wei had committed. As long as the investigators find the evidence, Sun Xinu could act and catch the bastard, red-handed. Zhang Yang ignored Lu Wei's handshake and sat on an empty sofa. It was a deliberate move to declare that the war was not over. Lu Wei sulked even harder and sat down to his seat with a long puff of angry breath. The girls that were his side attempted to console him but was awarded with a good slap to the face. Her fair white skin gained a red glowing palm mark. Fa! Young Master Lu's quite the man, isn't he? Zhang Yang scorned. He then lifted his index finger and gestured. Come here, lady, said Zhang Yang with a soft, inviting voice. Sit with me. You dare. Lu Wei turned to the girl and snarled at her. He only dared to do so because the Lu family was the dominant driving force in the region. Even if Sun Xinu was politically powerful, she had no power in the region. Her reign lay from afar and the Lu family was the local dictator. With vast resources and fortune at hand, Lu Wei could do whatever he wanted there. Lu Wei respected Sun Xinu even though she was generations after the real powerful members of the family. However, respect does not mean that he would surrender willingly and wait for his demise. Even the fish would struggle to break the net when it is caught. The beautiful little hostess was conflicted. She knows that anyone who sets foot in the establishment was someone of power. Any one of them would write her destiny. If she offends the wrong person, it's either death or torture, figuratively and literally at the same time. Zhang Yang could see the look in her eyes that she had lost the will to stand on her own ground. She had become the toy that Lu Wei wanted, being thrown around like a valueless toy. Zhang Yang felt the need to do something and he stood up immediately. Since Lu Wei had ordered the poor girl to sit by his side, she could not move without his permission. Hence, Zhang Yang waltzed over to the girl, dragged her by her hands, and brought her to his side without saying anything. He crossed his legs and threw a challenging stare at Lu Wei. If it was a fight of fists, no one in the room could take him, even if they were to jump at him at the same time. Lu Wei was pissed. However, he knew when not to act. He too had investigated about Zhang Yang and found out the man had been growing up with fistfights and street brawls. His martial arts was not something a man born with silver spoon sticking out of his but could compete with. If he still insists on fighting, there will be a 90% chance that Zhang Yang would beat the living crap out of him, till his mother could not even recognize his face. Furthermore, he had Sun Xinu supporting him. Even if Lu Wei is beaten senselessly, nothing would happen. He might only be the laughing stock among his peers. But back then, when he was in Shanghai, he was imprisoned for nothing. The memories of being in the cold dark cell still haunt him till this day. However, if he were to allow Zhang Yang to continue his insolent actions, he would lose his dignity, but As such, Lu Wei was thrown in between two difficult situations. Ha ha ha. I like this man. As expected of the lover of my cousin. Ma Jihua laughed loudly. Ma Zhuhua broke the tense-up atmosphere by clapping happily. Lu Wei took the chance to back away from the fight, allowing him to end his move with a mere scoff. Old Lin. Sit. Please sit down. Why are you still standing for? Ma Jihua was surprisingly proactive in reading the atmosphere of the room. He noticed that Mr. Lin and his secretary was shrinking away to a corner as Zhang Yang and Lu Wei were silently having their intense fight. Ma Jihua was less than 30 years of age, yet he addressed Mr. Lin with such casualness that it expressed Ma Jihua's higher position. Mr. Lin was an old veteran. He knew clearly when to keep his mouth shut to avoid unnecessary attention. He smiled and sat down on the last empty sofa. Right then, when everyone was at the very least comfortable with their own skin, the door was opened and 3 hostesses came into the room. However, out of the 3 hostesses, only 2 had chosen to stay. 2 of them sat at Mr. Lin and Lu Wei's seat. Because the man with the glasses was a nobody, the girl had left the room, leaving the poor soul crying in his heart. The 2 fresh blood hostesses came and one of them sat beside Lu Wei and the other sat beside Mr. Lin. Both of them immediately embraced the 2 men. Mr. Lin played it cool and played with the girl. Zhang Yang read his movements and could tell that Mr. Lin had been here before. Lu Wei was still angry at Zhang Yang then. He dove his hands into the hostess dress and forcefully ripped the buttons of the qibao. Her black-laced undergarment was revealed to the world. Before she could do anything to fix her clothing, Lu Wei had brutally torn off her bra as well. "Don't you dare resist," said Lu Wei coldly. The poor hostess was so frightened till her cheeks were drained of blood. She sat still like a doll, allowing the bastard to play with her exposed breasts. Zhang Yang knows that what Lu Wei was doing. He knew that Lu Wei was trying to force Zhang Yang to throw the first punch. However, Zhang Yang could not act. The women who decided to get a job here know very well what they were getting themselves into. Before, if Lu Wei had thrown the first punch, Zhang Yang could still retaliate. But now, the degrading acts, wasn't that what the girls have signed up for? Zhang Yang gritted his teeth in anger. Ha ha ha. Good one. Ma Jihua laughed as he stared lustfully at the girl beside Lu Wei. He then turned to the girl by his own side and smiled innocently. Strip. The hostess flinched. She must have been hoping that Ma Jihua would not do the same thing. Without resisting, she started to reach for the buttons on her clothes and pulled her qibao off. Zhang Yang grew tired of the disrespectful acts and roared. Young Master Ma. If you have something to say it now. I'm extremely busy with other matters. Ha ha ha. It seems that laughing before saying anything is Ma Jihua's annoying habit. He did not turn to look at Zhang Yang, instead, he continued his demeaning plays with the girl beside him. Recently, I joined the popular game God's Miracle. And I've heard that you own a guild. A pretty powerful one at that. That's true. His guild is China's strongest guild now, said Lu Wei. Zhang Yang immediately raised an eyebrow. Was he expressing his wants to be invited to the guild? Zhang Yang mentally declined. Even if he had a full set of celestial tier equipment, he would not allow such a troublesome fellow to be in the guild. Since you're my cousin's sister's consort? I'll assume you're one of the Ma family. I'll be frank. I'm interested in expanding my business into the game. When you get back, I want you to hand over the guild master position to me. Alright, those 2 territories you own, I'll take it as well. Ma Jihua spoke his demands nonchalantly as if Zhang Yang's fortune was nothing but worthless gifts. Zhang Yang could have sworn that he had just popped a vein in his forehead. Was this man out of his mind? Was he brain dead? Doesn't he know that Lone Desert Smoke was the world's strongest guild? With the name itself, Zhang Yang could have gained countless of sponsorship requests. Doesn't he know that the territory is as valuable as an oil rig? There were approximately 70 million players who have already set foot into the Chaos Realms. If every player had used the portal once a day, he would have earned 70 million gold coins daily. The cost price of the energy crystal to power the portals were so low that it was negligible to the profit earned. 70 million gold coins is as much as $25.5 billion. It was inevitable that there would be new territory in the Chaos Realm itself. Players moving between the 2 realms will reduce. However, there will always be new players coming into the game. Although there are only 70 million players in the Chaos Realm, there was a total of 300 million players in China. At most, in the next year, the profit that Zhang Yang would be earning will only increase. Just who was the bastard that could casually ask someone to gift them $300 million worth assets? Zhang Yang smiled through his suppressed anger. Young Master Ma. I think you have too much melamine in your bloodstream. Did you eat too much deep-fried food that have been fried with recycled oil? How else would you speak out of your asterisk shoal? No, wait. You're a young master that feeds off your parents' hard work. All the food that you eat should be those greens or organic hipster stuff. Oh, I see. Perhaps you had your head kicked by a donkey on your way here. In that case, why didn't you go to the White House and ask to be a president for a few days? Everyone in the room froze. The secretary dude was sweating crazily. From his point of view, Zhang Yang must be someone out of a forest. Even he had to smile at every stupid comments and cold jokes of Mr. Lin. Even Mr. Lin would have to do the same to Ma Jihua. Out of the blue, came a man named Zhang Yang that had insulted Ma Jihua as if he knew no repercussion. Compared to that, the previous demeaning comments made by Zhang Yang back at Silky Soft Holdings were nothing. Acting tough now, eh? Ma Jihua uncrossed his legs and slammed the table hand. Zhang Yang. I have you understand that Sun Xinu's mother is my aunt. I am her favorite nephew. I can squash your dreams to marry Sun Xinu easily by saying a few words to her mother. Remember this, you're nothing but a tiny weed. Without Sun Xinu's help, you're nothing. Zhang Yang scoffed. As expected, a man who was born into a family of riches. The man was thinking with his groins. Since when did Sun Xinu marriage had anything to do with a mere cousin? This man's self-righteousness is over the roof. Did he really think that he could control everything? Without having a proper discussion about it, the man had blatantly expressed his intention to take away his family. Zhang Yang was done. He could not even find the urge to have a rational debate with the retarded, brain-dead, son of the beach. Zhang Yang stood up. Right before he was about to leave, he stopped his track and dragged the poor hostess out of the room with him. Ma Jihua crossed his leg and raised his voice one last time. Zhang Yang. Don't think that you can walk away from this. I'll make sure that you'll regret it. You might want to check your privilege there. I pray that you're the one who will regret it. Zhang Yang walked out of the room and slammed the door. Ma Jihua slammed the table disgruntledly. Discontentment was written all over his face. Lu Wei quickly consoled the man. There was a hint of a grin in the corner of his mouth. Lu Wei had paid the price, but he finally understood Sun Xinu's background. The name of Sun Xinu's real family was something that could shake the world of China's politic. Even Lu Wei himself found it hard to believe. If Zhang Yang was serious in taking him down, she could have just used Sun Xinu's name and pressure the Lu family easily despite having hundreds of millions of fortune in their hands. Right then, he was extremely lucky to befriend Ma Jihua, the branch family of the Sun family. Although the Ma family shared a portion of the Sun family fame, they were but Beijing's lower tier. Their name and fortune were not something that would rival that of the Sun family. However, due to someone in the Ma family being married into the Sun family, they had gained a boost in fame and power. Especially the new generations of the Ma family, for they had used the Sun family's name to do what they want. The overly self-righteous Ma Jihua was one of them. In fact, Ma Jihua was the idiot. A man that who no will of his own and acts with his instinct. He thought he was the smart one, but it was Lu Wei who had planted words into his mind to take what Zhang Yang owned in the game. He had also used Sun Xinu's name to trick Ma Jihua to demand the things that he wanted from Zhang Yang. Lu Wei had made Ma Jihua think that the things that he demanded were nothing but gifts. After all, aren't they all virtual pixels? Zhang Yang's instant rejection was also part of his plans, but he had not expected Zhang Yang to bare his fangs at Ma Jihua with such ferocity. However, Zhang Yang's actions had saved him some time, for it was also part of his plan to have the two men ready to tear each other apart. By then, there will be an internal conflict between the Sun family and the Ma family. As such, although Lu Wei was just someone doing errands for Ma Jihua, he was the real mastermind. Internal conflicts would have to be settled quietly and discreetly, hence, no matter how bad it gets, it would not affect the Lu family's business. In the end, Lu Wei was the smart person in the room. Or rather, the cunning snake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 663, Death Moon Pirates. Chapter 663, Death Moon Pirates. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang dragged the hostess out of the room and gave her a name card. He had even pulled out his own name card and wrote a short message on it. Take this, and if you want to find another job that pays well, try it. Someone will find and take care of you. She had been unfortunately caught in the crossfire when Zhang Yang and Lu Wei was going on. Lu Wei had slapped her in the face just because he could not hold his anger in. Zhang Yang patted the hostess' bare shoulders and bade her good luck before storming out of the establishment with rage. The girl teared up a little and followed him closely. Although the tea shop was not established on the premise of prostitution, it was extremely hard for the hostesses to reject despicable customers when they are up to no good. Once, a hostess retaliated by running out of the room, only to be eventually caught by a few men and gang-raped for the entire night. The next day, the girl was found floating on the rivers, killed and thrown away after they were done having their fun. It was customers like Mai Jihua and Lu Wei who were the hooligans of the establishment. They were the kind that would act on a whim. Killing and raping were things they were not afraid of committing, since someone will always clean it up for them. The girl followed Zhang Yang out of the establishment and did not even bother to collect her belongings. She met Zhang Yang back in the streets and bade him farewell before running away towards the sidewalks. Perhaps she had thrown in her resignation letter on the spot and planned to pay a visit to Zhang Yang's company for a change. She was familiar with Silky Soft Holdings product because she was using them herself. She believed that if someone like Zhang Yang, who stood up to protect her when she was in need of help, would not betray her expectations. Zhang Yang nodded at the hostess, and after she ran off somewhere, he called Sun Xinu. Although he did not plan to put much attention on that incident, it was still best to have Sun Xinu know about Mai Jiyu. The woman was smart. When Zhang Yang had merely asked about who Mai Jiyu was, Sun Xinu quickly instigated a Q&A session with Zhang Yang. After everything had been told about the incident, Sun Xinu fumed with rage and asked Zhang Yang not to get involved with the bastard. She would handle everything easily. Zhang Yang blew a kiss to her, only to have her hang up on him. Zhang Yang was picked up by Mr. Lin's car, so he had to hail a cab when he returns. During the trip back home, Zhang Yang received a stranger's phone call. When he picked it up, it was Mr. Lin. He begs for forgiveness from Zhang Yang, for he had not known of the context of the meeting, nor how the man would behave. Although he did not directly ask for it, Mr. Lin subtly wanted to be on Zhang Yang's good side. Naturally, Zhang Yang did not blame the man for his invitation to the F***Get-Up tea party. He told Mr. Lin that he was fine and he bore no enmity towards him. From Mr. Lin perspectives, Mai Jihua was just a branch family of the Sun family. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, was the future of the Sun family. Such an important role was crucial to determine in order to recognize the real potential. Perhaps, Mai Jihua was the only imbecile who did not know the polarity in his position. Zhang Yang would not want to stir up problems from thin air. After conversing with Mr. Lin for a brief moment, he hung up the call after Mr. Lin was satisfied with Zhang Yang's reaction. Zhang Yang returned to the office. Although he was a little restless, Zhang Yang decided to log into the game and do a little quests. When Zhang Yang appeared in the game, he was flying in midair above the waters. The place he needed to go was underwater, and since the phoenix was a fire elemental bird, it could not dive underwater. Zhang Yang switched to the mythical turtle and dove. Zhang Yang had no choice. The mythical turtle was the only underwater mount he had at the moment. It was weaker now since Zhang Yang had removed most of the skills on it and applied it to the Thunderhawk. However, at that level, a mythical tier mount could not do much damage, even if he had more or less skills on hand. Zhang Yang dove deeper and deeper until the light above the surface slowly faded away. Deep under the sea, there was absolutely no light around. The only light source that could illuminate nearby environment was coming from Zhang Yang's own armor. It was cold and terrifying, for no one knows when will something pop out in the dark. Half an hour later, Zhang Yang saw a bright area, in an area far ahead. As Zhang Yang swam further, the light grew wider and large. The illuminated area were the ruins of an enormous palace. Each of the fallen pillars was glowing with a soft warm light. From afar, the light emitted from the pillars around the palace made it look like a beacon in the dark night. There were only a few of the pillars that were still in good shape. The rest were in pieces, albeit still glowing with the white light. Almost the rest of the palace was in ruins. Not a single construction was left in good shape. Cracks and holes were everywhere. According to the quest's lore, the palace was originally from above land. Back then, the king of the palace had wronged a powerful magician. As retribution, the magician uprooted the entire palace and tossed it into the oceans. While the humans that once lived in the palace were all dead, the palace was now occupied by merfolk and they treated it as their paradise. There were countless numbers of merfolk that were roaming around the palace as they kept on making weird gwa-gwa-gwa noises. Zhang Yang frowned. Where was Dalmian? Zhang Yang looked everywhere and could not find an NPC that looked like a boss. He swam closer towards the palace and arrived at a large hall. In a normal situation, the boss should be in the biggest, brightest structure. It was expected. For the boss was the leader. Zhang Yang approached the hall and angered two merfolk who were clad in armor and clutching pitchforks. Death Moon Merfolk, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 135. HP, 2,700,000. Melee attack, 19,298 to 23,298. Skills. Heavy Pierce, pierces the target, ignores all defense and deals 100% melee physical attack. Call, when in danger, the merfolk will call for nearby allies to aid it in battle. Note, Death Moon pirates are the most brutal and cunning pirates in the Zixaluka Sea. Each of their members are fierce and strong, for the blood of greed and grandiose flows within their veins. He. We have fresh meat to feast on, today, cried one of the merfolk there, and he hurled his pitchfork towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang lifted his shield and parried the attack. Two elite-tier monsters were nothing to Zhang Yang. However, the skill, Heavy Pierce, was a little troublesome, for it is able to even ignore the godly defenses of his armor. Perhaps, there is a possibility of the attack being a piercing type, which means that players standing behind the target would still receive the same amount of damage. Still, they were nothing more than just elite tier. Zhang Yang had only lost a little over than 200,000 HP after killing them both. Since the environment does not allow for consumption of snacks, Zhang Yang only means of healing was potions and items. However, potions have cooldowns. Zhang Yang could only consume one bottle every minute. Luckily, the potions were handcrafted by Zhang Yang. Hence, all of the potions that Zhang Yang carries with him all the time were top-tier transmuted grades. If the potions are not enough, Zhang Yang could easily use the D-bandages to heal himself quickly and easily. After several more kills, one of the merfolk had even miraculously dropped an equipment for him. Merfolk's armor, Violet Platinum, leather armor. Defense, plus 48. Vitality, plus 917. Strength, plus 262. Dexterity, plus 591. Equip, increases maximum HP by 1,830. Equip, increases damage dealt and healing rate by 2.1%. Equip, increases movement speed underwater by 7%. Unidentified. Level requirement, 130. Merfolk Wanderer set effect, Merfolk Helm, Merfolk Armor, Merfolk Pants. 3 set equipped, increases movement speed underwater by 30%. Increased underwater movement speed? Funny. However useful it may be, it was only temporary. Players usually avoid underwater battle, hence the set equipment was not worth much. Zhang Yang tossed it aside in the corner of his inventory. If its value is too low, he would then give it to Han Shui to break down into rune stones. Zhang Yang proceeded towards the palace entrance and spotted 4 merfolk standing guard at the gates. To enter the palace, he must first defeat the 4 of them. Hey! Stinky piece of rotten fish! Come and get some! Zhang Yang tossed a spear of obliteration and hit one of them, successfully provoking all 4 of them. With Felice and the Phoenix out of the battle, Zhang Yang's killing speed was greatly delayed. Although the mythical turtle was the best mount when it first debuted, but right now, it was nothing but a little speck of dust that could provide little to no help at all. Especially, when the enemies were high-level monsters in high quantities. Killing and tanking are different cases. In his case, Zhang Yang was tanking and killing at the same time. It was extremely hard to move around, since his movement speed was restricted underwater. Supporting attacks were also pretty useless, due to the dense water around them. Hence, Zhang Yang was losing more HP than the monsters were. Fortunately, Zhang Yang was able to defeat all 4 of them after losing close to 70% of his HP. As he progressed on, the number of monsters in one pack had increased. Since Zhang Yang could not rely on snacks to recover his HP, Zhang Yang would have to stop after each battle to restore his health. It was an extremely inefficient process. When he finally lost patience, Zhang Yang decided to summon Han Shui over and have her help with his quest. Where is your little lover? Ha! Zhang Yang was extremely surprised at her random jab. Felice. The little Felice. Zhang Yang sighed. The woman was even jealous of a fictional character. Well, I can't really explain what happened to her, but I can't call her out for a few days. Ha ha. Finally, we can have some alone time without that little duck following you around. With Han Shui supporting Zhang Yang, he was able to take on 20 to 30 monsters at the same time, without breaking a sweat. Not only had she increased his durability on the battlefield, or battle waters in this case, she had also helped save a lot of time for Zhang Yang. 4 to 5 hours later, the 2 of them made it to the center of the palace. Sitting on the huge throne, was the boss that Zhang Yang had to kill. Dalmian, Death Moon Pirate Captain, Mythical, Humanoid. Level, 140. HP, 42 million. Defense, 5,920. Melee attack, 37,150 to 47,150. Skills. Heavy pierce, thrusts the spear with penetrative power. Ignores all defense and deals 150% melee physical attack. Spearing barrage, hurls countless of spears to all directions within 20 meters of the caster. Deals 100% melee physical attack to all targets within the skill range. Note, the captain of the Death Moon Pirates. The source of evil in all of Zixaluka Sea. Ha! It's just a mythical tier boss. Both of us can take it easily. Zhang Yang gently tapped the head of the mythical tier turtle and swam towards the boss. Right then, a mythical tier boss attack will be diminished to a safe point by his powerful defense. Though they may need to hold on for a long time, they could easily kill the boss, as long as it did not have any healing skills. Intruders. Dalmian rose from his seat and thrust his right arm out. A long, golden platinum trident materialized in his hands. With a powerful growl, Dalmian created a forceful wave that slightly pushed Zhang Yang away. He brandished his trident and created a whirlpool that charged towards Zhang Yang. With a wide grin, Zhang Yang bellowed, "Time for a pirate to have a taste of their own medicine, eh? I've come to rob you." If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.